turned his glare back on Caden. This, all of this, everything we know about pain. We learned it from the cassette stream, from their manuals, their books, from the hundreds of years of meticulous history in which they tortured and killed us. You think this is bad? He shoved his scarred hands in Caden's face. You think this is worse than what the cassette stream might do? This is the fucking mild shit. This would have been a relief for our ancestors. Caden forced himself to look at the scars for 3 heartbeats, forced himself to keep his face calm, impassive. That the Ishin were sick, broken, was growing clearer and clearer, but he could feel a hard truth in Matol's words, and unbidden, the memory of the skeletons in Asare filled his mind, the small clutching hands, the skulls. If the Ishin were broken, it was the cassette stream who had shattered them. "Enough talk," Tan said, gesturing to the door. Matol shook his head. "We're waiting for someone I want her to see." He narrowed his lids, looking slyly from Tan to Caden, then back. "I told Rampori not to mention it, but I suspect he told you something about our other prisoner." He stabbed Caden roughly in the chest with an extended finger. "Didn't he? Didn't he?" Caden held his breathing steady. Inhale, exhale. In and out. "What other prisoner?" At first glance, the other prisoner appeared neither deadly nor immortal. The Shin warned their acolytes about the dangers of expectation, the power of anticipation to distort both sight and memory. Caden had accordingly avoided putting a face to the cassette-stream menace. "They don't look like monsters," he reminded himself as he waited for the prisoner to be hauled up from the deeper dungeons. They were able to pass as humans. Even the man's name was unremarkable. Keel. It might have been the name of a baker, a fisherman. He'd been shocked to discover that the Ishin already had a prisoner, one of the immortal beings they had hunted for so long, but once he accepted the notion, he thought he was prepared for anything. When the guards kicked open the door, however, and shoved their charge through, hands bound before him with a stout length of rope, Caden realized he'd been expecting something after all. Something harder, more formidable. Keel was an old man, stooped and hesitant, a faint limp marring his already uncertain gait. Scars puckered his face and hands, a delicate tracery of white lines punctuated by blunt, ugly wheels, the result, Caden surmised queasily, of heated steel. The cassette-stream looked dark-skinned, but when he put a hand to his face to scrub the tangled hair from his eyes, Caden realized that most of the darkness resulted from layers of filth and grime. The man's apparent age, too, was an illusion. Cleaned and healthy, he might look only halfway into his 4th decade. Even so, he was a far cry from the formidable monster Caden had unknowingly expected. Then he raised his eyes. It was hard for Caden to articulate, even to himself, what he saw there. Keel's eyes were certainly less striking than his own blazing irises, less arresting than Valin's blackened gaze. They were ordinary eyes, and yet, Caden realized as the man studied him, they did not match the body. The body had been rent and battered by years of unrelenting questioning, and when the prisoner moved, it was clear that things had been torn and shattered inside. The eyes, however, were unbroken. Keel glanced briefly at Matol, considered Caden for half a heartbeat, then turned to Tan. "Rampori," he said, his voice quiet and lean, like smoke in the air after the fire has been doused. Caden had to resist the urge to lean forward. "I have not seen you in a very long time." Tan nodded, though the monk did not speak. "I thought you had forgotten me down in my quiet cell. I had almost come to miss the company afforded by torture." "We did not bring you up for further torture," Tan said. Keel pursed his lips. "Is it time, finally, to die?" "It's time," Matol cut in, shards of impatience edging his voice, "to do what you're told." The prisoner glanced down at his bound hands, over his shoulder at the armed guard standing behind him. "It would seem you've given me very little choice. Perhaps you could tell me how long I've been in my cell." "Not long enough," Matol replied, "but you'll have plenty more time to stare at the darkness once we've finished here." Keel considered his interlocutor for a long moment, seemed about to say something more, then turned his attention unexpectedly to Caden. "Rampuri and Eckhart I know, but you and I have not met, though I knew your father well." Matol's fist took Keel in the gut before he could finish speaking, doubling him over. "Keep your mouth shut and your lies to yourself, or I'll see you spend the next 20 years in a box instead of a cell." After a long fit of coughing, the prisoner straightened slowly, then caught Caden's eye for the barest fraction of a heartbeat. "I knew your father well." Caden struggled to make sense of the claim. It seemed unlikely, beyond unlikely, but then what did Caden really know about his father? Growing up, he had admired Sanlitun with a child's mindless admiration, worshipped him absolutely but ignorantly. Only after he was sent away, years after, did he begin to realize how slenderly he had known the man, how little he understood what drove him, what he wanted or feared. Caden had taken strength through the most dire of his monastic trials in thinking that his suffering at the hands of the Shin was the same suffering his father had experienced decades before, that the running and digging, carrying and fasting were actually bringing him closer to Sanlitun. Despite the gulf of miles between them, that one day when Caden returned to Annur, they would sit down together, one man with another, not just to learn the necessary apparatus of government, but to really talk for the first time. That possibility had shattered like old crockery when Adiv's treacherous delegation arrived in Ashkelon. There would be no reunion, no discussion, no meeting as men. Sanlitun Hui Malkinian remained remote as the graven statue of him that looked down sternly on the Godsway. Caden had no idea if his father had preferred water or wine, let alone whether or not he would have conferred with the Cassestream. He considered the prisoner once more, the begrimed face, the unwavering eyes. Would Sanlitun Hui Malkinian have broken bread with such a creature? There was just no way to know. "May I ask," Keel said quietly, when he'd straightened up, "why I am here?" He gestured to the doors leading into the torture cells. "Are you certain it's not for more pain?" "There is another prisoner," Tan replied. "One we want you to see." A look that might have been curiosity crossed Keel's haggard face. "One of my kind? Who?" "That," Tan said, "is what you are here to tell us." It was almost possible, in the dim light of the low-ceilinged cell, to believe that Triste was just resting, that the heavy wooden chair to which she'd been chained was just another chair, that the lanterns had been turned low to accommodate an easier sleep. As Caden's eyes adjusted, however, he could make out the steel manacles binding her wrists and ankles, the streaks of tears on her grimy face, thin lacerations running the length of her arms. Clearly she had been flogged or whipped. "Couldn't you give her a cloak?" he asked. Matol snorted. "Are all your shins so tender-hearted?" Then, as though to a small child, "This is how torture works. You start on the mind well before you begin with the body." Caden couldn't pull his eyes from that body, from the angry strips of red where the flesh had broken. Horror welled up inside him. The Shin had taught him to deal with emotion, but never in the face of such savagery. When he finally managed to look away from the wounds, he found that Triste had opened her own eyes, that she was staring at him silently in the flickering light. "Caden," she said quietly. His name in her mouth sounded like a plea and an accusation both, and he realized that she had been watching him stare. He opened his mouth to respond, but no response came. He had no comfort to offer, no promise of reprieve. He still wasn't entirely sure why he had been summoned. "I'm here," he said finally, the words weak on his tongue. "I'm here." "How touching," Matol observed. "He's here, which means we can get started again. But first," he motioned curtly, and the two guards holding Keel shoved him forward as Matol himself reached out, seized Triste by the hair, and twisted her head viciously around. "Look!" he demanded, shaking her roughly by the hair. "Look!" Silent convulsions racked her body. Caden still wasn't sure what the older men hoped to achieve. It seemed to him that even if Triste and Kiel were both Xestream, even if they did know each other, they would have the good sense to conceal the fact. On the other hand, the shock of recognition after what might be thousands of years was something you would notice, at least in a human. Did the Xestream feel surprise? It was too late to ask Tan now. He considered Kiel's face, carving the moving image for later scrutiny. The Xestream, for his part, showed nothing more than a bland curiosity, raising an eyebrow. "A beautiful young woman," he observed quietly. "Are you with them?" Triste asked, hope and fear tangled in her voice. "What do you want?" "No," Kiel replied, "I am not with them, and I imagine you and I want similar things. Freedom, light." "Help me," Triste begged. "I wish I could," he said, raising his tied hands. "But as you see, I am powerless to help myself." "Why?" she asked. "This is what they do," he replied. "But you can take solace in this. A Nanshell is stronger than Meshkent. In the end, death will release you from the pain." Triste's voice, so lost and baffled just a heartbeat before, went suddenly hard as steel. "Do not presume to lecture me on the ministrations of Meshkent." She set the words before her like knives, sharp and precise. Kiel's eyes widened. He tilted his head to one side, evidently interested for the first time in his fellow prisoner. Triste stared defiantly back at him, turned her gaze to Matol, then back to Kiel. She had barely moved, but everything had changed. The terrified girl of moments before had molted away like a dead skin. "Tell me," Kiel said quietly, "tell me about your pain." Triste repeated the word slowly. "Pain." She might have been savouring a bloody cut of meat. "Yes," Kiel said again. "When did you first encounter pain?" Triste laughed, a full-throated, opulent, predatory laugh that made something deep inside Caden quail. The sound went on, filling the tiny room, pressing back against the walls, battering at the stone itself, until, abruptly, it was not laughing, but sobbing once again. "Please let me go," she whispered, voice ragged. "Please just let me go." Matol glanced at Tan. "Anything?" Tan paused, then shook his head. "Only more of what we have already seen." "What about you?" the Yashin commander asked, turning to Caden. "What do you make of that luscious burst of defiance?" Caden took a deep breath, looked inward at the Sama'an of the preceding moments, trying to make sense of what he had just witnessed. The shift in Triste's tone, the sudden strangeness in her eyes, the careening between poise and panic. He'd seen something like it back in Ashkelon, in goats with brain rot. A creature in the advanced stages would stand placidly for hours, empty, angular pupils fixed on the horizon, unresponsive to gentle stroke or vicious strike, to food or speech. Then, with no provocation at all, with no warning, that strange animal gaze would focus abruptly, and the goat would attack anything that moved, charging, thrashing with its hooves, hooking the horns over and over. The diseased creatures had always discomforted Caden, something about their lack of consistency, of continuity. He had felt the same queasiness in his stomach during Triste's transformation, but he couldn't say that to Matol. Not if he ever hoped to convince the man to set Triste free. "I think she's exhausted," he said finally, keeping his voice level, matter-of-fact. "I think she's terrified. You want to see a Xestream, and so that's what you find. All I see is a frightened young woman who has done nothing to deserve this. I see you breaking a friend of mine." It was several leagues wide of the truth, but the Yashin commander didn't seem to notice. He just spat onto the stone floor. "What in Shale's name have the Shin been teaching you?" "To observe," Caden replied. "Obviously not." He turned abruptly from Caden, gestured to the guards to pull Kiel back into the shadows, then focused once more on Triste. "Too bad for you," he said, addressing the woman. I thought we'd try something new, but it looks like we're back to doing things the old-fashioned way." He waved a hand, and another guard who had been standing in the shadows stepped forward. Smirking, he handed over a wooden box. It clanked ominously when Mattol set it on the rough table next to the slab. He flipped the lid and paused for a moment, looking from Triste to the tools and back again. "Do you have any requests?" he asked, arching an eyebrow. "I'll tell you what. You can pick the body part, and I'll pick the tool." Triste shook her head weakly in protest. "No," she pleaded. "Please, no." "No?" He pursed his lips. "You want to pick the tool and I pick the body part? We can do it that way if you want, but I don't recommend it. Better for you to pick the body part."
"Caden?"
Triste panted, twisting in the chair, pulling against her restraints until blood trickled black and thick down the flesh of her wrists. "Yes," Mattol agreed amiably. "That's Caden, although it'll be harder to recognize him after we go to work on your eyes." Caden turned to Tan. "You have to stop this." The monk shook his head. "What Mattol does is necessary. The girl is not what you think." "It doesn't matter what I think," Caden began. But Mattol's scream cut him off. "One more fucking word about stopping and I will chain you to the wall behind her and burn off your sad little cock, just for the fucking fun of it. Do you understand me?" "No," Caden said, forcing himself to stand straight to meet the man's eye. "I do not understand. I don't understand either your obsession, which looks like blindness, or your methods, which don't work." "Caden," Tan cut in, voice sharp with warning. "You are not here to judge." Caden shook his head. "What am I here for?" "You are here," Mattol said, voice rising, neck bulging, "to tell us something fucking useful. And you failed." "I told you what I saw, but you are unable to listen." Mattol looked, ready to seize him by the throat, to hurl him to the ground and choke the life out of him. And then, with horrifying suddenness, the snarl vanished. The tendons in his neck and hands loosened. He was smiling, a wide, toothy smile. The emotional swings were almost more frightening than the rage itself. It seemed as though something had come loose inside the man, unlatched like a stable door blasted open by a storm, hung on a single rusted hinge, slamming open and shut, over and over and over. "You could help," Mattol suggested finally, waving a long serrated blade in Caden's direction. He frowned at the blade, then seemed to think better of it. "Now that I think about it, never mind. You'd probably just fuck it up. Take off a whole leg or a tit or something and have her bleed out." "Observe," Tan murmured to Caden. "Enter the Vanyate if you must." Caden tried to still his pulse enough to find the trance, but the sick twist in his gut nagged at him until he thought he would be ill. Mattol hemmed and hawed for a while, fiddled with a vicious variety of blades, hooks, and small vices, before tossing everything back in the box and selecting a lamp from its hook on the wall instead. "Fire," he grinned. "Sometimes I get so carried away with the tools that I forget about fire." With a practised motion he unscrewed the base from the glass shield until the naked flame, hissing and reeking of low-grade oil, licked at the air. Triste's eyes widened. She started to moan. "Please," she begged. "I've told you everything." "You have not," Mattol replied, testing the flame with his finger, then wincing at the heat. "What do you want?" "I want to know where you learned to read Xestream's script." Triste's eyes took on a desperate, hunted look. "In the temple," she managed. "They taught me everything but the high mysteries. Every Lena learns languages, sometimes more than a dozen." She was babbling, terrified. "Men come from all over Eridroa and Vash, all over the world." Mattol shook his head. "You told me earlier that you didn't know where you learned it." "I forgot. There was so much I learned. Music, dancing, language. They taught me a little. I remember now a few words when I was very young." She twisted against her bonds as she spoke. "Observe," Caden told himself. "Just observe." He threw himself into the carved mind, etching the strokes of the Sama'an as the scene unfolded, using the discipline as a shield against what was taking place. "You're claiming that the whores of Siena taught you just a few words of the Xestream tongue in case— what? In case a creature everyone else in the world believes was destroyed thousands of years ago wanders in hankering for a fuck?" He laughed a long, mirthless laugh at the absurdity of the notion. "Mandacine," he said at last, gesturing toward the smirking guard. "Hold the lamp here while I take this young lady's hand." The Isheen guard stepped forward, smirk broadening into a grin. Mattol took Triste's wrist almost gently in his larger, scarred hand, then pulled it toward the flame. The girl let out a low wail as the fire lapped at her skin, her fingers scrabbling like the legs of some tormented creature. "Please," she moaned, body convulsing, legs thrashing, as though the movement could carry her hand from the fire. "Please!" Her voice rose and rose into a high, horrible keening. "Observe," Caden told himself, forcing his hands to his side. There was nothing he could do, and besides, he'd burned himself more severely on several occasions working in the kitchens back at Ashkelon. Of course, this was only the beginning. Mattol released her hand finally. Two of the fingers were red and blistered, the kind of burn that would only heal after a night in an ice bucket and a week in wrappings. Triste tried to pull it to her chest, but the shackle would not permit her. Her eyes were still open, but she wasn't focused on anything beyond the looming horror of her own pain. "It looks like real fright," Caden murmured to Tan. "She's not faking it." To his surprise, the monk actually seemed to consider his words, then shook his head. "Keep watching." "How did you use the Kenta?" Mattol asked, passing his own hand back and forth through the flame idly, quickly enough to avoid a burn. "I don't know," she panted. "I'd never seen a Kenta." There was something strange about the way she said the word, and Caden filed it away for further consideration. "I'd never even heard of one before a couple of days ago. I fell and I came out the other side." "You see," Mattol said, turning to the other two Isheen, "the girl is perfectly innocent. She simply fell." The one named Mandacine chuckled. "Maybe we should let her go." "Maybe," Mattol replied, pretending to consider the notion. Then he shook his head. "Nah, let's hurt her some more." What happened next took place too quickly to comprehend. Caden was focused on the scene as Mattol reached for her wrist, his mind sketching the Sama'an. It wasn't until later, however, when he had a chance to fully scrutinize the vision, that he really saw what had happened. Even then it didn't make sense. Triste, practically gibbering with terror a moment before, twisted as Mattol reached for her. The manacle didn't afford much freedom, but as his hand started to close, she lashed out and caught his wrist instead. The movement was precise, almost too quick to see, like a serpent darting from a bush. Mattol didn't have a chance to register surprise before she pulled, a savage tug somehow strong enough to yank the man off his balance, tumbling him half on top of her, forcing Mandacine to drop the lantern with a curse and fall backward. Triste leaned close to the Isheen commander, her lips by his ear. "A time will come," she hissed, in a voice every bit as cold and dark as the surrounding stone, a voice utterly devoid of fear. "When the pain you visit on me here will seem a dream of pleasure, when blades and fire seem tender ministrations to you, I will, then, what you beg, but stoppered to your cries will be my ears, and dried to dust the wide lake of my mercy." She was twisting, Caden realized, her slender fingers twisting Mattol's broad hand with a savage strength until something snapped. The man's face contorted, and his balance regained at last. He lurched toward the wall, cradling the broken hand and cursing. The whole thing lasted several breaths, but Rampuri Tan made no move to intervene, neither to stop Triste nor to help Mandacine or Mattol. His eyes remained on the girl the entire time, measuring, passing. "Did you see?" he murmured when it was done. Caden nodded dumbly. He could only stare. For a moment Triste locked eyes with him, and her gaze was— what? He groped for the word. Feral? Regal? Language failed. Then, like water slipping through a sieve, the look drained away. "Caden," she whispered, voice small and shattered, filled with fear once more. "Caden, please, please help me." For a moment no one moved. Shock had scrubbed the smirk from Mandacine's face, and he stared at Triste, baffled. Tan also watched the girl, though with none of the Ishien's confusion, as did Keel, his eyes still as pools, tied arms relaxed before him, supported by the frozen guards at his side. Triste looked from one face to the next, evidently reading the confusion and slow-gathering fury scribbled through the expressions of the Ishien. "No," she said, shaking her head. "No." The words seemed to jar Matol from a waking dream. He raised his broken hand, staring at it a moment as though it were some small creature broken in a trap, then turned his gaze on Triste. "Oh, yes," he said, stepping toward her once again. The pain from his mangled hand must have been excruciating, but he ignored it, gesturing instead to Mandacine. "Oh, yes, indeed. Bring me something hot, or hard, or sharp," he barked. "Better yet, all three. And through lavishing this bitch in gentle caresses, it's time to cut her deep, to see what's really inside." "No," Caden said, surprised to hear the syllable slip from his own throat. It was madness to intervene. Suicide, especially now, especially with Matol caught in the grip of this new, cold rage, and yet he found himself stepping forward. "This isn't working," he said. "Your whole approach isn't working." "Stand aside, Caden," Tan said. His voice was quiet, but the syllables were built of stone. Caden shook his head. "I've stood aside for days. Longer." He could feel the blood racing in his veins, started to slow it, then let it run. He could kill the emotion, but he needed it now, needed his own anger if he was going to hold his ground against Matol and the rest, if he was going to do anything for Triste. "I understand that she's not what she seems," he said. "I see it now. I understand that she may even be Xestream. But this," he gestured to the hard, bloody tools, "is not the way. It is not working." Matol turned from Triste to stare at him. When he spoke, his voice was barely more than a whisper. "You come here, to my fortress, into my heart. You bring this inhuman whore into this sanctuary, and then you defend her. "I'm not defending her," Caden began. Matol cut him off. "You think you're going to tell me how to fight this fight when your own family just up and quit? Is that it?" "Enough," Tan said. "Oh, I quite agree," Matol replied, still quiet, still sharp. "It is enough. It is well past enough. Take him," he said, gesturing to Caden. "Find him a cell down below along with the other one." A finger flicked at Keel. "Something with a heavy door." Mandacine stepped forward, but Caden twisted away, unsure whether he wanted to put himself between Triste and the Ishien, or use the chair to which she was shackled as a shield. She was watching him with huge, frightened eyes. Keel, too, was watching him, silent and impassive, from across the room. "Tan," Caden said, trying to find the words. "Get over here," Mandacine spat. Slowly, Rampuri Tan shook his head. "This was your choice, not mine." Caden seized a knife from the table at Triste's side, brandishing it before him. He had no idea how to fight, but he had watched Valin and the others back in the mountains, had carved the images on his brain for future use, and as the Ishien guard came on, he tried to approximate the pose. Mandacine paused, then unlimbered the sword at his side, the grin coming back to his face. "Kill him?" Matol didn't answer. Caden risked a glance behind him just as a fist took him across the face, knocking him clean into the wall. The attack jarred the knife from his hand, and Mandacine was on him in a moment, all steel and strength, shoving Caden's body against the stone. "Kill him?" he asked again. Caden struggled to turn to see Matol, but Mandacine had his head shoved over at a brutal angle. The only person he could see was Keel. The Xestream had made no move to struggle or intervene, but as Caden watched, his lips moved silently, mouthing the shape of words. Everyone else was staring at Caden. Only Caden was watching Keel, even as he strained to breathe. "He's talking to me," he realized. That the man expected him to follow, to be able to unfold the shape of the words, seemed unbelievable. Caden himself was bleeding from the head, blood slick on his face, and the Isheen sword was at his throat. Keel ignored all of it. If he really had known Caden's father, then he knew something of the monks. And if he knew the monks knew about the training and discipline, then he knew about the carved mind. He knew Caden would remember the scene later, remember it perfectly. "I would not kill him," Tan's voice this time, distant, indifferent. "He is the Emperor, and may prove useful still." "I could take out an eye," Mandacine suggested with a chuckle, shifting a hand to press against Caden's eyeball. "Maybe crush one of his nuts. What were you saying about cocks?" He groped between Caden's legs. "We could see how loyal he is to this bitch after we rip his cock off." Silence loud as a scream. "Take him below," Matol snarled finally. "Lock him up with access stream. He may know more than he's told us. We'll take a look at his blood after we get through with hers." 16. "Kill them," Anik said, gesturing to the Urgul. "We can't bring them, and we can't leave them." Valin had gathered his wing 100 paces off from the camp, leaving Pyr to guard the tied and kneeling prisoners. In the 3 days since they sent Swantra south, there had been little to do but wait, rest, and worry. To Valin's great relief, Gwenna had come too by the end of the first day, but she was clearly in no shape to travel. She could barely walk a circuit of the camp without feeling dizzy and nauseated. Talal's leg was healing faster than Valin would have expected, and Valin's own wound was already knitted closed. "The slan eggs," the leech suggested. "It's possible they made us stronger, more resilient." Valin had mulled that possibility with a mixture of hope and unease. Talal was right. A deep puncture wound to the shoulder should have taken at least a week to knit up properly, not days. On the other hand, they were hardly invincible. Talal still limped. Gwenna still slept more than half the hours of the day, and, truth be told, Valin wasn't sure he was ready for a forced ride across 1,000 miles of steppe either. Pain lanced through his shoulder whenever he raised his elbow, which meant fighting with a single blade and forget about the bow. So they waited, rested, and worried. On the second day, another Ketrel wing passed overhead. Valin hunched down into his bison cloak, shaded his face with his hand, and tried to look Urgul while the bird circled once, then headed south. He let out a long, uneasy breath, feeling like one of the marmots that foraged for food on the grasslands. They, too, kept looking up at the sky, not that it did them much good. Valin had seen 3 taken by eagles in a single afternoon. By the 3rd day, Gwenna was insisting she was ready to ride, and Valin himself was itching to get moving, pain or no. They were already going to miss the meeting with Caden back in Annur, miss it by weeks, but that was no reason to sit any longer than necessary. Valin insisted on one more night of rest, and on the morning of the 4th day he gave the order to set out. It was easy enough to break down what they wanted from the camp, to put the horses on long lines and pack a week's worth of extra food, compliments of the Urgul. Then they needed to decide what to do with the Urgul themselves. That was proving a more difficult proposition. "I don't like it," Laith said, shaking his head. He'd lost his habitual good humour when Ra left, and the question of the prisoners had done nothing to lighten his mood. "In fact, I fucking hate it. 3 of them are kids, and the rest—" He gestured at the kneeling figures. "It's not like we're killing them in a fight." He blew out a long breath. "But we have to do it. We have to kill them." "We don't have to do anything," Gwenna growled. Valin nodded slowly. Gwenna's right. Whatever Hendren said on the matter, they are our prisoners, our responsibility. It's our decision. "Fine," Laith said. "Then I've decided that we need to kill them. Is that enough responsibility for you?" "No," Valin replied, reining in his own anger, keeping his voice level. "It's not. You said it already. 3 of them are kids, Laith. Children." "It doesn't matter," Anik said. "Taking them with us is too risky, and if we leave them they could follow. On what? Valin demanded. We're taking the Kent-kissing horses. I don't care how fit these sons of bitches are. By the end of the morning we'll be gone. And what if they talk? Leith demanded. What if another batch of Urgul finds them and asks what happened to their horses? Then we'll fight them, Gwenna said. We already fought these, and it was a pretty short fucking fight. Annick shook her head, a curt, dismissive motion. This is a tiny group. Some of the Tamu number into the hundreds. Then we run, Gwenna insisted. We retreat. Leith barked an incredulous laugh. We outride the Kent-kissing Urgul on their own step on their own horses? How do you expect that to go? Valin took a deep breath, then spoke. This is beside the point. Seems to me it's exactly the point, Leith said. What are the risks? How do we minimize them? I seem to remember an entire year spent studying this shit back on the islands. We talk about minimizing risks in legitimate fights, Valin said, not about murdering kids who can't hurt us. What is a legitimate fight? Annick asked. A mission, Valin said, against the enemy. Not just an uncomfortable situation we crashed into the middle of. The Urgul are the enemy, Leith pointed out. They boil people alive. They cut off your eyelids. The area has been flying missions over the White for years now. Not to kill kids, Valin replied. He held up a hand to forestall the flyer's objection. Why did you join the Ketrel? Leith shook his head. I don't know. Because they showed up and told me I could fly massive killer birds. Because they're the Ketrel, for shale's sake. And if the Urgul had birds, would you fly for the Urgul? Of course not. Why not? Everything I just got done telling you. They're barbarians, Valin. Do you remember anything about their religion, their blood worship? If our fight had gone the other way, they'd be flaying us right now, taking us apart, strip by fleshy strip. That's why we have to kill them. Valin shook his head. That's why we can't. Leith stared. What the fuck are you talking about? It was one question too many, and something inside Valin, some wall that had been holding back both the anger and the words, gave way, crumbling as though before a great wave. We are not them, Leith, he shouted. We are not her, he went on, stabbing a finger at Hutsu, or her, at Pier. We can kill people, sure. We spent a whole lot of time learning to kill people, and we're good at it, but lots of people can kill people. Pier has been fucking killing people since the day we found her. The thing that makes us Ketrel is something else. We kill the right people. Gwenna was nodding furiously, but Annick brushed aside the tirade with the back of her hand. Right and wrong. Just a question of which side you're on. No, Valin said, rounding on her. No, it's not. If that's true, then why did we even come here? Why did we leave the Eyrie and rescue Caden? Why do we give a pickled shit who sits on the unhewn throne? If it doesn't matter, we could hire out right now as mercenaries to Anthera or the Manjari. We could make a tidy fortune telling them everything we know about the Ketrel. Despite the chill breeze, he was sweating beneath a heavy bison coat. With an effort he brought his voice back down, unclenched his fists. We don't do that because it does matter what side you fight on. It does matter who sits the unhewn throne. People like Sammy Yerl and Ballandin. They need to be stopped. They are bad. So were the Xestrim. So were the Atmani. He shook his head, suddenly weary. The shoulder wound ached. Everything ached. I joined the Ketrel so I could defend Annur. And I wanted to defend Annur because it is better than the Blood Cities or Anthera, better than the Manjari or the tribes of the Waste. Spare me a lecture on the virtues of our great empire, Leith said. The words were dismissive, but the fire had gone out of his resistance. It's a short lecture, Valin said. We have laws that keep the most powerful among us from destroying the weak and the unlucky. Leith shook his head. You really did grow up in a palace, didn't you? Am I right? Valin asked, ignoring the jibe. Annur's great and powerful exploit the weak and poor all the time, the flyer snapped. I know. My family is both. Your father raised taxes on blacksmiths. Did you know that? He didn't wait for Valin to answer. Of course you didn't. The thing is, the Emperor of Annur didn't bother differentiating between the huge city blacksmiths with dozens of apprentices and small shops with one man and a forge. A little oversight that put my father into debt. He shook his head in disgust. My father went to a money-lender. The bastard was happy enough to supply the coin, but at a rate no human being could possibly repay. My father worked 8 years at it. 8 years without a single day of rest, and he died at his fucking forge more in debt than when he started." Valin stared. In all his years with the Ketrel, in all their days of training and nights nursing their wounds, he'd never heard Leith tell the story. "Look," he began slowly, uncertain how to respond. "The Empire isn't a perfect state." The flyer raised his brows. "But this was unusual. The exception." He jerked a finger at Talal. "What about him? The citizens of our good and noble empire hunt down and kill leeches in huge gleeful mobs. No trial, no law, just a fire or a rope." Talal nodded slowly. He hadn't said a word throughout the entire argument, watching silently, arms crossed over his chest. "Annur has flaws," he said quietly. "Deep flaws. There are liars and murderers to go around." He glanced over toward the prisoners. "I do not want to be one of them." "Well, fuck," Leith said, shaking his head. "Neither do I. I just don't want them coming after us. That's the chance we take for doing the right thing." "Fuck," the flyer said again. "Does that mean you agree?" Leith blew out a long breath, then nodded reluctantly. Valin turned to Anik. "What about you?" "I told you what I think," she said. "You're the wing leader." "All right, then," Valin said. "We take the horses, take most of the food, take an uppy so that we look like real Urgul. I'll retie the knots holding the prisoners, something they can wriggle out of in 2 or 3 days. We head north." "I thought we were going west," Gwenna said. "There's nothing north but steppe, then ice, then icy ocean." "We head north," Valin said again. "Half a day, in case they decide to follow our tracks. We'll tack west when we find a stream to follow." He turned on his heel before anyone else could object, leaving his wing to their preparations. The prisoners were on the other side of the camp, giving Hutsul plenty of time to stare at Valin as he approached. Pierre glanced over when he was close. "Let me guess. You can't bring yourself to kill them." "We're tying them up," Valin said tersely. "Heading north." The Skullsworn smiled, then patted him on the wounded shoulder. "How did I know?" "I will find you," Hutsu said, as Valin knelt to check the knots binding her wrists and ankles. "You are a fool not to listen to your people." "If I listened to them," Valin said, cinching the knot, "you'd be dead." "You are soft." "You're the one tied up." For the better part of 2 weeks, the wing made good time, driving westward each day, camping in the low folds between the hills at night. The Urgul horses, though small, were sure-footed and utterly indefatigable. Valin had wondered how often he would need to rest the creatures, but discovered to his dismay that by the time he called a halt each night it was his own aching legs and back that needed respite. Judging from the groaning and stretching of the rest of his wing, he wasn't the only one. He'd charted a course just north of the White River, close enough that they could often see the frothing surface, distant enough that they wouldn't run smack into any Urgul watering their horses. There had been some discussion of going south. The fastest route back to Annur would be to ride hard for the bend, then take a ship for the capital. It was also the most obvious way. If the Eyrie had any hint that Valin was still alive, they'd have someone watching the docks, watching the walls, watching the whole Kent-kissing city. Riding overland to the west was less risky. Less risky, but much, much longer. The steppe stretched all the way to the horizon, a great green sea with hills like swells. Aside from the occasional limestone outcrop or stand of stunted trees, there were no landmarks, no mountains or forests, just massive emptiness spread beneath the bowl of the sky. Even the streams looked the same, narrow, low-banked, stony brooks draining south into the White River. Valin found the open space unnerving. It offered nowhere to hide, nowhere to make a stand. The low hills rose and fell just enough to obscure the surrounding territory without providing any shelter. They could be riding parallel to an Urgul Tamu, for all Valin could tell, the horseman just out of sight over the next fold, and his neck grew sore from constantly pivoting, endlessly scanning the green horizon. After a few days, Talal pointed to the south. Valin squinted. A line of golden hills flanked them in the far distance, miles and miles beyond the river. Sand, he realized. The huge undulating dunes of the Segir Desert. Entire armies had been swallowed up in the Segir, foreign and Annurian, bones and armour lost beneath the shifting sand. Even north of the river, where his own wing rode, the soil began to turn dry and cracked, forcing Valin to alter course, breaking away from the river for greener grass while still pushing west. Twice they spotted herds of bison in the distance, thousands of shaggy brown beasts 3 times the size of the horses they rode. Despite the curving horns, the creatures seemed docile enough, lazily cropping the long grass, pausing occasionally to snuffle at the air. When they broke into a run, the whole mass wheeling and charging away into the distance, Valin could feel the ground quiver beneath his feet, while the air trembled with a sound like thunder. Near the end of the 4th day, they pulled up atop a low hill just in time to see a much larger band of riders, maybe 300 or 400, also headed west, probably half a day's ride ahead of them. Despite the size of the group, they were hammering hard, even harder than Valin's wing, the herd of horses kicking up a haze of dust that hovered over the steppe like a storm cloud, dimming the noon sun. Valin counted 3 more Tarmu after that, all headed west, moving fast. It was easy enough to stay clear, to avoid the hilltops and rises, but the sight of so many Urgol on the move made him nervous. "Where do you think the bastards are going?" Gwenna asked. "No idea," Valin replied, shaking his head. "Hopefully not the same place we are." The lack of cover during the long, sun-baked days made Valin sweat, but it was the rain, finally, that did them in. He had called a halt early. Though daylight lingered, the east wind reeked of storm. Gwenna, for all that she refused to complain, looked ready to fall out of the saddle, and Valin himself didn't feel far behind. As Hendren wrote, "There is speed in slowness." Much as Valin chafed to be back in Annur, to find Caden, to find whoever was behind his father's murder and the monks, and Harlin's, there were miles of steppe, and little to be gained by trying to cross it all in one frenetic push. The rain started just after dark. It would have been nice to set up the Api or build a fire, but fires meant light and smoke, and the Api would do nothing but trap half the wing and limit its visibility. Better to be cold and ready than warm and dead, and so they wrapped themselves in their bison cloaks, the wet hides chilly and reeking, checked weapons, then sat down to gnaw through strips of dried meat and chunks of hard Urgul cheese before falling asleep. Valin took the first watch. The wound in his shoulder was healing, but still stabbed at him whenever he moved wrong. The others had settled into a rough circle, as though around the memory of a campfire. Asleep, wrapped in the huge cloaks, they looked younger than they were, more innocent, almost like children. Even Pier, with her greying hair, might have been a fishmonger or a merchant, rather than a vicious death priest with her hands steeped in blood. It seemed like weeks since Valin had had the space and time to really think about his wing, about what they'd given up when they fled the Eyrie, about what they faced in the weeks ahead. The responsibility clamped down on him like a hard fall frost. Then the rain began in earnest. The heavy drops soaked his hair in a few heartbeats, chilling his face, seeping down the back of his cloak even as they churned the ground to mud, turned the night air to a black, sheeting murk. Valin sat up straighter, ignoring the cold settling into his bones, a hand on his belt-knife. He didn't realize how accustomed he'd grown to his heightened hearing, but now, with the quiet roar of a million raindrops spattering against the earth, he felt deaf, disoriented, vulnerable. He rose to his feet, slipping a blade from beneath the cloak, and walked to the top of a small rise. Whatever he might have seen beneath a full moon or stars was scrubbed out utterly by the downpour. There was the rain and the earth at his feet, nothing more. After a long pause he turned back to the camp, unease tickling at his neck, sickening his gut. Gwenna was cursing, trying to get comfortable, and Talal and Pier kept shifting, searching for a position that might keep off the worst of the rain. To shale with it, Valin thought. No one's sleeping anyway. They could be miserable on the horses just as well as on the ground. They could rest again when the weather cleared. For all that they needed a break, they were Ketrel. A long night on horseback wasn't going to kill any of them. Besides, he didn't like sitting still when there was no way to mount an effective guard. They might stumble over someone on horseback, but at least they'd be mounted. At least they'd be ready. He was just crouching down to rouse Annur when the drumming of the rain resolved suddenly, horrifyingly, into the drumming of hooves. He spun about, desperately raising his blade as the mounted Urgul, lances levelled, soaked hair streaming behind, screaming and ululating, galloped down the low hill and into the miserable camp. It was Hutsu, of course. But not just Hutsu. Leith and Annur had been right. Another Tamu, much larger, 500 or 600 at least, had found her far to the east. Everything Valin knew about the Urgul suggested that they should have killed her, offered her up to Meshkent in some hideous ceremony, but evidently everything he learned had been worse than useless. Not only did they not kill her and her people, the larger tribe offered horses and help in hunting down the Annurians. Valin managed to kill 2 in the fury of the first assault, and Pyr somehow took down 4 more with her knives. The rest of the Ketrel were taken utterly off guard. Within heartbeats, they found themselves ringed with dozens of spear points, a sharp, shifting collar inches from their throats. Even then they looked ready to fight, hands on knives or blades, Annur clutching her half-drawn bow, death in her eyes, until Valin, the words like stones on his tongue, gave the order to stand down. In another place, captured by another foe, the fact that they were still alive might have been a comfort. Not here. Valin remembered his training clearly enough. The Urgul took captives only to offer them later as sacrifice to Quina. If half the stories were true, they might well wish they'd been killed instead of captured. There was a simplicity, a finality to a foot of sharp steel in the gut. The same couldn't be said of flaying, disemboweling, or burning, the standard fates that awaited an Urgul captive. All the more reason, Valin thought grimly, testing his bonds for the 100th time, to get uncaptured. Not that he'd arrived at any grand plan for escape. There were no prisons on the steppe, no brigs or dungeons, but the Urgul were thorough enough when it came to restraining their prisoners. Along with the rest of his wing, Valin was bound at the wrists and ankles, the rawhide cinched so tight he lost feeling immediately, then tossed over the back of a horse and tied in place. His head dangled down by the beast's belly, so low that the front hooves threatened to strike him when the animal broke into a canter, making it almost impossible to see anything except the dark mud as they rode. With every stride the horse's spine battered his ribs. His wounded shoulder felt ready to rip from the socket. The Urgul had stripped their cloaks, and the frigid rain soaked him until he trembled uncontrollably. The pain was constant, staggering, but the pain was the least of it. Over and over again, as the horses cantered north through the night and storm, Valin ran through his decisions, leaving the bird, letting the prisoners live, riding west rather than south. He'd made a mistake. That much was clear as a knife to the eye, but it was hard to know what, exactly, he could have done differently. Even lashed to the horse's back, he couldn't imagine killing the children in Hutsu's camp, and the bird. If they'd tried to fly south, the flea would have found them, killed them. "It's done," he growled at himself after a while. "You fucked up somewhere. The question is what you do now." It was difficult enough just not to pass out, but with much straining, Valin managed to twist his head and half raise his torso, the joints of his arms screaming as he stretched up and back, searching for his companions in the driving rain. There were scores of Urgul, a mass of shifting horseflesh and riders, and though the storm had started to abate, he caught only a glimpse of Leith and Gwenna, trussed like sacks of grain over the backs of their own horses. The Urgul finally called a halt in the chill grey hour just before dawn. When the horse went still, Valin thought he was dreaming at first, that his mind had lifted clear of the constant stabbing misery of his body. Then someone sliced the cord holding him up, and he tumbled to the ground, unable to bring his dead arms up to block the fall. The Ketrel, of course, had trained him for captivity. Though he was still bound at the wrists and ankles, he began flexing his legs, drawing them up to his chest, then lowering them, over and over. Then his arms. He knew how to fight, with tied hands, and if the opening presented itself, he intended to be ready. His frozen muscles groaned in protest. The Urgul were laughing, he realized, watching him writhe on the ground like a worm. He ignored the sound, kept moving, though the action ground his face against the stones and wet earth. Just when he'd gone from shaking to simply trembling, just as he'd managed to stop biting his tongue with chattering teeth, someone seized him by the neck, then wrestled him roughly to his feet. When he managed to straighten up, he found himself staring at Hutsu. Or, to be more precise, at Hutsu's horse. The Kasabe who had dragged him up stepped back as though to offer Valin and his captor a measure of intimacy, but the Urgul woman hadn't bothered to dismount. She sat her horse lazily, short spear balanced in the crook of her arm, the thin line of a smile creasing her face. "I told you this. I told you I would find you." Valin glanced at the spear, then the horse, gauging the distance between himself and the rider. Though his feet were still tied, he could probably grab the weapon, rip it out of her hands, or pull her off the horse, maybe even plant it in her chest. He opened and closed his hands. They were still numb, but they seemed to work. And then what? He glanced over his shoulder, able for the first time to make sense of the milling bodies around him. Hutsu had brought him to a sprawling Urgul camp many times larger than the one in which he'd found her. Valin stared. Truth be told, the place was more like a town than a camp, with hundreds of uppi thrown up haphazardly among the cook fires and hobbled horses, men and women riding to and fro, even children darting about between the tents, pale legs and faces spattered with mud. The place reeked of burning horse dung and cooking horseflesh, wet hide and wet mud, pennants of fur and feather whipped from long lances planted in the earth. Men and women gathered between tents and around fires, tended to their horses or their children, calling to one another in their odd, sing-song language. There must have been 1,000 Urgul, maybe more. Valin turned his attention back to Hutsu, leaning back slowly on his heels, forcing himself to stay still, to check his own rage. Even if he managed to kill the woman, he'd still be tied up, trussed like a pig for whatever happened next. "This is not the time," he told himself silently, repeating the words in his head as though rehearsing them again and again could keep him from folly. "This is not the time." "Where are we?" he asked instead, jerking his head at the surrounding camp. Hutsu smiled. "These are my people." "I thought your people hated large camps. I thought you lived in Tamu, not nations." The Urgul woman shrugged. "We did. Not anymore." Before Valin could make sense of that, other riders pulled up beside them, each Urgul trailing a horse with a sodden human shape lashed across the back. Relief mingled with fury, Valin watched as one by one the other members of his wing were cut from their horses, then dumped unceremoniously on the ground. The rest of the Urgul, like Hutsu, refused to dismount, watching impassively as the horses shifted beneath them, their hooves making sucking sounds in the mud. Annur was the first up, struggling to her knees, then her feet. She moved awkwardly as though she had strained or torn something during the long ride, but Valin could see her testing the rawhide at her wrists as she stood, searching for some weakness. Gwenna cursed the Urgul until one of the riders knocked her across the back of the head with the butt of his spear, sending her reeling into the mud once more. Talal got to his feet, slowly, silent and intent. Valin studied the leech, then flicked a sign. "You're well?" Talal made an almost imperceptible nod. "So," Valin thought, allowing himself a small smile. "That's something." Before he could respond, however, 2 new Urgul rode up. The taller of them handed a water-skin to Hutsu without a word, and she, in turn, tossed it to Valin. "Drink," she said, as he caught it awkwardly. He eyed the bladder. He knew from experience what a single day without water could do. If he was going to stay sharp, alert, he needed to drink. He locked eyes with Hutsu, raised the skin to his mouth, then tilted it back. At first there was nothing but the delicious wash of cold water as he sucked it down, his body greedy for the drink. Only after a few swallows did he finally taste the adamanthe, the root's bitter residue roughening his tongue. Hutsu smiled as she watched him pause. "For the leech," she said, gesturing to the water-skin. "My people, too, have such creatures." For a moment, Valin contemplated draining the full skin, draining it or ripping it open on one of the Urgul's spears. The adamanth wouldn't do him any harm, of course. It might even ease the ache in his shoulder, in his bruised ribs, but the strong infusion would cut Talal off entirely from his well. The Ketrel used an even more concentrated form of the tea, but simply boiling the root would prove more than effective. Clearly the Urgul didn't know which member of his wing to be wary of, but it hardly mattered. It would make them all drink. Valin hefted the skin in his hands, testing its weight, then discarded the idea of destroying it. Adamanth was common enough, no more than a weed, really, and one could find it in ditches and swamps from the waist to the steppe. If he threw away one skin, the Urgul would simply produce another. He glanced at Talal. The leech's eyes were wary, grave, but he just shrugged. Valin turned back to Hutsu, matching her stare as he drank long and full from the skin. At least he could deny her the sight of his own disappointment. As the Urgul passed the skin among the prisoners, Valin considered the camp once more, then his captors. "What happens next?" he asked. Hutsu gestured at the forest of tents. "We pack, then we ride." "Ride where?" "West." "What's west?" "Longfist," the woman replied. "What in hell's name is Longfist?" "You will learn that when you meet him." So the Urgul weren't planning to sacrifice them right away. Of course, there was no telling how far west they planned to ride. It wasn't much, but it was something. "Is that where the rest of the Tamu are going?" Valin asked. "West? To meet Longfist?" "Too many questions," Hutsu said, waving a hand at 3 of the younger Urgul. "Take them, put them with the other one. Watch them close. They are a soft people, but fast." "The other one?" Valin demanded, shaking his head, trying to make sense of it. "Who's the other one?" Hutsu smiled. "Go. See." The Annurian prisoner was tied up a dozen paces beyond the last row of api. The Urgul had bound his hands to his feet, forcing him into a hunched crouch. It wouldn't have been horrible at first, but a day, even half a day, bent double like that would be enough to crack most men and women. Worse, despite the chill drizzle, they'd stripped him of his shirt. The man clearly hadn't eaten anything in days. Valin could count the knobs of his spine, the ribs, could count the seeping gashes in his skin where he'd been whipped. The prisoner didn't look up as the horses approached. He could have been knocked out. Maybe he thought there was nothing to see. "Who is it?" Valin demanded, turning to the young rider, the Tabe, who guarded him. "Warrior," the Tabe sneered. "Great warrior. Like you." The other Urgul laughed. "When we get out of here," Laith said, shaking his head, "when we get a bird, I'm coming back, and I'm going to kill every one of these miserable bastards." "Might take a long time," Valin said, glancing over his shoulder. "There are millions." "I'll help him," Gwenna growled. "Me too," the prisoner said without bothering to raise his head. "I bet we'd make a good team." Valin froze. Chill rain trickling down the back of his neck, making him shiver. The man's voice was hollow, weak. But there was something there. He took a step back, looking for space, ignoring the sharp spear point pressing against his back. "So you lived after all," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. Balandin Einhor raised his head. A massive bruise purpled the side of his face, half closing one eye. His upper lip was split, and high on his shoulder a mirror of Valin's own wound. The half-healed scar left by Caden's crossbow bolt leaked pus and blood. If the leech was bothered by his injuries, however, he didn't show it. "Of course I lived. What did Hendrins say? If you haven't seen the body, don't count the kill." "You shit-licking whoreson!" Gwenna snarled, lunging forward, her Urgul captors forgotten. One of the horsemen extended a spear, and she went down face first in the mud. Balandin just raised his brows, his bonds not permitting much else. "I see you're not getting along with our hosts any better than I am. I guess that means we're on the same side. Again." He started to smile, then grimaced as his lip cracked open, bleeding anew. "We were never on the same side," Valin said. Despite the cold, his skin blazed, his skin and his blood. Even the breath in his lungs seemed to burn. Like Gwenna, he'd nearly forgotten the surrounding horsemen. Whatever the Urgul were, whatever they were planning, this was the man who had murdered Ami and Harlin, who had come so close to murdering Caden. Everything, their flight from the Eyrie, the flea's pursuit, and Finn's death, even their current captivity, could be traced right back to Ballandin Einhor. Had Valin not been so tightly bound, he would have leapt on the leech, would have wrung the life from his flesh. "We were never on the same side," he said again, "and we never will be." He tried to collar his anger, to choke it back. Fury so blind and unreasoning was dangerous in any situation. Around Ballandin it was deadly. Valin wasn't likely to forget their last fight, that desperate night battle high in the Bone Mountains, Ballandin knocking aside Anik's arrows with the tiniest flick of his fingers, Ballandin sending stones hurling through the darkness, Ballandin chuckling smugly, knowing that as long as Valin hated him, he would have power. All leeches were strange, unnatural creatures, but there was a world of difference between Talal, who relied on iron for his strength, and Ballandin, who fed off the emotions of his foes. Ballandin needed the fear and the rage, cultivated them, and while Valin could for the most part master his fear of the leech, the rage was another matter entirely. Clearly the Urgul had drugged Ballandin in the same way they had Talal. Had they not, the vicious bastard would already have gutted them all. Ballandin pursed his lips. "You've always had a hard time with compromise, Valin. It's a shame, particularly now. I could use an ally." He cocked his head to the side. "And from the look of it, so could you." Before Valin could reply, one of the Tarbis slammed a spear shaft into the backs of his knees, dropping him into the mud. "Talk less," the rider said, dismounting with obvious distaste, then tying Valin in the same uncomfortable manner as Ballandin. Valin tried to reply, but the Urgul cuffed him across the cheek. "Talk less!" Ballandin smirked as Valin's wing was bound. "Well, just think about it, Valin. I know we've had our differences, but—" He shrugged, the movement cut short by his cords. "I think we could get past all that." 17. Over and over, day after day, like the chorus to a desperate song, the words revolved in Adair's mind. It can't be true. It can't be true. It can't be true. When the song stopped, however, when the tune fell off, she heard a different voice, cold and rational. Yes, it can. The history of the Atmani was ancient, to be sure, but though the wounds to the cities and land had long healed, the scars remained. Certainly the accounts were fresh enough. Adair had read dozens of them as a child, tales penned by people who were there, who saw what happened. The chronicles didn't agree on much, but the basics were clear. The Atmani kings and queens, 6 immortal leech lords, ruled Eridroa well and justly for close to 500 years. Then they went mad. When 3 decades of civil war were finally over, they had destroyed half the world in fire, famine, and war. It was true that Roshin and Rishinira hadn't been quite as brutal as the others, disappearing entirely before the last spasms of slaughter began, but that didn't mean much. If Nira and Oshi were the last of the leech lords, they had the blood of thousands on their hands. Tens of thousands. It was almost impossible to believe, but Adair had seen the hovering net of flame, had heard Oshi's ranting. He'd been ready to kill her, to murder her for destroying a tower that had collapsed centuries earlier. Adair glanced over at the old man. He sat on the bank of the canal, on a wide, flat stone where Nira had put him while they ate their lunch, comfortably away from the other pilgrims. Since the terrifying scene in the old tower, he had returned to his quiet, gentle madness, but Nira never let him wander from her sight. She was always there with the bottle when he grew puzzled or distressed, helping him to tip it up while the pungent spirits dribbled down his chin. There were dozens of bottles of the stuff clinking softly in the bottom of the wagon. What it was, Adair still had no idea, but it seemed to work. At the moment, Oshie was gazing down the steep bank, singing a soft, incomprehensible song to the rising carp. And nearer, Adair studied her surreptitiously while she ate a small bowl of cold rice. While it was true that the old woman had proven helpful, even kind in her brusque way, since the scene by the canal she had become more guarded, her eyes more dangerous. She understood as well as Adair that the balance of power had shifted between the two of them, and it was clear she didn't appreciate the shift. Nera had redoubled her lashings, both verbal and physical, as though newly determined to teach the young woman a lesson, any lesson. "Look," Adair said finally, wiping her chin with the back of her hand, "I appreciate your hiding me these past weeks, but things have changed." Nera's eyes narrowed. "Don't seem that different to me." "They don't?" Adair asked, trying not to raise her voice, shooting a nervous glance at Oshie. "Have you forgotten the other night? Forgotten what I saw?" "Don't see that it matters." Adair exhaled slowly. "Yes. Well, I do." She leaned in. "I know who you are. You've kept my secret, and I appreciate that. But travelling with you is an enormous risk. Being a princess disguised as a pilgrim is a risk." Adair nodded vigorously. "Which is why I don't need any more." She took a deep breath, trying to slow herself. "The other pilgrims already distrust you. You heard Le Havre the other night. I think it might just be best if we went our separate ways." Nera frowned, then shook her head. "Don't think so." Adair stared. "You don't think so?" "Think we'll keep on as we've been?" "No," Adair said, the fear rising up inside her. "You're not listening. I will find other companions." "And have me wondering every day if you sold us for a bit of trust from your new-found friends?" Adair shook her head. "I wouldn't do that. Never. Besides, if I went to the pilgrims claiming that Oisin and Rishinira are just over there cooking fish by the wagon, who would believe me? People would think I'd lost my mind." "They might not believe the Atmani part," Nera said grimly, "but it doesn't take much talk of leeches to see a couple old fools strung twitching from a tree." "I wouldn't do that," Adair insisted again. Nera smiled a toothy smile. "I know, because you'll be right here with us till the long walk's over." Adair took a deep breath, gathering her nerve. The woman and her brother were leeches. They could kill her with a gesture. But the three of them sat in plain sight of the rest of the pilgrims, barely 100 paces of untilled field between them. Surely Nera wouldn't be bold enough to attack Adair where the others might see, might notice. Adair tried to believe that as she leaned forward once more. "This is not a negotiation," she said firmly. "It is a fact." Nera rounded on her snake quick, snapping the side of her cane into Adair's temple, knocking her a few paces down the steep embankment. For a few heartbeats Adair fought the throbbing pain and the rising darkness. Finally she was able to struggle to her knees, then her feet. At last, holding her skull, she looked up to find the old woman shaking her head, a quick, curt motion, lips tight. "I understand you're a princess and all," Nera hissed. "You're bright, you're ambitious, you've won a few petty little battles." "Petty battles?" Adair demanded, trying to get her feet beneath her. To show weakness now was to fail, and she could not afford to fail. "I saw the chief priest of Intara destroyed. I gelded his entire church." Nera snorted. "A batch of sun-blind fools." Adair wasn't sure how to respond to that, but the woman was already bullying ahead. "You've been a minister a few months. I ruled this whole fucking continent." She paused to stab her cane into the soft earth. "4 centuries! You had a quarrel with a priest? We," she included Oshie in her gesture, "battled Dirik and Chirug for decades. I faced Shijahin on the Black Rock for 3 nights and 3 days while the earth cracked around us and men died by the thousands." Her lips were drawn back in a snarl. Adair felt a cold hand close around her heart. "I saw your family rise from nothing. Watched Teriel struggle to found his little empire. scraping together our ashes and calling them a civilization. I saw Teriel die, and Santun, and Anlatun, all of them. Missed your father's funeral tending to Oshi's cough, but make no mistake about it, girl. When the time comes, I will see you stuck in one of those caves, bony hands folded on your chest. So if you think, you presumptuous little bitch, that because you are a fucking Malkenian, a princess, a clever girl in a stupid world, think this. For 1,000 years and more I have refrained from using my powers. For 1,000 years I have kept my brother from destroying everything he sees. I hope to continue doing so until I've done what I intend to do, and if you'd seen what my brother is capable of, my hopes would be your fucking prayers." She shook her head, and some of the fury had drained from her voice when she spoke again. "Our fight is not with you, girl. But if you cross me, you'll wish it had been you and not that useless priest who burned in Intara's fire." When the woman finally fell silent, Adair realized she had taken 2 or 3 steps back, as though driven bodily by the force of Nera's fury. "Sister?" Oshi asked, looking up from the carp, worry and confusion in his cloudy eyes. One hand opened and closed as though attempting a fist. "Is there danger?" He glanced at Adair uncertainly, then at the land around them, eyes fixing on the pilgrims atop the bank. "Must we fight?" Nera shifted her eyes from Adair to her brother, then back. "Ask her," she said. Adair hesitated, fear, humiliation and awe raging high inside her like a river about to burst its banks. She wanted to lash out, to physically strike the old woman. She wanted to whimper. There wasn't much space left over for rational thought, but it was to that remaining sliver of her mind that her father's voice spoke from the depth of her childhood. "You cannot see clearly, Adair, when your sight is clouded by your own emotions." She took an unsteady breath, then another. Rishinira was a leech, an abomination, one of the twisted vipers responsible for the deaths of thousands, but not, at least not necessarily, Adair's enemy. Her mind spun, trying to see the truth. The old woman had helped her, hidden her, protected her, and asked for nothing in return except Adair's complicity. "No," Adair said slowly, raising her hands. "I don't want to fight." Nera studied her for a long time, then nodded brusquely. "All right, then. When we've got to Olon and done what needs doing there, you won't see us again. We'll disappear." She glanced at her brother. "We're good at that, ain't we, you stupid sack of shit?" Adair frowned. She had spent so much time worrying about how to handle Nera and her brother that she never paused to wonder why the two had joined the pilgrimage in the first place. It seemed an unlikely decision. Travel involved unexpected surprises. Joining a large group increased the chance of awkward questions, prying glances, inadvertent disclosures. Adair's own nerves were frayed ragged from 2 weeks maintaining her disguise, and yet, for some reason, the two Atmani had sought out the company, willingly attaching themselves to the other pilgrims for the long march south. "And what," Adair asked slowly, "are you doing on the road to Olon?" Nera eyed her warily. "Didn't we just get done pissing on each other over the keeping of secrets? Now you want to go sharing more?" Adair paused. It would be easy to let it go, to leave the conversation on a note of uneasy détente and turn her attention to the challenges awaiting her to the south. There were enough dangerous people hoping to see her dead without adding the Kent-kissing Atmani to the list. On the other hand, Nera's presence in the pilgrimage seemed too strange to be utter coincidence, as though she, too, were swept south on the same unsettled political tide that carried Adair. It was hard to imagine what an immortal leech might want with a crumbling city like Olon, but there was a chance that her unspoken goals coincided in some way with Adair's. Unfortunately, the trading of secrets involved trading. "Don't give," Adair thought grimly, "don't get." "I'm raising an army," Adair said. "That's why I'm going to Olon." Nera pursed her wrinkled lips. "Strong with the 4 you already got?" "They aren't mine," Adair replied. Annurian armies, Annurian princess. Sound like yours to me. They belong to Iltonja, Adair said, voice tight, and he is not my ally. Ah. Nera let the syllable hang in the light breeze. It's like that, then. She shook her head. Civil war, girl. There's nothing to fuck with. I've got no choice, Adair said, more heat than she intended in her voice. The Kenarang murdered my father. Nera shrugged. Your father sat on that ugly rock, but he was just one man. Lot more than that are going to die, you go starting a war. Who's going to do the dying on your side? The Sons of Flame, Adair replied. Nera raised a bushy eyebrow. They hate the Empire already, Adair went on, trying to sound like she believed the words as they left her lips, trying to believe them. I just need to convince Vestan and Meredith that I'm a different type of Malkenian. She fell silent, waiting for the old woman to berate her for short-sightedness, stupidity, or both. But Nera just sucked air between her crooked teeth. A Meredith, she said after a while. Might be we're not just on the same path, but in the same wagon, too. Adair frowned. What do you want with him? Maybe nothing. Can't say till I see the man, till I see his face. What's that going to tell you? Whether he's the one did this to us. The old woman replied, voice hardening. Adair hesitated. A cold wind had picked up, whipping down from the north, churning the canal to a froth of chop and spray, whipping Adair's face with her hair. O'Shea turned from the water, shaking his head, tears coursing down his weathered cheeks. "They're gone," he said, gesturing to the water. "The fish are gone." His voice was lost, plaintive, pitifully weak against the gusts. "Did I kill them, Nera? Did I kill them all?" "No," she said, keeping her eyes on Adair. "You didn't kill them, O'Shea." "Did what to you?" Adair asked. Nera waved a hand at O'Shea. "Made us immortal. Made us kings and queens of half the world. Made us mad." Adair shivered at the words, even as she tried to make sense of them. She'd read dozens of accounts of the origin of the Atmani, but not one, not even Yenton's history, claimed any certainty about where the Leech Lords had acquired their longevity or power. "Who—" Adair began hesitantly, searching for a way to frame the question. "How—" "Xestream," Nera hissed, then spat onto the dirt. "Didn't realize it then. Didn't learn till later when we caught and killed two of them, two of the three." Adair shook her head at the impossibility of the notion. "Why would the Xestream want to help you?" "Help?" Nera choked on a laugh, then stabbed a bony finger at O'Shea. "Does that look like helping to you?" "But they made you immortal," Adair protested. "They gave you powers." "The powers were ours before we ever met them. They just enhanced them. As for immortal," she held out a withered arm, "looks like they didn't get that quite right either. This body's going to dirt. It's just taken a lot longer than it oughta." She grimaced. "The Xestream didn't give a rotted shit for us, girl. They were trying to make a new breed, or to remake an old one. Thought they'd found a way to bring back their race." Adair stared. "But you're not Xestream. You have feelings." Nera snorted. "You noticed? Like I said, they tried to play at Badisa's work and they fucked up." "The beginning of your reign was a golden age," Adair pointed out. "And then it went straight into the shitter. We weren't meant to live this long, to have this much power. Something up here," she rapped at her skull with a knuckle, "can't take it. But you aren't. That's because I realized it first. Quit dipping into my well. I tried to get Roshin to stop too, but he was wrapped up in the dream. The dream first, and then the war." Her eyes were dark, bleak. "He catches glimpses, sometimes, of what it's done to him. But if I left him alone for a full day, he'd throw himself right back into it." 1,000 years, Adair breathed, mind reeling at the thought. "For more than 1,000 years you've done nothing but keep him drugged. Keep him in check." "Not nothing, girl," Nera snapped. "Learned to knit a few centuries back. Picked up the flute a bit." She shrugged. "Since forgot it." "Why?" Adair asked quietly. If you resent the immortality so much, couldn't you—" She trailed off. "Bash his head in?" Nira asked brightly. She turned to her brother. "What do you say, Roche? How'd you feel about a quick brick to the brain?" He turned his rheumy eyes on her, open mouth revealing his yellowing teeth. "If you think so, Nira," he responded hesitantly. "Whatever you think is best." The old woman let out an exasperated sigh. "Whatever I think is best. What a pathetic pile of bones you've become." She turned back to Adair. "I'm tempted to kill him almost every day. Seems it'd be a mercy. But then, he's my brother. Bad thing to kill your own brother with a brick. Besides, maybe I can heal him. Maybe I can find the one who knows how." "The last success dream," Adair said. Nira nodded. "The smart one, the one with the ideas." "And you think it's Vestana Meridad?" Adair asked, shaking her head. "Why?" The old woman frowned. "Nah, not really. Been looking for a lot of years and only had a couple of brushes to show for it. But why Vestan?" Nira nodded, as though considering the question anew. "He's a meddler, this bastard I'm hunting. Meddled with me, meddled with others. Likes to be near the centre of the pile of shit. We weren't the only kings he propped up over the years, and if this Emeridad's fixing to topple your empire—" She shrugged. "I've walked across half a continent for less. Sides, sounds like he more or less fits the bill. Tall, dark, unfunny, smart." Adair stared. "There must be 100 men who fit the description. 1,000. If the success stream you're looking for cleaves to centres of power, why aren't you in Annur? Why aren't you in the Dawn Palace?" Nero raised an eyebrow. "Just walk up to the palace and batter at the door with McCain? Is that it?" She shook her head. "Ain't as easy to get in and out of those nice red walls as you think. Besides, Ocean I just did a couple decades in Annur. Nothing but burned rice and shit stink. It's in Olan that the pot's boiling over, and so Olan's where we're going. Like I said, probably ain't a Meridad. But you sit in one place too long, you get old." Adair studied the woman. It seemed like a mad plan, criss-crossing the earth looking for the creature who had given them immortality. But then the Atmani were mad. That was the one thing on which all the historians agreed. And if it is him, if the man leading the Sons of Flame is the one you're looking for, what then?
"See if he can fix us." She jerked a thumb over her shoulder at Oshi. "Fix him."
"And if he can't?"
"Kill him."
"I need a Meridad," Adair blurted. "I need the Sons of Light to overthrow Iltonja."
"Well then,"
Nira said, voice flat, hard,
"you best hope he's not the one I'm looking for."
18. Olon straddled the blue-brown shallows of the northern end of Lake Baku like a gracile, thousand-legged spider of stone, her body an oblong island a few hundred paces offshore, her legs the narrow quays stretching into the shimmering water and the slender stone bridges reaching toward the north bank. Even seen through the blindfold, the narrow towers and shapely domes were far more elegant than Annur's stark angles and rigid lines. But Adair couldn't spare much attention for the architecture, not with 20 armed men blocking the bridge on which she stood. The men weren't uniformed, not that she could make out anyway, but it was clear enough from the neat ranks, from the well-polished weapons and obvious military discipline, that they weren't a band of thugs out to rob pilgrims. They might have been legionaries, only they weren't wearing imperial armour, and besides, none of the armies had a legion stationed in Olon, which meant the Sons of Flame, which meant the reports Adair had heard were true. She wasn't sure whether to be relieved or terrified. She had thought at first that the men were just running a routine patrol on the bridge, checking carts and carriages, maybe strong-arming money out of the merchants, some sort of levy to support the faithful. As she approached, however, caught up in the knot of pilgrims, she realized they were waiting, 40 or 50 of them, well-armed and alert, just waiting. Adair glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to find another army marching on the city, an attacking force that might warrant the presence of so many armed men, but there was no army. Only the stragglers of her own pilgrimage, alongside a few local cart drivers lashing ponderous water buffalo.
"Looks as though the light lovers think they own the bridges," Annur groused, spitting onto the flagstones.
Adair nodded nervously. She'd expected the Sons of Flame to be hidden away somewhere, holed up in alleys and cellars, not standing at attention athwart the main bridge into the city. Amaridad was either very bold, very stupid, or both. Such an open display of force risked the full retaliation of Annur, at least once Il Tonge heard of it. On the bright side, she thought bleakly, at least I don't need to go hunting around for them in the taverns. At least they're here. She reached up to adjust her blindfold, squared her shoulders, then moved forward with the mass of gold-robed faithful, just another pilgrim returning to the city where the faith was born. The soldiers, younger men mostly, some with onion-pale skin, others dark as charred wood, watched the throng approach. Adair waited for them to move aside, to allow the devout into the city, but they did not move. Instead, when the first wagons reached the height of the bridge, a broad-shouldered man with a neck like a dock piling stepped forward. He must have been well into his 5th decade, though the years had done nothing to chip away at the heavy muscle of his arms and chest.
"Stop!"
he said, voice loud enough he didn't bother to raise a hand. The pilgrimage clattered to a halt in a welter of confused questions, those behind demanding answers from their friends nearer the top of the bridge. Adair's hands were slippery with sweat. She forced herself to leave them at her side, not to wipe them on her robes. She felt light-headed, as though she might pass out. It would be a disaster, of course. If she fell, the pilgrims who came to her aid would remove the blindfold, and then she was dead. "Keep standing," she told herself silently. "Stay on your Kent-kissing feet." The Sons of Flame hadn't moved, but their commander was running his gaze over the golden-robed men and women at the front of the line, his mouth twisted in a scowl.
"Where is the Malkanian?" he asked finally.
Ice slid down Adair's spine. She wanted to flee and fight all at the same time. The bridge balustrade was only a few paces off. She couldn't see what lay beneath, but if she hurled herself off of it—
"Keep still, you dumb wench,"
Annur murmured, voice pitched for Adair's ears alone.
"And keep your mouth shut."
Legs trembling beneath her, Adair stood still, heart slamming against her ribs. Suddenly her blindfold and backstory seemed pathetic, a flimsy shield against so many ideas, so many curious minds. Of course someone recognized her, recognized or suspected that the tall young woman travelling alone, the one hiding her eyes, might be more than she seemed. Despite Neera's admonition, Adair was ready to run, to leap into the lake below, when a strong hand took her by the elbow, the fingers like steel. "What?" she cried, breaking off when she twisted to find Lahav holding her. He smiled grimly.
"Let's go."
"I'm not—"
"Of course you're not,"
he said, shoving her forward.
"Let's go."
Adair glanced over at Neera, hoping, praying that the woman might do something, but Neera just watched, eyes like slits in her wizened face, then gave an almost imperceptible shake of the head. By the time Adair had recovered her wits enough to struggle, she stood in the wide space between the Sons of Flame and the pilgrims, Lahav still at her side, still holding her by the arm, his grip so tight she could feel the bruises forming. The bridge had gone silent. Hundreds of stares bored into her, most of them confused, some already angry. For a fleeting moment she thought she might be able to bluff her way through, then discarded the idea as stupidity, insanity. Somehow Lahav knew her, knew who she was. The only hope was to put a brave face on the thing, to do what she had come to do. With her free hand she reached up and pulled the blindfold free. "I am Adair Hui Malkanian," she said, "daughter of the murdered Emperor, Princess of Annur, and the Minister of Finance. I have come here to set right a wrong, and to forge again a bond that has been broken between my family and the Divine Church of Intara." The pilgrims stared, shocked. Even the soldiers looked somewhat taken aback. Lahav, however, just snorted.
"Nice speech. Are you finished?"
"No," she said, squaring her shoulders, standing a little straighter. "I am not finished.
I came to speak with Vestan Ameridad, not to be manhandled by one of his minions." The muscled soldier, the one who had first called out her name, laughed at that, a quick, scornful bark. Adair turned on him, a queasy feeling in her gut. "You are Ameridad?" The man seemed brutish and ill-mannered, a poor combination given what she hoped to achieve. At her question he just laughed harder. "That's enough, Camger," Lahav said. The man's laughter ended instantly. Adair turned in horror, realizing her mistake, but the pilgrim she knew as Lahav ignored her, gesturing instead to the men and women he had walked alongside during the march south. "These people have come a long way. They are tired and hungry. It seems you want to make a show, but they have not come here for a show. They have come here because of their devotion to the goddess, not for some sordid spectacle of a lying bureaucrat brought low." Adair rounded on the man, anger stiffening her trembling legs. "I am neither lying nor a bureaucrat." Lahav studied her a moment, seemed about to say something, then shook his head, turning instead to the assembled crowd. "My mother named me Lahav, but the goddess gave me a new name, Ameridad. I thank my brothers and sisters of the road for their companionship and piety, their quiet devotion and sacrifice to Intara. You've given up much to come here, work and family, security, and I will see to it that this new city, this holy city, welcomes you as you deserve. As for this," he said, jerking his head toward Adair without bothering to look at her, "you witness here Malkanian treachery first-hand. Do not forget it." Most men would have said more, would have waited for the applause and the stamping of feet, but when Lahav had finished speaking, he turned, passing Adair to Camger with a glance over his shoulder. "See that she's brought to the Given cellars, double guard. I'll be along after I've cleaned myself, prayed, and made my offering to the goddess." Camger saluted, but Lahav was already striding through his troops and into Olon as though Adair had ceased to exist. That was when the Idolians struck. At first, she thought the pilgrims behind her were just voicing their confusion and outrage. There were shouts, cries that could have been accusation or anger, the clatter of hooves. Then she saw the faces of the soldiers gathered around her, the sudden surprise and fear in the eyes of the Sons of Flame, followed by the desperate scramble to draw weapons, a scramble ending in failure. At first, all Adair knew was that two men, both mounted, both swinging swords as long as her arm, were riding straight into the mass of Intaran soldiers, cutting furiously into the men on foot. She saw a head split open and an arm severed at the elbow, watched one man raise his sword only to see the weapon smashed straight into his face. Camger seemed as confused as the rest, struggling to pull his blade free while keeping his grip on her arm. Adair turned just in time to see Fulton lean over the pommel of his saddle, swinging his broad blade in a great arc that opened the huge soldier from his neck to his chest. Blood, hotter than monsoon rain, splattered Adair's face, and then she was free. "Quickly, my lady," Fulton said, wheeling his horse to a stop, reaching down with his free hand. "Into the saddle before they regroup." Adair's mind reeled, but her body took over. She seized the Idolian's hand, dragging herself up onto the horse even as the Sons of Flame closed around them again. A part of her, the part that wasn't drenched in blood and terror, noted that Fulton looked thinner, older, his eyes and cheeks sunken and haggard. How long had the two men been following her? Why? The questions were irrelevant in the midst of the chaos, inane, but her mind had retreated from the blood soaking her robes, from the screaming of the injured, from the shapes of the shattered men splayed on the flagstones. For a moment she thought she might start singing. Whether from euphoria or madness, she couldn't be sure. It looked like they would make it. Birch was holding back the Sons while Fulton spurred his horse to a gallop, charging straight back through the ranks of the pilgrims. "We're going to break free," Adair thought. The realization tasted like clean air, fresh and cold in her lungs. "We're getting out!" Then, with no warning, the horse was screaming, tumbling forward, and she was off, flying through the air. Flying. Flying, then not. Ameridad's minions knew their work. bustling her through the ancient city's bafflement of alleyways and side streets with business-like efficiency. Adair could barely walk. The gash on her head throbbed, and her vision was hazy, blurry. She wanted to ask about Fulton and Birch, to know whether they were still alive, but someone had stuffed a foul-tasting gag in her mouth, and between the stench and the dizziness it was all she could do not to vomit. The small party turned and backtracked so often that Adair quickly lost all sense of direction, and after a short while she quit trying to keep track of where she was and paid attention to the city itself, hoping to learn something that might save her life. The reek of white fish, turmeric, and smoke filled the twisting alleys, and the streets and windows were alive with barter and banter. Still, something about the place seemed moribund, as though it had died years earlier. The buildings were as graceful as they were venerable, but most had begun to crumble, mortar and stone falling away, marring the sweeping curves with ugly, ragged holes. Those that had not yet submitted to the ultimate indignity of collapse were rough and battered, paint and plaster stripped by decades of storm and neglect. Half the walls in the city looked badly in need of repair. It wasn't quite a ruin. Perhaps it never would be, considering the lucrative trade that passed through it. And yet, Olon was a city with a dagger in her heart. A dagger we put there, Adair realized grimly. A wound dealt by the Malkenians. Perhaps Teriel Hui Malkenian hadn't intended to gut the capital of the ancient kingdom of Kresh when he founded his nascent empire, but neither had he chosen it as his ruling seat. Money followed power, and after the government shifted to Annur, Olon began to crumble. Canal and lake trade kept her alive, along with the voracious appetite of the capital, but the once palatial residences along the water had been converted into taverns, brothels, and flop houses for wagon drivers and sailors weary from the rough passage across Lake Baku. A few stubborn descendants of the old aristocratic houses squatted inside familial manses they could no longer maintain, while thieves and orphans, rats and wind reclaimed the rest. It looked like a miserable place to live, but a perfect city to defend. As she was dragged through the streets, Adair glimpsed no fewer than 10 pairs of Ameridad's guards, hard men with blades and bows, lounging in the shadows or blocking the heads of narrow lanes. They wore no insignia or livery, certainly nothing to connect them to the Sons of Flame, and she might have mistaken them for common street toughs had it not been for the silent nods and curt gestures they exchanged with her captors as she passed. The whole Kent-kissing city is this bastard's fortress, Adair thought bleakly, as she stumbled over the uneven cobbles, trying to keep her feet. She tried to imagine an Annurian legion taking the place, and failed. Olon's maze of collapsing buildings and piled rubble would render legionary tactics and formations pointless. The Sons of Flame could blend with the local population, hiding in attics and cellars, sniping from open windows before disappearing into their ancient warren. For the first time Adair realized that Ameridad's choice in coming to this particular city might have been influenced by more than simple religious devotion. Iltornja might be a brilliant general, but this was no city for generals. 1,000 men could die in Olon's alleyways without anyone noticing. 1,000 men, or one very stupid princess. Despite the low ceiling and stone, the ponderous walls and lack of windows, the small room, a basement, below a basement, beneath a basement, judging by the number of stairs they had descended, looked more like a study than an abattoir. Rolled maps and piles of parchment, letters and supply lists waited in tidy piles on the wide table. Someone had stacked a few crates neatly in the corner, the topmost of which was stamped ink. A tattered, mouldy map of Olon was tacked up on the far wall, although Adair couldn't make out much but the bridges and the dark outline of the island itself. The place spoke of caution, deliberation, and resolve. Le Havre, Ameridad, whatever his name was, the man seated across from her, was clearly more than just some power-hungry, up-jumped soldier.
"You understand," he said, considering Adair bluntly over the rough wooden table, "that many of the faithful, probably most, will want to see you burned."
"I am a Malkenian princess," Adair replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "Hundreds saw me on the bridge. If you kill me, you will have a brief civil war, followed by the annihilation of your faith." Le Havre shrugged.
The faithful would call your death justice. Justice for Uinian. As for the rest, we are all in Intara's hands.
Intara didn't take such good care of Uinian. Le Havre frowned, but he didn't respond. His silence leaving Annur to wonder if she had scored a point or sealed her own doom. If the man decided to kill her, the cramped, windowless room was as good a place as any. Aside from the 2 soldiers who had dragged her in moments before, no one knew that she was there. The heavy stone walls would blot out her screams. Her blood would drain out readily enough through the rough iron grate set into the floor. "He's not going to kill you," she told herself firmly, suppressing a shudder. "Not here, at least." "What were you doing in Annur?" Annur asked, trying to seize back some scrap of initiative. "Why did you disguise yourself? Join the pilgrimage?" Le Havre raised an eyebrow.
"It was seen that I should be asking the questions and you should be answering them."
"And yet, so far all you've done is threaten me."
"No, it is you who threaten us,"
the soldier said, voice quiet but hard.
"You struck at Uinian, at our priest in the heart of our temple."
"Uinian was a Kent-kissing leech," Annur cut in, suddenly furious in spite of her fear. "He lied to you, to his entire congregation, and you all believed him. You should thank me for unveiling him, for seeing him killed."
Le Havre studied her. "That much, perhaps, is true. Unfortunately for both of us, you didn't stop there, did you?"
"The Accords," Annur said, watching him warily.
"Accords."
He shook his head.
"What a sweet little word. Like calling a knife to the gut. A tickle."
"The Accords were intended to find a new balance between Intara's church and the unhewn throne, one that—"
Le Havre cut her off without raising his voice. "The Accords were laws you made to humiliate the church, cut off her revenue and destroy the force that defended her. The new chief priest is your puppet, and this balance you describe is the balance of a tyrant with her boot on the throat of a conquered foe."
He raised his brows.
"Do I have it more or less right?"
Annur hesitated, trying to see past both her anger and her fear. When she planned for this moment, she had imagined Ameridad to be either a religious zealot, ignorant of the serpentine twists of imperial politics, or a shrewd opportunist like Uinian, a man more interested in his own glory and advancement than the fate of the thousands who followed him. Apparently, her imagination had failed her. She could stick with her rehearsed speech, but that speech looked likely to see her burned before a vengeful mob. She took a deep breath, marshalled her thoughts, then nodded. "You have it right," she said. "The Accords were a play to cut your church off at the knees." The man leaned back in his chair, clearly surprised.
"And you've come here now. Why?" he asked slowly. "To finish what you started?"
Annur shook her head. "To fix it. To make it right."
"To make it right,"
Le Havre said, looking past Annur to the map on the wall. He frowned, as though the layout of the streets and alleyways displeased him.
"That doesn't make sense. You could retract the Accords from the Dawn Palace. Retract or amend them. You didn't need to come here to meet with me. You certainly didn't need to walk all this way with a blindfold over your eyes."
He turned back to her, fixing her with a hard stare.
"You are still lying, and each lie brings you closer to your death."
The words were mild, but then Annur had never heard the soldier raise his voice. She was reminded of his warning to the canal rats back in the muddy ruts of the perfumed quarter, the way he didn't threaten so much as offer alternatives. He'd been willing to leave her then, willing, before learning she shared his faith, to let her be raped and killed without even knowing who she was. How much more readily would he let her go to the fires now? "I am not lying," she said slowly, "but there is more." He watched her for a moment, then, in a fluid motion, drew his belt knife. The blade gleamed in the fickle lights of candle and lantern, and for a moment he considered the steel, turning it back and forth, watching the flame and shadow play over it. Annur stared, still as a cobra in the grip of the wooden flute's soft song. "He's not going to burn me," she realized. "He's not going to wait that long." She imagined the wide map, with her blood splattered across it. Le Havre, however, just gestured with the point of his knife toward a thick candle on the edge of the table, then flicked his wrist, scoring a line in the wax a finger's width from the top. "You have until that line to talk," he said, "and then we are finished." Adair tried to collect her thoughts. There wasn't much wax remaining above the notch, and the case she had to put before the soldier was a complex one. There would be no second chances, and there could be no missteps. "Ranil Tornja murdered my father." Le Havre's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. Adair glanced at the candle, then plunged ahead. "The Kennerang is at the centre of a conspiracy to remove the Malkinian line from power." "I serve in Tara," Le Havre said. "Not the Malkinian line." "You might want to rethink that position. My family is not Iltornja's only target. We might not even be his main one. He wants your church gone, destroyed, scrubbed from the face of the empire." "Why would the Kennerang concern himself with domestic matters of religious freedom?" "Because he wants to be emperor, not Kennerang, and he understands that there are only two entities with the power to resist him." She held up two fingers. "My family and your church." She frowned. "I should say we had the power to resist him, but he has already stripped most of that away. I did not draft the accords alone, nor was I the sole author of the strike against Yuinian. Who do you think brought me to your temple in the first place? Who do you think told me that your chief priest killed my father?" Le Havre studied her over steepled fingers. "So you allowed yourself to be used, if this is true." "I was a fool," Adair agreed, shoving down her pride. "I spent years hearing about Yuinian's hatred for my family, and when the time came I believed what I was told." "And your judgment was further impaired when you made yourself the Kennerang's whore." Adair stifled a sharp retort. Though she had hoped word of her romantic liaison would remain in the Dawn Palace, she hadn't really expected as much. "My personal mistakes are beside the point here." "It seems to me that they are exactly the point," Le Havre replied. "Even if I accept every article of your tale, look what I am left with. You admit that you were a willing participant in the murder of my priest." "A leech," Adair insisted. Le Havre waved the interruption aside. "You admit that you spent time in the bed of the Kennerang, the man behind both Yuinian's murder and your father's, and you admit conspiring to ruin Intara's one true church with your accords. Even if you are honest, you have proven yourself a fool and a foe to the faithful. Why would I do anything but burn you?" "Because if you burn me, you will fail," Adair said bleakly. "Iltornja will have turned his two chief foes against each other, and he will win." "We will face Iltornja when the time comes," Le Havre said. "This city is better defended than you realize." Adair thought back to the pairs of soldiers blocking the alleyways above, to the warren of streets and ruins. It could well prove the end of an Annurian legion, especially if the local population sided with the Sons of Flame. Iltornja would have to raze the place to dislodge them, and razing an Annurian city would be insanity for a usurper of the throne. Not since Terial the Short laid siege to Moyu 3 centuries earlier had an Annurian emperor attacked his own citizens, and that hadn't ended well for Terial. "I have an army," Le Havre continued. "I have a growing stock of weapons and armour. I have a fortified position, and the tactical and strategic experience to properly defend it. You have... what? The dress on your back and a sad story about the murder of one tyrant at the hands of another. You want something and you can give nothing. You are a high-born beggar, nothing more." Adair smiled. "I have the eyes." "I am far from convinced," Le Havre replied, "of the divinity of those eyes." "That's a shame. There are 3 players in this game, my family, your church, and the Kennerang. We each have our followings. If you burn me tomorrow, Iltornja will spin an outraged tale of your treachery. He will explain in great detail and with even more righteous anger how you abducted and murdered me. The millions of Annurians loyal to my family, instead of siding with you, will become his followers. You might hold Olon, but if you attempt to leave it, you will find yourself awash in a sea of enemies. For every mile you travel, men will lame your horses and burn their fields to deny you food. They will tear up the roads before you and drive away their livestock." Adair shook her head. "Iltornja won't even need his legions, which means you will stay here, trapped with your few followers on this sad, decaying island until you starve, or the Kenarang destroys you at his leisure." Lahar frowned. "Well, that's a dire tale. And you offer what to prevent it?" "Legitimacy. With me at your side, Iltonja won't be able to brand you traitors. Lovers of Intara and loyal citizens of the Empire alike will unite behind us. It will be the Kenarang, not the Sons of Flame, who finds himself trapped behind the walls of his city." "Loyal citizens of the Empire," the soldier said, scorn in his voice as he repeated the words. Adair stared. "My father was a capable emperor and a just man. For every disgruntled priest during his reign, there were 50 farmers and merchants, nobles and soldiers, all grateful for the peace and prosperity he brought. What is it about Annur that makes you hate it?" The soldier studied her from across the table. Adair tried to remain still, to keep her face calm. But now that her words were spent, fear flowed in to fill the space left behind, and she realized she was clutching at the fabric of her dress, wringing it desperately between her fingers. With an effort she loosed the cloth, then smoothed it, running her hands over the wrinkles again and again. "I grew up in the quarter," Lahar said finally. "Not too far from where I found you. Didn't know my father, barely knew my mother. The swelling pox killed her when I was 6. Raised my younger brother myself for 3 years until someone put a rusty chisel through his eye and tossed him into the canal." Adair opened her mouth to say something, but no words came, and the soldier waved her to silence. "A kid in the quarter," he went on, voice flat. "You learn early on to kill, to steal, to fuck, or to hide. Hopefully all 4 if you want to stay alive. Even those skills won't save you if you don't know when to do what. My brother could steal and hide. He could fuck and kill, but he made a mistake somewhere. I never learned what it was, but he read someone wrong. Stole when he should have killed, killed when he should have fucked. The point is, back in the quarter we didn't see so much of your father's fine justice. I was lucky. Smarter and stronger than most of the others, but mostly lucky. The day I joined up with the legions, I thought I'd finally made it. Got out for good. 3 meals a day, free clothes, nice bright spear, and a cause to fight for. I held on to that spear and that cause all the way down to the waist, where I spent 6 years killing jungle tribesmen who were even less than the poor bastards back in the quarter." He shrugged, the indifference of the gesture belying the words. "I was good at it, kept moving up the ranks until I commanded an entire legion." He shook his head. "I never regretted killing the men and women. They're beasts down there, worse than beasts. A wolf will kill you, gnaw the marrow from your bones, but the jungle tribes, they'll take the skin off a man one strip at a time. They'll pull every tooth in your mouth while you choke on your own blood. They need to be put down, and I was good at putting them down. When we started burning villages, though, when we started putting spears in children—" He broke off, staring at nothing. "That's when you quit." "That's when I found a purer cause," he said, finally, staring at her. Adair watched him for a long time, trying to find a shape for her thoughts. "Intara's light burns bright," she said finally. "We live here, on the earth, in the mud." "That's no reason not to reach for her flame." "And in this world," Adair replied quietly, "there is no fire without fuel, no flame without ash." She shook her head. "I am not a goddess, but I am a princess of Annur, and Annur is real. It is here. My hands are bloody, but unlike those of the goddess we both serve, I can do real work with them. I can hold a sword or a scepter. I can help people, real people, right now, but not without the suns." Lahar watched her a while, then looked over at the candle. The soft wax had folded over his notch, and the flame wavered in the cool draught. "All right," he said finally. Adair let out a long, unsteady breath. "All right." He turned back to her. "I can save you. But your men, those Idolians, they killed 11 of the sons." "No," Adair said, jarred from her tiny moment of relief. "They were only trying to help me. They were doing what they swore to do." Lahar laughed grimly. "We've all sworn to do something.
They killed my men. If I'm to have any credibility before my people, if we are to have any credibility, they have to burn."
Adair felt as though a stone were blocking her throat. "They are good men," she managed finally.
"As you said," the Havre replied slowly, "there is no flame without ash."
19. I know a way out. In the long undifferentiated darkness of his imprisonment, Caden revolved the words in his mind, listening to them as though they were a faint strain of music in the silence, studying them as he might a glimmer of light in the endless shadow. Again and again he went back to the summer Arn, the perfectly carved memory of those final moments in Triste's cell when the success stream had met his eyes, then mouthed those 5 words, "I know a way out." It was a baffling claim, horrible in the hope it offered, maddening because Caden could make no sense of it. When the Isheen slammed shut the door of his cell, turned the key in the lock, Caden had waited for 1,000 heartbeats before standing, before exploring with fingers and palms the rough stone extent of his prison. His burning eyes offered a pathetic measure of light, enough to avoid walking into a wall if he moved slowly, and so he shuffled painstakingly around the tiny chamber. There was little to learn. The walls were damp, the wooden door felt heavy. In the corner, a small hole no larger than Caden's hand opened into unmeasured darkness below. It was a meagre consolation, but the cell did not offer any other, and as the sound of retreating boots echoed to silence, he began to realize just what he had risked in trying to defend Triste. What he had risked, and how badly he had failed. Panic prowled his mind on velvet feet, and for a while it was all he could do to keep from hurling himself at the door, from screaming into the darkness. Instead he found the middle of the room as well as he could, sat cross-legged on the stone floor and closed his eyes, replacing the darkness of the world with his own inner darkness, the emptiness of the cell with a greater emptiness. When he finally emerged from the Vanyate, the fear remained, but it was a small thing, a distant scream like far-off smoke against a vast, silent sky. Methodically he set about exploring his cell again, running his hands systematically over the stone, testing the privy hole, reaching up for the invisible ceiling. He went to the door last, hoping it would offer some recourse that the rest of the stone had refused. Steel or iron banded the thick wooden slab, metal cold and pitted beneath his fingers. A small slot opened at the very bottom, barely the height of his hand, for food, perhaps. He found a keyhole narrower than his finger halfway up, briefly allowed himself to imagine that he might pick the lock and break free, then squashed the hope. He had no tools, nothing but his robe, and even if he had, he knew nothing about locks, nothing about escape. Only when he had exhausted the other possibilities did he finally speak. "Hello?" he asked, voice little more than a whisper. Even that was enough to crack the brittle shell of the Vanyate. "Triste? Are you there?" He hesitated. "Kiel?" The darkness lisped his own syllables back to him, but there was no response. He tried again, raising his voice, then again and again, over and over until he was bellowing, pounding his fists on the door's indifferent steel. When he gave up, the silence clamped down once more, closing on the cell like a vice. It might have been a day before the first meal arrived. Maybe 2. There was no way to tell, no mechanism to divide the time, to part one chill, invisible day from the next. There was silence, then boot heels on the stone beyond the door, a wooden trencher shoved beneath, boot heels retreating, then silence once more. Caden felt sick, dizzy, but he forced himself to eat. After each meal he returned to the centre of the floor, emptied himself, and entered the Vanyate. If he could do nothing else, he could continue his training. After moving in and out of the trance scores of times, he changed position, lowered himself into a flat plank, toes and palms on the floor, body rigid, then reached for the emptiness once more.
It eluded him, but he held the pose, held it until his shoulders shook and the muscles of his stomach rebelled, dumping him onto his face. He lay still for a few exhausted breaths, then, without moving, took hold of the trance. When he found it, he let it go, then raised himself into the plank once more, tried, as his body trembled, to find that space beyond the body. Each time the slot in the door opened, he spoke to the person beyond, always to no avail. Somewhere beyond the dead heart, the great wheels of the world turned. Seas sloshed in their basins, green shoots pushed up through the earth, men and women struggled, laughed and died, and yet Caden's cell might have been the throne room of the blank god, a shrine to emptiness, blackness, and silence. Then Tan came. A rattle in the lock preceded the monk. Then a lamp, the dim light so bright to Caden's atrophied sight that it seemed someone had bored a hole in the nothingness, bored a hole or set it ablaze. When he could see, finally, he found his Umiel standing before him, shin robe gone, exchanged for the boiled leather and seal skin of the Ishin. "How long?" Caden asked, voice rusted.
"Long enough," Tan replied. "I could not come sooner."
"What is happening?" The monk shook his head.
"Idiocy. Idiocy and fanaticism."
Caden glanced at the closed door. "Are you here alone?"
"There are 3 guards in the corridor beyond. I persuaded them to stay behind. I said you would be more tractable if I came in alone."
"Tractable," Caden said, the word bitter in his mouth.
"Matol wants to use you against Triste," he said. "He wants you to go to her alone, to see what she will reveal to you."
"Where is she now? Is she all right?"
"She is alive,"
Tan replied, as though that were the same thing.
"After the last interrogation, the Ishin moved her here to give her time to recuperate before they start again. That was 5 days ago."
Caden shook his head helplessly. "She won't tell me anything more than she's told them." The monk nodded tersely.
"I agree. I am not here to do Matol's work."
"So," Caden replied, studying the monk carefully, "why are you here?" Tan glanced over his shoulder, then beckoned Caden farther into the small cell. When he spoke, his voice was low as the scuff of leather over stone.
"It was a mistake to come to the heart. The Ishin know nothing about the plot against your family. They have learned nothing from Triste. They follow a pointless path, while the Empire reels."
Caden stared. "You've had word of the Empire? Of my brother?"
"Nothing of Valen. But Ishin returning through the Kenta say that your sister has disappeared."
"Disappeared?" Caden asked, suddenly sick.
"She may be dead. She may be imprisoned. The Ishin do not know, nor do they appear to care."
"And do you?" Caden asked. After so long locked in the seamless darkness, the sudden wash of light and words threatened to overwhelm him. "I thought you were indifferent to politics."
"I am," Tan replied. "This goes beyond politics. The Cassestrim have struck at the heart of Annur. I cannot fathom their reasons, but one thing is clear. They will use the chaos. They will exploit the disorder, and I will not give them that advantage. You need to return to Annur. You need to take your place on the unhewn throne."
Hope bloomed inside Caden, flowered a moment before he crushed it out. He gestured to the slick stone walls, the weight of rock above their heads, to the massive iron door. The Ishin seemed to have other ideas.
"I am finished," Tan said, "with the ideas of the Ishin. They are not the order I left more than a decade ago."
"So, what, we just walk out?" Tan shook his head.
"You listen poorly. 3 men wait beyond this door. They trust me little more than they do you. You will leave when they aren't watching you."
"How?" The monk reached inside his jerkin, slid free first an old rusted key, then a short knife, the blade no longer than Caden's finger. It wasn't a weapon. He could imagine someone using it to cut the heads off fish, but it looked sharp. "Where did you get the key?"
"Perhaps you forget," Tan replied. that I lived here a long time before I left for the mountains."
"All right," Caden said, measuring his breathing, stilling the sudden excitement moving inside. "You leave. Then I take the key."
"Listen,"
Tan said, cutting him off,
"before you talk."
He waited, silent and unmoving, until Caden nodded. Then he extended his arm.
"Find my pulse."
Confused, Caden reached out, taking the older monk's wrist in his hand. After a few moments he found the vein, then the steady beat of the blood pent up inside. The pulse was slower than his own, regular as the drip in the back of his cell, as though it had beaten out the same silent rhythm for months, for years.
"Match it,"
Tan said. Caden nodded once more, closed his eyes, then slowed his own heart, passing each beat until it mapped perfectly onto the low, slow tidal thrum of his Yumiel's heart. "Done," he said finally.
"You can hold it there?"
Tan asked, pinning him with a stare. Caden hesitated. Shin training was filled with exercises of pulse and breathing. Once, when he had barely turned 11, he counted every heartbeat for 2 days. Still there were limits. "Not if I have to run."
"There will be no running. Not if all goes as I plan."
"And what exactly is the plan?"
"At 86,000 beats, use the key to leave your cell."
86,000?
"A day. You will leave the cell and walk to a small alcove just outside. Wait there until the guard comes. Then step from the alcove and kill him."
Caden's heart jumped for 2 beats, and with an effort he slowed it to the same steady pulse. "How?" he asked.
"Just as you would kill a goat," Tan replied. "A single cut across the neck."
Caden shook his head, fear and confusion clawing at his calm. "The Ishin are warriors," he protested.
"The Ishin will expect you to be in your cell, unarmed and helpless. They know that I am dangerous, and so they have sent extra guards. You," he shook his head, a single curt gesture, "they do not fear you."
"Then what?" Caden asked, putting from his mind for the moment the vision of the knife clasped tight in his grip, of warm flesh folding back beneath the blade.
"The guard who brings your food is also the one who watches the door to this branch of the prison. When he is dead, the way will be clear. You will wait for another 4,000 heartbeats, then go."
"Go where?" Tan slid the knife along the inside of his own arm, raising a slender trail of blood. It was black in the lamplight, like pitch or shadow. He dipped a finger into the blood, then turned to the wall, sketching a map over the rough stone. As Caden watched, the monk inked a tree of corridors and stairwells, the branches ramifying across the wall.
"Here,"
he said finally, pointing to a small room off a long, straight hall,
"is your cell. And here," another much larger room, "the harbour."
"The harbour?" Caden asked, shaking his head.
"The Ishin need supplies, and not everything can be transported through the Kenta. There is an underground harbour carved by the sea. You will go there."
"Won't it be guarded?"
"At the mouth, yes," Tan replied, "but they will not expect anyone to be leaving. You will climb aboard the vessel tied up to the stone wharf, hide among the barrels, and wait. I will join you. When the tide turns, the ship will sail, and we will be gone."
"What about the body?" Caden asked, sweat dampening his palms. "The guard I'm supposed to kill."
"The guard's shifts do not match the tides," Tan replied. "By the time his relief arrives, we will have sailed. At the moment there are no other boats moored in which they might follow."
Caden frowned. It seemed a tenuous plan. Sneaking through the halls of the Dead Heart, finding the hidden harbour, climbing aboard a ship and staying out of sight until they were well beyond reach of the fortress. "What about the Kenta?" Caden asked. "Why don't we use that?"
"Do not be a fool. The Ishin guard the Kenta chamber more carefully than any other place in the heart." He gestured to the bloody map. "Do you have it?"
Caden considered the lines and curves for a moment, the boxes and branches, then nodded. Tan scrubbed at the lines with the heel of his hand until nothing remained of the stone but a ruddy stain. When he was finished, he handed the knife and key to Caden. "What about the pause?" Caden asked. "Why do I have to wait between killing the guard and moving to the harbour?"
"To allow the men changing shifts above to reach their posts. The Isheen follow predictable patterns. Waiting 4,000 heartbeats will give you the best chance of finding the halls above empty."
Caden digested this. "Doesn't sound like a sure thing."
"It is not. If you encounter anyone, keep your head down and your eyes hidden."
"What about Triste? Where is she? How do we get her out?"
"We do not."
Caden took a long, slow breath. "They will kill her."
"Most likely."
"We can bring her with us. If the ship can hold 2, it can hold 3. Tan shook his head.
"No, the risk is too great. The girl is not what she seems. You witnessed enough to understand that, and you have not witnessed the 10th part of it. She is dangerous, and she is unpredictable."
"What about trying to learn something from her?" Caden demanded. "Something about the Xestream, about the conspiracy."
"Slow your heart,"
Tan growled.
"The timing is crucial."
Caden checked his pulse, slowed it a fraction, then continued, his voice little more than a hiss.
"She has answers." "She does," Tan replied, "but none she will reveal to us. Matol has pushed her hard, even harder than I would have."
He shook his head.
"She cannot help us."
Caden started to protest, but Tan raised a hand.
"The corridors above should be empty if you keep to the timing, but as you have observed, should be is not will be. Alone, dressed in the Isheen garb, you have every chance of passing unremarked. With Triste in tow, you would be noticed instantly. The risk is too great, and it offers scant reward."
He turned, before Caden could object further, opened the door and stepped through.
"You have the Count?"
he asked, without looking back over his shoulder. Caden listened to the slow tattoo inside his chest. "I have it," he replied.
"Do not make a mistake. There will not be another chance."
It wasn't a mistake. Mistakes were errors of ignorance or neglect, ineptitude or poor planning. Mistakes were miscalculations or errors in judgment. This was something else altogether. Something worse. More like a fully flowered act of madness, Caden thought, as he felt his way down the long corridor, knife held before him as though it could keep back the limitless dark. He had counted off 10,000 heartbeats, forcing himself to silence and stillness in the centre of his cell, before moving. As Tan had promised, the key turned in the lock, though the steel protested with a scream that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. By the vague light in his eyes he could make out the outlines of the wall, the shallow standing pools. He moved slowly, carefully, but the quieter he forced himself to be, the more the halls around him seemed to stir. Air lisped uneasily through the passages, draughts rasping over the uneven stone. The plinking of water seemed to come from everywhere at once. Behind it, or below it, a sound that might have been the wash of waves and tides thrummed through the rock, so low it was impossible to be sure if the sound was real or only in his mind. The doors lining the hall were heavy wood banded with iron, some locked, some hanging open, all of them identical, wood and iron, wood and iron.
"Take him below," Matol had snarled. "Lock him up with the Xestream."
Which meant Keel was locked up somewhere along the endless corridor. Keel, who knew a way out. Perhaps it was folly, stupidity to insist on trying to see Triste freed. But of all Annur's uncounted millions, she was the only one in the dead heart, the only one he could help. As Tan claimed, she was dangerous, that much was clear, but she had helped Caden, and he would be ill-fit to govern an empire if his first act was to abandon her to the unending torture of the Isheen. If Keel was here, if he knew another way out, maybe he could free Triste too. After 100 paces or so, Caden came to a different sort of door. The original framing had been chiselled away, the banded wood replaced with a great slab of steel hung on hinges as thick as Caden's wrists. 5 wide steel bars set into metal brackets held the thing shut. enough weight to pen an enraged bull. Dripping salt water had left long, weeping stains on the metal, gnawing the surface to pits and long flakes of rust, and though the door itself looked ready to crumble, when Caden pushed a tentative hand against it, he might have pressed on the stone wall itself. There was no telling how thick the metal was, but clearly the rust had done nothing to compromise its strength. He took a long, slow breath, turned his focus from the hallway to his own mind. Fear clung there, spiked and recalcitrant as a mountain burr lodged in the cloth of a new robe, though whether that fear was for Matol and Ishin, who could come looking for him at any moment, or for the man beyond the door, Caden couldn't say. He worked at the emotion, prying it looser and looser with each breath. He needed clarity when he heard what the prisoner had to say. He needed calm. "Here is the floor," he told himself, feeling the rough stone, cold and slick, beneath his bare soles. "Here is the light from my eyes." The future held perils, but he did not live in the future. "Here is the latch," he said, moving the metal catch to open the small barred window set into the steel door. "Here is the window into the darkness." Through the narrow, open slot he heard the rustle of cloth against cloth, then a wet, unhealthy cough, the noise growing closer as the prisoner approached. "Another visit?" Caden heard the voice first, the same spare articulation he remembered from his encounter with Keel days earlier. Then the man's begrimed face appeared in the narrow slot, squinting as his eyes moved from utter darkness to the meagre light of Caden's own eyes. Keel glanced at him, then passed into the hallway beyond. "Where are Rampuri and Eckhart?" Caden shook his head. "I am alone." "Good," Keel murmured after a moment. "You understood. You trusted me." "No," Caden cut in. "I do not trust you." Keel paused. "And yet you are here." "Because I was taught to look before judging, to listen." The prisoner made a sound that Caden recognized, after a moment, as a chuckle. "I'm glad to learn that the Shin are still so rigorous. And Sayal Nin, is he still the abbot?" "Sayal Nin," Caden began, then paused. The fact that Caden needed him, that they shared the same foe, didn't make the success stream any less dangerous. Caden needed answers to his questions, not to spend time spinning yarns about a life long left behind. "You know a way out?" Caden asked. Keel nodded. "How? Where?" The success stream shook his head slowly. "Opening this door would be a generous gesture." "I'm not here to be generous," Caden said. "Then perhaps you should not be here at all," the man said. "The Melkinians I knew understood the value of generosity, of trust, of mutual support." Caden stared, dazed. "What Melkinians?" He forced his heart to keep the same steady time, his lungs to rise and fall in deep, measured breaths. "Your father, for one." Caden shook his head. "Tan told me you would lie." Keel raised an eyebrow. "As with all zealots, Rampuri Tan's zeal distorts his vision of the world. I have given him no reason to distrust me." "I've seen the reason," Caden said. "I've been to Asari, to the orphanage where the bones are piled up like wood." "Ah, Asari," Keel said, blowing out a long, slow breath. "What a mistake that was." "A mistake?" Caden asked. "You murdered hundreds of children, an entire city of people, and it was a mistake?" "I was not there," Keel replied. "But yes, I call it a mistake. How would you term it?" Caden searched for the word. "A massacre." He shook his head. "An abomination." "Abomination," Keel said slowly, as though tasting the sounds. "It seems as though Sayal Nin and his monks did not succeed with you. Not completely. Although," he said, spreading his hands, "you passed the Kenta to come here." Caden nodded, realizing only as he did so that the statement was a trap, a trick. Keel hadn't known how he arrived until Caden himself nodded. Irritation pricked at him like a bluethorn. "You said you knew my father," Caden said, trying to return the conversation to safer ground. The Xestream nodded. "We were not friends, but something analogous." "Prove it." Keel considered him a while. "That will be difficult. You've been with the Shin since you were a child." "I remember him well enough," Caden said, suddenly resentful of the idea that this inhuman creature claimed to know Sanlitun better than he had himself. "All right, then," Keel said. "Do you remember what he used to say about ruling his empire? The strongest leader is the one who does least." Caden had heard his father voice that idea or something similar dozens of times, but after a moment he shook his head. "All that shows is that you were in the Dawn Palace, or that you knew someone who knew someone in the Dawn Palace." Keel cocked his head to the side. "Fair enough. How about the formation that he kept on the kobold in his study whenever he wasn't playing? The Fool's Fortress." Caden's mind filled with a tiny cluster of stones. "He kept it there," Keel went on, "to remind him of the weakness built into any perception of strength, to remind him that confidence sows the seeds of its own destruction." "I never heard him say that," Caden said. "You never heard him say a lot of things," Keel replied. "You couldn't have been more than 10 when he sent you away. It still doesn't prove anything. Doesn't prove that he knew you, that he trusted you." For a long time the prisoner remained silent, staring out through the bars of the cage at a life Caden could neither see nor comprehend. Finally he focused on Caden once more, a smile tugging the corners of his mouth. "Your leg," he said. "There is a small mark, shaped like a crescent moon, on the inside of your right thigh." Caden resisted the urge to reach down and touch the small dark spot. "How do you know that?" "I was there," the prisoner replied, "at your birth. You burst from between your mother's thighs with plenty of vigor, but for a long time you were silent. You didn't cry, didn't scream, just stared at the world around you with those burning eyes." He shook his head at the memory. "The midwives were terrified that you were going to die, but your father calmed them. This child understands the road he must travel. He is already practicing silence. And, in time, you began to cry in the way of all human children." Caden stared, dumbfounded. He had never heard the story, not from his parents or his sister. Certainly not from the Shin. He had no way of knowing if it were true, but he did bear the crescent mark on his thigh. All his life it had been there. "Why were you at the birth?" "As historian," Keel replied. "It is what I do, what I am for. It is how I came to know your father in the first place." Caden tried to make sense of the claim. All he had heard of the Xestream involved war and slaughter, with a few vague references to their cities. "You were a historian?" he asked. "A Xestream historian?" Keel nodded. "Your language is imprecise, but I believe you would say the historian. I chronicled my people's age-long war with the Nevarim, then the war with your kind. I was there for the reign of the Atmani, both the brilliant beginning and the tragic end, and I've been there for the centuries during which your own family has ruled." For a while Caden just stared, then shook his head. "Still not good enough. There must have been 6 people at my birth." "There were 8, Keel said. "Any one of them could have spread the story of the mark on my leg." The prisoner shook his head quietly. "At some point, Caden, you must trust. It is this ability that the Ishin have lost. You must have realized already that they are nothing like the monks among whom you were raised. They found a different path to the blankness, one that has broken them. We showed them how, of course, inadvertently, when this was still a prison and we were still testing your people. We showed them how, but they perfected the technique." Caden's memory filled with Trant's account, the tale of men gouging eyes, cutting off fingers, ripping out teeth, all in the awful cold and darkness, all to achieve their twisted version of the Vanyate. This was the place to which he had dragged Triste. The horror of it settled on him like ice, while a distant part of his mind, one untouched by either Kiel or the Ishin, continued to count, measuring out the heartbeats, cataloguing them, keeping the dark passage of time. "Your way out," Caden said. "Can we take Triste?" Kiel hesitated, then nodded. "If you can break her free. And me." Caden took a deep breath and ordered his thoughts while the Xestream watched, silent through the thin slot in the door. "And how do I do that?" Caden asked finally. "The guard has the key. You start by killing him."
20. The heavy cloud shoved up out of the south, blackening the sky over the lake, hazing the horizon. A few small, broad-beamed lake boats raced in front of it, heeled over, sails filled with the wind, canvas bright with the lingering light. Fishermen, probably, trying to get back to port before the rain, trying and failing. One by one the storm overtook them. Adair watched it from the deck of the crumbling building, the remnants of a once proud palace, the cellar of which housed Le Havre's war room. She stood in the full light of the sun, watching the storm come on like a wall, blackening the waves, stippling the dark waters. The morning sun shone on her face and shoulders, so warm she felt like she was looking at the painting of a storm, distant wind and fury a matter of clever brush strokes and perspective. As she stared, though, it drew closer, closer, and then, in a moment, it was upon her, raindrops heavy as coins beating against her scalp, her shoulders, hammering the slate roof behind her. The air went limp and sodden. A wool blanket of muggy cloud blotted out the sun. It drenched her clothes, whipped Adair's sodden hair against her cheeks, but the storm was still easier to face than what waited inside. She watched the lightning lance down, forking out in jagged, inverted trunks to strike the waves, wondering for the 100th time if there was a way out. Cloth clung to her skin. She started to shiver. If there was a way to avoid the killing to come, she couldn't see it. "They might be guilty," she told herself, trying out the tired line once more. "They might be in league with Iltonja." The words she'd been repeating all night long like a fragment of prayer, failed to convince. With a sick slosh in her stomach, she turned from the roiling darkness of the storm to the still, vacant darkness inside the building. Her captured Idolians were in the same building, although the Sons of Flame had them chained and locked in a deep basement. For 2 days Adair had been forbidden to speak with them. She had railed against the restriction, but the horrible secret truth was that beneath the fury and indignation she was relieved at the enforced separation. If she wasn't allowed to see the Idolians, she wouldn't have to witness her own deceit in their eyes, wouldn't have to tell them what her allegiance with the Sons of Flame had cost, wouldn't have to tell them that they would be the ones to pay. In the end, however, her own objections caught up with her. Just that morning Le Havre had agreed to let her see the 2 men. Adair wanted to vomit. The commander of the Sons of Flame met her on the rain-soaked balcony, glanced out at the storm, then gestured her inside. "It's time," he said, when she stepped through the door. "Ivor will show you to their cell." She nodded, voiceless. Le Havre considered her for a moment. "A piece of advice," he said finally. Adair nodded uncertainly. She was shivering uncontrollably, the water from her soaked robes puddling on the floor. "The less you talk," Le Havre said, "the easier it will be for everyone." "I owe them." "What?" He raised an eyebrow. "An explanation?" "Yes." "You can explain a lot of things to a man. His own death is not one of them." Each Idolian was wrapped in enough chain to hold a small bull, bound at the ankles, wrists, and throat, then locked to iron rings set into the stone. They looked as though they hadn't slept or changed clothes since the day Adair fled. Their long travelling cloaks, usually so immaculate, had turned brown with kicked-up dust and mud. Weeks of hard travel had scraped away any spare flesh, leaving their cheeks hollow, eyes sunken in their sockets. Birch's golden mane had gone brown and stringy, and Fulton must have lost 20 pounds.
The room stank of spoiled food and rot. A small puddle that might have been groundwater or urine had collected in a lower corner of the chamber. Birch blinked at the sudden light, then twisted against his chains to get a better look. He managed an awkward nod.
"My lady,"
he said after a moment, voice a weak rasp.
"The yellow robe suits you. Brings out your eyes."
And all at once the grief and confusion that had stalked her for days on silent feet took her by the throat. She stood helplessly as the door swung shut behind her, staring at the two men who had watched over her since she was a child, horrified by what Le Havre had done to them. "No," a grim voice reminded her, "what you did to them." Whatever role the Sons of Flame had played, it was Adair herself that had brought the two men to Olon. Tears mixed with rain on her cheeks.
"My lady,"
Fulton began, then broke off with a hacking cough, body shuddering. When the fit passed, he spat onto the floor. Phlegm or blood, it was hard to tell in the lamplight.
"Pardon, my lady," he
said,
"but just what in the sweet name of Intara is going on?"
She had hoped, even prayed, though she was not given to prayer, that the two Idolians were in league with Iltonja. It would be so much easier to see traitors fed to the flames. Facing them, however, the notion seemed ludicrous, petty, stupid. They weren't the Kennerang's men. They were her men, her guards. A part of her had known that even when she fled from them in the plaza by the basin. "You're not part of it," she said, shaking her head hopelessly, voice little more than a whisper.
"Part of what, my lady?" Fulton demanded. "Are you in danger?"
It all spilled out then. Iltonja's treachery, Adair's terrified flight, her need for an alliance with the Sons of Light. She crossed to them as she spoke, tugging futilely at the chains in an effort to make them more comfortable.
"You should have told us,"
Fulton said, when it was all finished, shaking his head. "I know," Adair said, slumping to the ground. The life vanished from her legs. "I know. I wasn't sure who to trust."
"Although,"
Birch said, raising his eyebrows weakly,
"I've always wanted to visit Olon in the summer." "What now?" Fulton asked.
Adair trembled. The truth was a rusted dagger, but she owed them the truth. "Le Havre, a Meredad, it's the same guy. He wants you dead. Justice for the sons you killed trying to rescue me." Fulton's lips tightened, but he didn't speak.
"Well, for a religious man, that's just downright inhospitable,"
Birch said. The joke was typical, but the words came out weak, as though rusted, corroded. "I've tried to get him to relent," Adair said, speaking fast, trying to drown out the guilt and shame with the sound of her own voice. "But he won't. His people, the Sons of Flame and all the rest, they want you burned, and he won't refuse them." She fell silent. The words were useless, worse than useless, insulting. "Without the sons, I've got nothing. Iltonja wins. Even if I refused Le Havre—"
"No,"
Fulton said, voice still as a stone.
"You will not refuse him."
"Ah, fuck," Birch said, glancing away.
"This is what we are for, Aline,"
the older guardsman said, turning to his companion. Adair had never heard anyone use Birch's first name. She hadn't even known it herself.
"Our lives for hers. If she refuses this, there's no saying what the Zealots will do to her."
"There's no saying what the Zealots will do if she agrees," Birch pointed out.
"We can't save her if we're dead." "That is a risk that the princess will have to assess for herself. Our duty is to serve."
"I thought service meant fighting," Birch protested, but the anger had gone out of him. Resignation thinned his voice.
"Sometimes, Aline,"
Fulton replied, nodding.
"And sometimes it means dying."
Adair had Intara's irises, but the guardsman's gaze burned. Adair could argue, fight to save them both, but she knew already that she was not going to argue. She had known, even as she spoke of confronting Le Havre, that Fulton would refuse her offer, known that his duty would weigh heavier in the scales than her guilt, known that her suggestion was empty as air even as she spoke it. She had watched it all coming from a long way off, watched it just as she'd watched the black storm move in. She'd seen it all coming, except for the sick pit of self-hatred that gaped inside her, that ate at her guts, that would never, ever heal. For just a moment, the sight of the ever-burning well distracted Adair from the killing that had to happen there. Over the last few nights of the pilgrimage, she had stared at the column of light bisecting the horizon, white and pale as 1,000 moons, blotting out the meagre pinpricks of the stars to either side. For 16 centuries, the ever-burning well had been a beacon for the faithful and a warning to unbelievers both, an eternal symbol of Olon's sanctity, the origin of the faith, and the reason Annur's pilgrims had chosen this crumbling city over a dozen others. Despite Adair's flaming irises and the alleged ancestry of her own family, she had always been sceptical of the gods. Divine favour was too easy to claim, too difficult to disprove. Anything could be the work of the gods, a fallen sparrow, an unexpected flood, a single tree flowering earlier or later than the rest. The stories were all too old, the evidence too scant. It had to be admitted, though, that the ever-burning well was no fallen sparrow. It was an actual hole in the earth, maybe a dozen feet across, and the light gushing forth from it. The light so bright that to stare directly into the depth for any length of time would blind the observer could not be denied. Even the surrounding stone bent to the brute fact of the well, having sagged and crumbled in a circular crater, as though the earth itself were trying to funnel all that came near into that astounding brightness. Adair had heard tales of Intara's devout, hurling themselves in, hoping to unite with her prophet. There were other stories, too, of men and women shoved into the blazing depths as punishment for their heresies. Even from just inside the round wall ringing the sight, with the well still a good 30 paces off, Adair had to squint, half raising a hand to block the heat radiating from the column of light. Then, realizing how such a gesture might look to the assembled mob, she lowered the hand and straightened her back, her neck, forcing herself to stare directly into the brilliance. Driving rain streaked through the light, 1,000 falling stars. The stabbing lightning over the water looked wan, weak, beside that inexorable radiance. According to the tales, the light had burned day and night for over 1,000 years, fueled by the piety of Intara's first prophet. There were variations to the myth, but all agreed on the basic facts. When a virgin named Mayala appeared in the city, then the capital of an independent creche, Odam the Blind had her seized for peddling a new faith. The Kreshkan kings, Odam very much among them, worshipped Akit, their name for the Lord of War, while Mayala insisted on the primacy of the Lady of Light, arguing on the streets and in private homes that all light, that of the hearth, of the stars, of the sun, was one, and that one given by Intara. She claimed that Intara's light animated all human souls, giving blood its heat, bodies their warmth. According to Mayala, mortals need not fear death, since the dissolution of the body frees the fragment of the divine hidden within, allowing it to join with the greater lights of earth and the heavens. Mayala absolved the Kreshkans of their martial duty, claiming that everyone, even the weak, even the crippled, so long as their skin remained warm to the touch, carried the divine spark inside. No fighting was necessary, no heroic feats in battle. Odam declared the woman a liar, a heretic, and an impostor. He had her dragged to the courtyard of his fortress, tied to a stake, and in mockery of her unflagging worship of light, he had her burned. "If the Lady of Light loves her," he famously said, "the Lady of Light can take her." And take her Intara did. Mayala burned, fitfully at first, with a great deal of smoke, then more readily, as the fire below her truly caught. Her flesh turned to flame, and that flame burned brighter and still brighter, red, then yellow, then purest white. The fire consumed the wood, then the stake itself, and yet Mayala still stood, incandescent, bright as the noonday sun, so bright that Odam and his soldiers were forced to look away, and when they looked away they realized the flagstones of the courtyard were glowing too, first red, then yellow, then white, burning, melting to slag, the entire ground sagging around Mayala the undarkened as she bored into the earth, her heat and light creating the ever-burning well. It destroyed Odam's fortress and, according to the chronicles, nearly destroyed Odam himself. The king barely managed to escape through a sally port as his walls folded inward, malleable as softened butter. The rock didn't cool for a month, and when it did, the terrified and curious began to come, tentatively, to stare at the amphitheatre of melted rock, at the column of light issuing from the well at its centre. Odam himself walked to the very edge of the pit as penance for his sin, staring down into the light until it blinded him. "Ill-served I have been by these eyes," he said when he returned. "Without them I can see at last." Adair envied the long-dead king his blindness and his clarity both. She could make out little more than shapes through the torrential rain, but she could see enough to know that the walls around the well were filled to bursting. The Sons of Flame stood closest, but the faithful of Olon pressed up behind their ranks, faces fearfully bright but smeared by the rain to a nightmare of open mouths and eager eyes, all fixed on her, waiting for the promised justice, a justice that was starting to look terrifyingly like sacrifice. Fulton and Birch were bound at the wrist, but able to walk. Behind them 6 grim-faced sons with long spears stood at attention. Before the prisoners a cleared pathway ran straight into the ever-burning well.
"When the march begins," Lahav said to the 2 men, "I suggest you move. One way or the other you will be fed to the flame. Better not to have a spear in your side when you die." "We will walk," Fulton said, fixing the man with his sunken-eyed stare, "without being prodded like pigs." Lahav shrugged. "Bold words are easy at this distance. You might feel more reluctant as you approach the well." "With this rain?" Birch quipped. He seemed to have passed through his anger and reluctance and emerged once more into his customary jocularity. "I'll jump in your Kent-kissing hole just to dry off." The crowd was growing restive, a few of the bolder members hurling insults into the driving rain. Thunder rumbled just overhead, drowning out the voices while the flash-illuminated faces twisted with fury. "It is time," Lahav said, gesturing. "Let's get this over with," Fulton growled. "I grow tired of listening to the bleating of these sheep." Get it over with. As though he were talking about a tedious imperial audience rather than his own life. Adair nodded, trying to steady herself, trying to see straight in the rain. "Wait," she said, raising her voice just high enough that they could hear over the rain. "I'm sorry." Worse than useless, those words, a threadbare cloak to cover her own horror. "Do one thing for me," Fulton said.
Adair nodded eagerly, pathetically. Even at this distance she could feel the heat from the well. Her robes were steaming, her hair, her hands. The crowd had taken up some sort of martial hymn. "Anything," she said.
"Win,"
he replied grimly.
"I'll second that," said Birch.
Adair stifled a sob. She tried to speak, but found her throat closed as a fist. "Sweet Intara," she prayed, "forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me." Fulton watched her for 3 or 4 heartbeats until Birch nudged him with his elbow.
"Come on, old man,"
he said, face slick with mingled rain and sweat.
"You getting tired right here at the end?"
"Forgive me, Intara. Forgive me." And then the 2 men, the guards who had watched her door since she was a child, who had flanked her when she left the palace and stood behind her chair at state dinners, who brought her soup when she was ill and listened to her complain about her brothers, her parents, the 2 men who, in some ways, knew her better than anyone alive, began their march toward the flame. Despite the heat of the well and the fury of the crowd, they held their heads high, and even when the mob started hurling stones and dung, they refused to flinch. "Forgive me, Intara," Adair begged, but the whole miserable bit of theatre was not Intara's idea, not Intara's fault, and when the 2 soldiers had marched into their grave, it would not be Intara who bore the awful weight in her chest, day in and day out. It was all well and good to pray to the goddess, but Adair was the one with the hands, with the voice, and suddenly she realized she was screaming, lurching forward toward the Sons of Flame, With clumsy hands she seized a spear from the nearest of the soldiers, the long shaft heavy and wet, unwieldy in her grip. "No!" she bellowed, charging down the open path in the wake of the Aedolians. It was a foolish gesture, beyond foolish. She couldn't save the men, and the simple act of defiance would see her burned as well. But suddenly, it didn't matter. She would die here, in the miserable fucking miracle of a well, but she would not be part of the murder of these men who had watched over her so long. "It's on you now, Caden," she thought grimly, brandishing the steel pointlessly above her head. "On you, Valin. And as for you, Intara, you can fuck yourself, you miserable bitch." And then, as if in response, Intara spoke back. Blinding light, perfect black, ringing like a million mouths, screaming, singing. Body instantly and utterly gone. Gone the rain, gone the mob. Gone her own mind and will. Gone everything but a single voice, Fulton's, and then not Fulton's. Deeper, higher, fuller, broader, broad as the wide sky, broad as the stars, a woman's voice, but greater than any woman, as great as creation itself, uttering a single, ungainsayable syllable. Win! 21. 8. Or 9. Valin had lost track of how many times he, Pier, and his wing tried to escape during the endless ride west, which made them 0 for 8. Or 0 for 9. In the last attempt, Valin had dislocated his left shoulder in order to win free of his restraints. Pier had strangled 2 Urgul with her belt, and the rest of the wing managed to steal 6 horses. Valin had refused to include Balandin in the planning, but the leech was tied up right next to the rest of them, and when the time came to fight, he managed to rip out the throat of a Xabe with his teeth and kick another one half to death. A reminder, if Valin needed a reminder, that even drugged, even half-starved, the leech was as dangerous as the rest of them. Not that it mattered. There were thousands of Urgu, more joining the group every day. Even if the Ketrel managed to break out of the constantly moving horde, which they hadn't, there was nowhere to run but empty steppe. It was a bleak situation, no doubt, and their defiance earned them little more than busted faces and bruised ribs. But it was fight or die, and while Valin had no illusions about the odds, he didn't intend to be led to his slaughter like a sheep. When the 9th attempt to break free failed, he was already plotting the 10th. Hutsu, however, had other ideas. The woman rode up, surveyed the carnage, barked a few orders, and in a matter of moments the prisoners were separated, each dragged off by his or her own tabe or xabe. Old knots were retied and new restraints added at the elbows and knees, which meant an end to all walking and stretching. From that moment on, numbness alternated with screaming pain in Valin's legs and shoulders. He had to beg his tabe to pull down his pants whenever he needed to take a shit. The ensuing days proved a repetitive itinerary of agony and endurance, struggling not to cry out each morning in the pre-dawn dark as his nameless captor kicked him awake, refusing to wince as he was lashed across the back of the horse, tight cords biting into his bloody wrists and raw ankles, shivering in the icy rain or sweating beneath a brutal sun, while the horse's relentless gait bruised his ribs and battered the organs beneath, tucking his chin and holding his tongue whenever he was whipped across the back or shoulders, ignoring the famished ache that seemed to be boring a hole through his stomach. And the days were the fucking good part. Every night, bound hand and foot and tethered to a stake, he shivered on the cold, broken earth, watching the flames of the surrounding campfires lap at the sky, listening to the strange cadences of chanting and song. Valin had his own chant, and his own fire. His fire was the crackling rage inside him, a heat he fed with his hopes and vows, his shame and resolve, stoking it until it seared even on the coldest nights. His chant was simple: "Don't quit. Don't quit, you fuck. Don't ever quit." He managed to break his captor's nose one morning, to bite off a good portion of thumb on another, But, lashed tight as he was, there was no way to follow up the small victories, and each petty revolt ended with him curled on the ground, kicks and punches raining down. The struggle was pointless, but it was all he had, so he kept at it, looking for the openings, the little chances when he could get in his useless licks. In between, the Urgul set an astounding pace, hammering westward from well before dawn until hours past dark, stopping only to switch horses, an excruciating process during which Valin was untied, shoved to the ground, then, before he could do anything to stretch his legs, hurled onto another horse and lashed down once more. He tried to keep track of the days. There'd been at least 10 when he was still with his wing, and probably double that since they were separated. He had no idea where they were going, but there couldn't be much step left. Occasionally, when they crested a hill or rode along a ridgeline, he caught a glimpse of the entire Urgul strength. Each time the sight of it staggered him like a fist to the face. The area trainers had described tribes of 50 or 100, little more than extended families, really, nothing like the group in which he rode. There must have been tens, maybe hundreds of thousands, the herd of horses stretching out over the steppe as far as he could see. There was no column, no order of march, just a pounding, thundering mass of horseflesh and riders, flowing over the hills like a shifting blanket. No one set up tents. Not any more. The Urgul were in too much of a rush, and some nights when Valin could see out over the black hills, he felt as though he were adrift on the night sea, that each of the campfires was a star reflected in the chilly water, that, bound hand and foot as he was, he might sink beneath the surface and drown. He tried to gauge numbers, to count fires or horses, but there was no way to keep track, not that it mattered. Even when he was lashed to the horse's back, even when he could see nothing but clods of dirt, sweaty flanks and streaming tails, he could hear the sound clearly enough, a thunder louder and deeper than thunder, the very ground trembling with the Urgul passage. It was not a Tamu that he rode with, not a tribe, but a whole people. Old Fleck, back on the islands, had insisted that the Urgul could manage 50 miles a day, riding hard. The figure had always struck Valin as inflated, but he was starting to understand how it could be possible. The riders ate on their horses, pissed from their horses, slipped a knee through the crude girths, and slept on their horses when necessary, yellow-white hair streaming behind them. Valin had even seen some of the younger Tabe and Kasabe leaping from the back of one cantering beast to another, as though the ground itself were anathema. At one point he caught sight of an enormous herd of bison, darkening the plains to the north. The nearest beasts swung their stupid noble heads ponderously toward the passing horses, and a few score riders peeled off, lances held high, voices eager in the morning air. The rest of the mass continued west, hammering relentlessly across the steppe. Just when he thought they would never stop, they did. One moment he was jolting along, rehearsing yet another possible escape attempt. The next his horse slowed to a walk. He half raised his head, realizing they were on the outskirts of an enormous camp, the Api packed as closely as trees in a forest. His Tabe led the horses through the tents, pausing occasionally to trade words with the other Urgul, to banter or ask a question. People seemed curious about the prisoner tied up and slung across the horse, and more than once Valin felt his ribs prodded by the butt of a spear. When they finally stopped, he was cut free with the same lack of ceremony as always. Legs numb, arms numb, shoulders screaming in their sockets, he rose slowly to his knees, then staggered to his feet. When he finally raised his head, he stared. On every hill in every direction, the Urgul were shouting to one another as they hobbled horses and unloaded the poles and hides for their Api. This was new. Valin spat a bolus of blood, crouched, then stood once more, trying to work some feeling back into dead legs. He expected his Tabe to punch him in the gut or sweep his legs with a contemptuous kick. Instead, the youth seized him by the hair and dragged him through the throng of people and horses. Valin staggered behind, refusing to fall, trying to see through the haze of his exhaustion and pain, to understand what was happening. For weeks he'd been waiting for a break in the routine, a new sort of opportunity, and now it had come. When they'd traversed half of the unfolding camp, the Tabe finally shoved him to the earth with a grunt, kicked him in the head one final time, then turned and stalked off without a word. Valin hauled himself to his knees to find Hutsu leaning on a long lance, head cocked to one side, blue eyes fixed on him. She smiled, a slow, vulpine smile.
"Still alive?"
she observed. Valin nodded silently. She lowered the lance in a fluid motion, levelling the shining tip at his midsection. With a casual motion she prodded lightly at his ribs, his shoulders, his stomach, his crotch, drawing blood with each contact, lifting his blacks from his emaciated frame.
"We have hardened you," she said. "Quina will be pleased."
"Quina can fuck himself," Valin replied wearily. "Where's my wing?"
"They also have been hardened."
Valin debated seizing the lance as it loitered around his chest, using it to pull the woman off balance, then wrapping his bound hands around her throat. Hutsu was fast. He remembered that from the first night in the rain, but he was faster. Or he had been, before spending the better part of a month lashed to a horse. Now he wasn't sure. He'd managed to stand, but his legs wavered beneath him, and his fingers felt weak and stupid when he tried to clench them into fists. His belly might have been made of mud. The weakness and helplessness were infuriating, years of training scrubbed out in a few weeks, but they were real. He'd managed to stay alive this long. Little point in getting himself skewered now. Besides, Hutsu had said the others were hardened. Hardened wasn't killed. "Where are they?" he demanded. She nodded past his shoulder, and he turned to find a young Xabe prodding Gwenna forward, a bared knife at her back. For the first time in what felt like years, Valin smiled. Gwenna was filthy and battered. Both eyes were swollen half-closed, the sockets fading from purple to brown, one cheek crusted with blood. She was battered, but awake. She was walking. Valin glanced at the Xabe behind her, and his smile widened. The Urgul woman had a fresh bite mark on her own cheek, a gash closing above her eye, and fury in her eyes. When they reached Valin, she smacked Gwenna across the head with the pommel of her knife, then kicked her legs out from beneath her. Gwenna twisted as she hit the ground, lashing out with her own foot, but the Xabe danced back, spit in her face, then snapped something angry at Hutsu.
"I'm going to slaughter that little Urgul bitch," Gwenna snarled, rolling to her stomach, then shoving herself to her knees. "I'm going to kill her, then eat her."
"Looks like you already made some headway," Valin observed. Hutsu just laughed and flicked a dismissive hand at the younger warrior.
"You look like shit," Gwenna said, turning her attention to Valin with a frown.
"You're no princess," Valin replied. "You seen any of the others?" The others, as it turned out, were in similar condition, beaten, battered, but alive. One by one they appeared out of the turmoil, each escorted by an Urgul. Talal seemed the most hale, which made sense. He would have offered the fewest insults. Leith's captor, on the other hand, had leashed him with a length of rawhide, the cord leaving angry welts wringing his neck. Despite his wounds, the flyer still managed a fierce grin.
"This is my liaison, Amaru,"
he said, gesturing to the iron-jawed Tabe behind him. He turned to the warrior.
"Am I pronouncing your name correctly?"
The youth took a swing, but Leith ducked.
"He tells me that his name means horse anus in the proud tongue of his people, and he has been a most gracious host."
Annick showed up with a rough sack over her head, which spoke eloquently to her level of resistance, but Pierre evidently had rattled the Urgul worse than any of them. She arrived last, arms lashed to her sides, preventing all movement save the slightest twitching of her fingertips. Instead of one guard, she had 4. 2 men, 2 women, all older than those assigned to Valin and his wing, ringing her with daggers drawn.
"All right," Leith said, raising an eyebrow at the woman. "It galls me to say this, but clearly you win."
"What did you do to earn them?" Valin asked, gesturing to the warriors. She tried to shrug, but her bonds truncated the gesture.
"I introduced a number of our newfound friends to the god."
"Which god is that?" Valin asked. "I've had about enough of Quina."
Pierre's face hardened. "So has Ananshel."
5, Hutsu interjected with something that might have been admiration.
3 Tabe, 2 Xabe. She killed 5.
"It's not as though you're going to run out," Leith said, nodding to the thousands of Urgul milling around them. And yet, one must draw a line somewhere, Hutsu replied, eyeing Pier. 5, she said again, shaking her head. I could grow to like this woman. And you haven't seen the half of my talents, the Skullsworn replied, raising a coquettish eyebrow. You've been wasting your time dallying with these boys of yours. Hutsu laughed, a rich, full sound. If I took you to my abbey, I might never come out. You could tie me, Pier suggested. Tying you has failed several times already. Enough of this horse shit, Valin cut in. Guilt throbbed in his bones, guilt for allowing his wing to be captured on his watch, for failing to do anything to break them free, and meanwhile Hutsu and Pier were trading smiles and innuendo as though they were browsing the low market on a lazy summer afternoon. The Skullsworn, for all her sleek urbanity, was no better than the Orgul savages. They were blood-drunk killers, all of them. Pier, let me handle this, he continued. Why are we stopping? Where are we? Pier frowned at Hutsu apologetically. Valin forgets from time to time that I am not a part of his wing. He takes his work very seriously. I haven't forgotten that you're not on the wing, Gwenna said, and if you don't stop talking, I will stop you. Hutsu looked from Pier to Gwenna, considered the amused quirk of the Skullsworn's lip, then the open fury in Gwenna's eyes. This, she said, shaking her head, seems unlikely. Before Valin could cut in, 2 more Urgul shoved their way out of the crowd, dragging Balandin between them. The leech didn't resist, not even when they tossed him to the ground at Hutsu's feet, but Valin saw the way that Tabe watched him, eyes wary, almost frightened. "Ah, Valin," the leech said, elbowing his way to his knees, "I've missed your playful banter each evening." The words were light, but Balandin smelled weary, wary. "I'm glad the Urgul didn't kill you," Valin replied. Balandin raised an eyebrow. "Reconsidering my offer of cooperation?" "Not at all. It's just that I'm planning to put the blade in you myself." "An easy thing to say when there are no blades around." "Just wait," Valin replied. "Just wait." Hutsu was shaking her head. "Civilized people, this is how you speak to one another?" Valin turned back to the woman. "Where are we?" he asked again. "What is this?" The Urgul woman gazed over the encampment as though considering the question herself. Thousands of fires smudged the sky with their smoke. Valin could smell burning dung and burning meat, horse shit and human, turned up earth and wet hides. Thousands of voices murmured in his ears, so many he could never hope to untangle them. He hadn't been around so many people for years, not since leaving Annur. He turned back to the Urgul woman. "What are you planning?" "I will let Longfist explain," she replied. "He is eager to look upon you." "And just who in Hal's sweet dark is Longfist?" Hutsu remained silent a moment, as though there were no easy answer to the question. "A priest, a shaman, the one who binds us together," she replied finally. "And what does he want with me?" "He is curious about the Ketral, about the Skullsworn, and about you, Valin Huimalkinian. It is not often the son of an Annurian emperor comes among us. Longfist would witness this for himself." 22. Annur woke on a lumpy bed in a chilly room. At first she thought it was night, then realized the darkness in the sky was storm. Someone had tried to pull a scrap of oilcloth over the window, but the wind had torn it free at 2 corners, and it thrashed madly against the sill while rain spattered on the floor with each gust. The room was unfamiliar. When she tried to probe her memory, she found a wide, bright blank. The last thing she recalled was arriving on the bridge at Olon, pilgrims at her back, and even that memory felt blurry and inchoate, like something she had dreamed rather than lived. Thought came slowly, reluctantly. And when she tried to think about what happened after the bridge, about how she had come to the small stone room, she could hear only a voice, the echo of immensity singing in her ear. "Win!" Her heart pumped unstoppably, as though held in a great warm hand. Shivering took her, and she tried to pull up the thin, itchy blanket, then realized that she was naked. Alarmed, she started to sit up, then subsided against the mattress as though she were a puppet and someone had silently, almost tenderly, snipped all her strings.
"We had to cut off your clothes,"
a voice said, gravelly and indifferent. Adair turned her head to find a man, dark skin, close-cropped hair, seated on a wooden chair in the shadows. Le Havre, she thought idly. His name was Le Havre.
"They were burned. Singed to your skin in places."
Her skin burned, a bright sensation, clean, not entirely unpleasant. "What?" she trailed off, raising a hand, then letting it drop.
"Lightning," Le Havre replied, "at the ever-burning well."
The well. Memory leaked in. Faces, light, endless rain, a cool long spear heavy in her hand. Why was the well on fire? What was she doing there?
"You're lucky,"
Le Havre continued.
"I saw lightning hit 3 of my men down in the waist. Storms down there make this look like a clear day. Saw it from 30 paces off. One minute they were standing on a small rise, the next—" he stared out the window— "burned them black, all 3 of them. They were dead before they hit the ground. When I tried to pick them up to carry them back to camp, the skin just sloughed off."
Lightning. Adair lifted the blanket to look at her own body. She felt as though she'd been hurled from a great height, as though she were still falling, or else not falling at all. But at the very moment of striking the earth, the terrible impact infinitely extended. Fire laced her flesh. Angry red lines, thin as hairs, graceful as lace, swooped and whirled over the curves of her skin, a delicate, indelible brand left by the lightning. The lines looked like seams, felt like seams, as though she was nothing but heat trapped inside skin, a burning light ready to burst free. Adair dropped the blanket, and Le Havre's words swam back into focus. The vision of his dead soldiers tugged at her, mixed with her own reluctant fragments of memory. The story seemed impossibly sad, tragic. She wondered how he handled the guilt, then realized there was no guilt. Lightning came from the sky. Le Havre couldn't stop it. It wasn't as though he'd killed the soldiers himself. Why was she crying? It wasn't as though she'd served in the waste. She hadn't seen her men. The full memory lashed across her mind like a whip, so vicious that she cried out. Le Havre was out of his chair and across the space in an instant, his cool, dry hands on her forehead, then checking her pulse. "What's wrong?" he demanded, sliding back the blanket, searching for the source of the pain. Adair's breath was gone. She had no words to tell him that it was not her body that ached. "Fulton," she managed finally, too horrified by the memory of the well, of what had happened there, to care about Le Havre's hands running over her skin. "Birch, what happened? Did they—" She couldn't bring herself to say it. He paused, looked her in the eye, then, evidently satisfied that she wasn't dying, tossed the cloth back up over her shoulders. He did not, however, retake his seat. Instead, he stood at the window, staring out into the storm, ignoring the gusting rain.
"What happened?" he shrugged. "Well, that very much depends on who you ask."
"Are they alive?" Adair demanded. The words hurt as they left her, as though they were barbed hooks pulling free, ripping out ragged pieces of pink flesh. He nodded.
"Both of them. The lightning that hit you dead on knocked them both out of the way. Knocked a few dozen people out of the way, but those 2 landed far clear of the well. A little stunned, but fine."
"And you didn't insist on going through with it? Going through with the execution?"
Le Havre frowned. "I've seen plenty of lightning," he said finally. "Down in the waste, up north." He shook his head. "There was something different about this. It was brighter, sharper, more than natural, somehow." Adair stared. "And then people started to talk," he went on, "about the lightning, Intara's lightning,
about the fact that you were hit but not harmed, about those lines on your skin." He shook his head once more. "Never seen lightning leave marks like that." It took a few moments for Adair to understand. "A miracle," she breathed finally. "Their word," he said. "Not mine." Again he shrugged, but he turned away from the window, and there was something new in his eyes when he looked at her, something she couldn't quite name. "I'm stubborn," he went on after a pause, "but not stupid. It wasn't the right moment to go throwing heretics into the well." "They weren't heretics," Adair said, relief flooding her like liquor, sweet and sickening all at the same time. "Maybe." Adair raised her head. She felt stronger now, though her skin still burned. "Where are they?" she asked. He snorted. "Just because I'm not killing your friends doesn't mean I'm letting them wander around. They're alive. They're well. That's what you want to know, right? Congratulations." The last word raked her with shame. She had done nothing to save her Idolians, nothing effective anyway. It was the lightning that did it. Lightning and luck. Her skin burned, and she slipped an arm from beneath the blanket, studying the ruddy pattern, a sharp, bright sensation that might have been fear blooming in her mind. "They're alive," she murmured. Tears streaked her face. "Normally it's a good thing when your men make it," Lahav said, cocking his head to the side. "Doesn't always happen that way." Adair stared at him. "How do you do it?" she asked, voice little louder than a whisper. "Decide who lives and who dies. You've led men both in the legions and for the Sons of Flame. Some of them must have died on your orders. As a commander, how do you make the decision?" Lahav glowered at the storm. "You don't think about the dying. You decide what needs to be done. You pick the best men to do it and you send them out. The dying? That's an Anshale's business." Adair looked at the soldier. "And the things that need to be done," she asked, "you ever wonder if they really need to be done?" He met her gaze squarely. "All the time." When Adair woke again, it was night. The storm had settled to a quiet patter of raindrops. Someone had lit a lantern beside her bed, and Lahav was gone. For a while she lay still, feeling the burns lacing her skin, the bright ache like a spike of light in the meat of her mind. Unlike her earlier awakening, this time she remembered everything. "Sweet Intara's light," she breathed. "You've been a Kent-kissing prophet half a fucking day, and you've already started with the holy horse shit." Adair started up, yanking the blanket around her. Nearer sat in the chair by the head of her bed, tapping impatiently at the cane laid across her lap. Adair swung her legs off the bed, letting the blanket drop, then realized that Oshi stood in the far corner, inspecting a section of chipping plaster, and hastily pulled it up again. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "How did you get in?" Nearer raised her brows at the tone. "You've only got the 3 guards, girl. 2 of them are still trying to walk straight after almost getting tossed in a burning well, then skewered by fire, and the 3rd seems to have had a change of heart after your show down there in the city." The woman raised her bushy brows. "You do know what them dumb fool fucks in the street are saying? What they're calling you? Intara's second prophet. That's what." Adair put a hand to her forehead. The fierce, clean fire was gone, replaced by a throbbing ache. The guilt over Fulton and Birch, submerged for a while in her exhaustion, had settled on her like a leaden coat. She couldn't face Nearer and her questions, not right now, but she had no idea how to get her to go away. "What do you want?" she asked. The woman raised an eyebrow. "Wanted to gaze on the prophet in all her burned, skinny glory. Seen a lot of things in my life, but never a prophet." "I'm not a prophet," Adair said, shaking her head. "I just got lucky." It was the rational way to look at the situation, but the words felt wrong, somehow, ungrateful, disrespectful. "I prayed, and the goddess answered my prayer." Nearer raised her brows. "You don't have to play the pious fool for me, girl." "I'm not playing," Adair replied quietly. Fulton and Birch are alive because of that lightning, in Tara's lightning. And there are black pines burned to char in the Romsdals, also hit by lightning. You think your goddess has got something against tall trees?" Adair took a deep breath, then let it leak out slowly between her lips. She had no response, largely because it was exactly the kind of crack she might have made herself a month earlier. Lightning struck all the time, blasting barren mountain tops, stabbing down into the wide oceans, burning through the solitary oak in the field, most of it probably in places where there was no one to pray in the first place. Embracing a goddess because of a bolt of lightning was stupid. But then, it wasn't just the lightning. Adair closed her eyes and felt the deep, cool relief bathing her heart, the gratitude flowing like blood through her veins. The lightning she could write off, but not the answer to her desperate prayer. "In Tara came," she said, feeling defiant and foolish all at once. "She was there." Nera stared at her a moment longer, then shrugged. "Well, this was a disappointment. Guess one revelation looks pretty much like another." She got to her feet, leaning on the cane. "Good luck ruling your empire, girl. Come on, Oshi, you demented ape." Adair blinked. "You're leaving?" Nera nodded. "Your man, Ameridad, Lahav, he wasn't our man. Didn't expect he would be, really, but there were enough pieces that fit. Not the first time we've crossed a quarter continent for a dead end. Won't be the last. Oshi!" she said again, jabbing her cane at the door. "Time to leave our lady the Princess Prophet Minister to her great and noble tasks." The old man raised his head from the plaster, looked over at Adair as though seeing her for the first time, then abruptly lost interest. "Don't go," Adair blurted. "Come north with us." Nera frowned. "And why, in the name of Meshkent's buggering cock, would I want to do a shit-witted thing like that?" "I need you," Adair said, shocked at her own words, but recognizing the truth in them even as they left her lips. "I need a counsellor." "Seems to me you're well on your way to being over-counselled as it is." Adair shook her head. "No. Lahav will use me, but doesn't trust me. Fulton and Birch will guard me, but they won't talk to me." She trailed off, staring at her hands. "I'm in charge of an army now, Nera. I'm starting a civil war against maybe the best general in the history of Annur, and I have no idea what I'm doing." Nera's lips tightened. "I'm sorry, girl, but I can't help. You might have forgot," she lowered her voice, "but things didn't work out all that well when we were in charge, Oshi and me. Besides, you got in Tara now to guide your every dainty step." "Just because she saved me once doesn't mean she'll do it every time," Adair protested. She realized she was pleading and found she didn't care. "I need someone who knows about power, who's been there before." Nera glanced at her brother, then shook her head. "No, I got my own work to see to." "Yes," Adair said, seizing on the idea. "You walked all the way here looking for your success stream. Why? What was it you said? He's always at the heart of important things." "Well, there's nothing closer to the heart of things than the Dawn Palace, the palace you were telling me weeks ago you couldn't get inside." "This," the woman said, casting a sceptical look around the crumbling room, "doesn't look much like the Dawn Palace." Adair ignored the crack, pressing ahead. "I'm going to Annur. I'm going to destroy Iltornja and take back the unhewn throne. Last time I checked, it was your brother supposed to be sitting on that ugly hunk of stone, not you." "I have no idea where Caden is," Adair snapped, "and I can't afford to wait for him. None of us can. If you come with me, you'll see every important player in this empire. If your success stream is there, we'll find him." Nera narrowed her eyes, clicked her teeth together. "And if I come with you, if I'm your counsellor, the Kennerang might put both of our heads on a sharp stick." "Sometimes in order to get what you want, you have to take a risk." Nera laughed at that, a quick, brittle sound like sticks snapping. "Seems to me it's you ought to be worrying about risk, girl. You just pestered two of the most hated people in the long history of this rotten world to join your cause." She laughed again. "Two leeches. Two crazy leeches." Adair shot a glance at Oshi, lowering her voice. "Only one of you is crazy." Nera grinned a wide, yellow-toothed grin. "Call it 1.5.
23. Longfist, priest and shaman, the only chief to unite the Urgul tribes in a land and history littered with ambitious, bellicose chiefs, was the tallest man Valin had ever seen. At least a couple inches taller than Jack Pole back on the islands, who was a head taller than Valin himself. Unlike most extremely tall men, however, who tended to move in a series of gangly lurches, as though all their ligaments had gone slack, Longfist carried himself with the languid grace of a cat, every motion of his approach a coiling or uncoiling, as though the deliberation with which he moved were a soft pelt sliding over sinew. Valin had yet to see a chair among the Urgul. Instead, the chief seated himself upon a modified travois. Thick buffalo hide stretched between a wooden frame, each end of the thing borne on the bare backs of two kneeling Urgul, a man and a woman, their elbows and palms planted in the earth, faces inches from the dirt. They seemed, at first glance, to be balancing it. Then Valin noticed the blood on their backs, weeping from beneath the travois, and realized with a sick lurch that the frame was barbed, held in place by the steel hooks driven into their pale flesh. The shaman was not a small man, and the pain of those hooks must have been excruciating, but neither the man nor the woman moved. Valin could not see their down-turned faces. For all the attention Longfist paid his bearers, he might have been perched on a ledge of stone or a wooden stool. Instead, he was speaking in a voice too low for Valin to make out, addressing a knot of older warriors, gesturing with a carefully extended finger toward something in the sprawling camp, and shaking his head in the slow, menacing cadence of displeasure. Only after those warriors had been dismissed, jogging down the low slope toward whatever errand awaited, did the chieftain turn his eyes to Valin. They were predatory, those eyes, deep, bleak, blue, and patient as the sky. Valin felt himself being measured, weighed, and judged, and he tried to meet Longfist's scrutiny with his own. Despite the chill on the afternoon air, the shaman wore a sleeveless tunic of bison hide. Dozens of necklaces ringed his neck, leather thongs threaded through bone, some short, some long. They shifted and clacked whenever he changed position. He wore his blonde hair long, but instead of tying it back in the fashion of the Urgul warriors, he let it hang free in a pale cascade reaching halfway to his waist. A poor tactical decision if it came to a fight, but Longfist didn't appear worried about a fight. He nodded as Valin and the others approached. Not a greeting, but a gesture of satisfaction, the smile revealing a perfect row of white teeth, the upper canines of which looked to have been sharpened. "So," he said, spreading his hands wide, as though inviting Valin to sit at a bountiful feast, only there was no feast, nowhere to sit. "What did they do?" Valin asked, jerking his chin toward the bearers of the makeshift throne. Longfist raised an eyebrow. "They were brave," he replied. Valin shook his head. "And for some reason you didn't like that?" "Quite the contrary," the chief replied, running a finger along the ribs of the kneeling man. "Their bravery pleased me greatly, and so I have extended them this honor." Valin blew out a long, ragged breath. "Remind me not to please you." Longfist shrugged. "You are a soft man from a soft world. You would not understand." "Oh, I think I get it well enough. It makes you feel strong to hurt others. People like you aren't so uncommon." "On the contrary," the shaman replied, showing his teeth in a predatory smile. "People like me are extremely uncommon, and this," he said, gesturing to the bent and bloody bearers of his seat, "is not for me. It is for them." "What horse shit?" Longfist turned to Hutsu. "Perhaps you would attempt to enlighten our guest." She nodded. "You worship weak gods, and so you are weak. All peoples have the gods they deserve." As though that clarified anything. "We worship civilized gods," Valin replied. "I've studied your history, your worship. It is bloody and savage, bestial." "Civilized,"
Longfist said, holding a hand before him, palm up, as though weighing the word, feeling its heft. "Savage! Like a horse with blinders. You only see what your language allows you to see. This is the danger of relying too heavily on words." "The words represent things," Valin replied. "Law, prosperity, peace." The chief shook his head, bemused. "More words, more confusion. Consider your law. What is it except a shield for the weak?" "That's the point. We protect those who need protection." "Infants need protection," Longfist replied patiently. "But men and women grown? To protect them, to force your protection upon them, to assume that they need or desire that protection, is to strip them of their own nobility. You call us savage. You say we are like beasts. I say it is you, with your law and your prosperity that makes swine of men, makes cattle of women, reduces them to cowed conformity. Quina would raise their eyes once more, would ennoble their hearts." "I see how Quina ennobles," Valin said, gesturing to the kneeling figures, trying to hold on to his side of the argument. For all the chieftain's scorn for words, he wielded them deftly as weapons, twisting meaning and changing context, until Valin found himself utterly wrong-footed, defending rather than attacking. "It looks great, as long as you're the one sitting on the litter and not the one holding it up." "Surely," the man replied, pulling open his tunic slowly to reveal his chest. "You do not believe that I would allow others to claim an honour that I myself refused?" Valin suppressed a shudder. Someone had carved a tangle web of jagged, puckered slashes into his white skin, scores of lines, hundreds of them, a cloak of glabrous, glistening scar laid over his flesh. On either side of his chest, toward the pits of his arms, large, healed punctures, like old spear wounds, gouged the muscle. Following Valin's gaze, the shaman nodded. "It was here," he said, pressing a fingertip into one of the shallow divots, "and here that they put the hooks. For one full moon I hung suspended by the steel, while every morning the tribe gathered, every man and woman, even the children, gathered to drag their knives across my flesh, to participate in my sacrifice." Valin tried to gauge the claim. It seemed almost physically impossible. Almost. If none of those knives had severed an artery, if someone had provided the shaman with water, if the wounds were smeared periodically with coagulant, a man could survive. Something had left the scars. Valin imagined hanging from those hooks like a beast after a botched slaughter, skin peeling away in strips, flies in the wounds, tongue swollen so fat beneath the stepped sun that every breath was a struggle against strangulation. "You didn't die," he pointed out. "Of course not," Longfist replied, shrugging his tunic shut. "I made my sacrifice to Quina, not Wakari." "Wakari?" "The coward's god, the lord of the grave." It was the first time Valin had heard Annur referred to as a god for cowards, but he wasn't interested in debating theology. "What do you want?" he asked. "Why did your people tie us up and drag us halfway across the steppe?" Longfist gazed up at the shifting clouds, as though the answer to the question was scrawled across the wind. "What do I want?" he mused. "I suppose that what I want is to know whom to help and whom to destroy." "I volunteer for the former," Valentine said, stepping forward, managing an awkward bow over his bound hands. Longfist considered the leech for a moment. "I recognize Valin from his eyes, and from his father's description. Valin stared at the mention of his father, but Longfist pressed ahead as though he'd said nothing surprising.
"Hotso informs me that these others are the prince's warriors."
"Not all of us," Pierce said. The chieftain raised an eyebrow, studied the assassin for a moment, then turned back to Ballandin as though she had not spoken.
"You, however, you were captured separately."
The leech shrugged. "Different wing. We're all Ketrel." "The fickle, traitorous fuck!" Gwenna spat, shouldering her way forward. She glared at Ballandin for a heartbeat as though deciding whether or not to tackle him, then turned to Longfist. "You should kill him. You can't keep him drugged forever, and whatever he tells you now, when he comes undrugged, you'll wish to hell he was dead."
"I do not wish," Longfist replied. "I pray, and I do not pray to Hal. More, I do not kill men until I know what use they might have."
Ballandin smiled.
"Oh, I'm useful, I can promise you that."
Longfist merely nodded, considering the leech once more, then gesturing to someone behind them with one extended finger. A young Kasabe, barely older than Valin, came running with a wooden pipe. She set it in the shaman's outstretched hand, then retreated. Longfist took a long drag, held it a moment, then exhaled slowly, the smoke wreathing his face.
"I have questions," he said finally.
"You can bugger yourself with your questions," Laith replied, spitting at the shaman's feet. Longfist took another long puff on his pipe, staring at the flyer from behind the cloud of smoke.
"If you speak to me like that again, I will cut out your tongue."
The words were level, matter-of-fact, as though he were discussing a new bowstring or the morning rain. Laith looked ready to snap, but Valin spoke into the ensuing silence before the flyer could respond. "What are your questions?"
"First," the shaman raised a finger, "what are you doing on my step?"
Valin had expected the question, but he responded carefully. Ballandin might know nothing about the flea, about Asari and the Kenta, and Valin didn't intend to give him any extra information. "My wing was forced down after a fight in the mountains." Longfist glanced at Hutsu, and she nodded.
"A fight," he mused. "You killed the monks?"
Valin blinked. He hadn't expected the shaman to know anything about Ashkelon, but then the Shin had traded with someone. For all he knew, the eastern Urgul tribes had frequented the monastery before its destruction. The real question was how Longfist felt about the monks. The fact that Ashkelon, perched above the eastern steppe, had never been destroyed, spoke volumes. Valin took a deep breath, then plunged. "No. We killed the men who killed the monks." He nodded contemptuously toward Ballandin. "His wing. And others." Longfist raised an eyebrow.
"Your own men? You killed other Annurians?"
"Traitors," Valin amended, anger at the memory shoving aside fear and caution both.
"And your brother? He is dead?"
Valin hesitated. "No."
"My comrades,"
Ballandin said, shrugging as he spoke, "were more zealous than skilled. As you can see, I'm no friend of Valin, his family, or his empire." He smiled slowly. "Which could make me very useful to you." The leech wasn't even trying to disguise his treachery, which, Valin had to admit, might well prove the shrewd decision, given the frayed relations between Annur and the Urgul. The horsemen might respect the monks, but they loathed the empire. If Longfist were looking for an ally, who better than a Ketrel-trained leech, one with an intimate knowledge of Annur's military? "As I recall," Valin said, turning to face Ballandin, "it was you yourself who underestimated my brother, who nearly died at his hands." He nodded toward the leech's shoulder. "How's that bolt puncture?" "Healing nicely, thank you for asking," Ballandin replied. "As for your brother, I'm looking forward to cutting out those fancy eyes of his the next time we meet." Longfist seemed half bored, half amused by the exchange. Gwenna, however, rounded on Valin, eyes ablaze. "Are you going to keep talking?" she demanded, "or do you want me to kill him?" It was an implausible threat. Ballandin snorted, but he took half a step back all the same. "He's nervous," Valin realised, tasting the fear on the air. Normally the leech would have been feasting off Gwenna's rage, bathing in the power that came from her emotion, but drugged as he was with adamanth root, her fury brought him no strength. "Stand down, Gwenna," Valin said. He wanted Balindin cut to pieces as much as she did, probably more, but he didn't intend to make a spectacle of his wing in front of the Orgul chieftain. "Why?" she demanded, glaring at him, then jerking her head at Longfist. "So we can please this bloody son of a bitch? When we finish Balindin, we ought to start on him." Valin tensed, ready for some sort of retribution, but Longfist just raised his brows.
"Such hatred," he said. "Before you kill a man, you should be sure he is not your brother."
"My brothers are all in the legions," Gwenna spat. "On the frontier, keeping you bastards out."
"You see,"
Longfist said, looking past Gwenna to Hutsu.
"This is what most Annurians believe."
"What?" Valin demanded. "What do we believe?" The shaman spread his hands.
"That my people are trying to invade your empire."
Valin frowned, then nodded to the sprawling camp. "What's all this, then? We've got to be all the way into the blood steppe, probably just a few days from the White, and you've put together a Kent-kissing army."
"A defensive army," Longfist replied. "Protection against your predatory war chief."
Valin shook his head. "War chief?"
"Ranil Tonja,"
Talal said quietly. They were the first words the leech had spoken, and the Orgul chief turned an appraising eye on him, then nodded.
"This is his name. My army, as you call it, is no more than a shield against his depredations."
"There's a guy back on the islands," Lath observed. "Great grey bolt. He loves his shield. Beaten 20 men to death with it." Longfist nodded.
"More than 20 will die if Ranil Tonja comes across the White. But I have no longing for this fight." He pointed at Valin with the stem of his pipe. "Your father understood this. I wonder, do you?"
"What do you know of my father?" Valin demanded, the chieftain's earlier words coming back to him.
"More than you. We met yearly to re-establish our common border, to discuss our common goals. I sparred with him just 10 moons past."
Valin felt the ground shift beneath him. Sanlitun Hui Malkinian had less than nothing in common with this savage. The ideals of the Empire were diametrically opposed to those of the Orgul, and yet Valin's father had tried to exercise restraint regarding the steppe nomads. Until the last few years, imperial policy had called for a hard border at the White River, no intervention to the north.
"Met him? Where?"
"East of here, a place sacred to the Orgul."
Valin shook his head. "A lie. It would have taken him months to make the trip and months to return. The whole court would have noted his absence." Longfist smiled.
"Such certainty."
Even as he spoke, Valin realized his error. The Kenta. He had never heard of the gates before fleeing the islands, but according to Caden, the whole point of the Shin training was to allow the Emperor access to the Kenta, to provide him with the keys necessary to oversee all Annur. If there was a gate buried in the Bone Mountains, there could be a gate stuck in the middle of the steppe, a lone arch somewhere on a wind-beaten hill, an indestructible span of something that was neither stone nor steel. A primitive people like the Orgul would likely hold such a place sacred. For the 100th time Valin wished he had known his own father better. Would Sanlitun have travelled alone across half the length of a continent to parley with some blood-soaked barbarian chief? He tried to dredge up his childhood memories, but could snag only fragments and shards. Sanlitun sitting the unhewn throne, a finger extended in judgment, Sanlitun teaching him to hold a blade, rapping Valin on the knuckles again and again, insisting on a looser grip, Sanlitun seated cross-legged on the roof of Intara's spear, gazing out over the ocean, indifferent to the wind tearing at his hair
or the vast city sprawled below him, focused on something Valin could neither see nor comprehend, something terribly distant. All of Valin's memories were like this. He could make out the lines of his father's face, the burning eyes, the set of his shoulders, while the thought and emotion beneath remained opaque, unknowable.
"Your father had no desire for war with the Urgul. We are different peoples with different ways. He was content to leave it so. But there are factions within your empire who think differently." He nodded toward Ballandin. "Obviously."
The leech shifted uncomfortably, opened his mouth to respond, but Valin spoke into the pause. "So, if you and my father were such great friends, if you got such respect for the Empire, why am I tied up? Why have your people been beating my wing for the better part of a month?" Longfist tilted his head to the side.
"Hutsu has given me to understand that it is you who surprised her, that you have killed many of my warriors during the long ride west."
"We killed them," Valin spat, "because—" The chieftain waved his objection aside with a languid hand.
"I understand. You are warriors. It is forgiven."
He gestured, and Hutsu stepped forward, knife in hand. Despite the word "forgiven," Valin half expected the woman to plunge the steel into his stomach, and he shifted to put space between them, raising his hands in defence. She snorted in disgust.
"Stop moving. I am freeing you."
Valin stared as she sliced the rawhide cord binding his wrists, his elbows, trying to make sense of his sudden liberty. Before he could rub the blood back into his hands, the rest of his wing was likewise free. Even Pier seemed subject to Longfist's sudden, shocking amnesty. The assassin smiled at Hutsu as the Urgul woman cut her free, then sketched a curtsy, as though they were nobles at a ball.
"I can't help but notice," Ballandin said, when all the cords but his had been cut, "that I'm still tied up. I hope it is an oversight."
Longfist turned those cat-calm eyes on the leech.
"By all means, feel hope, if it gives you strength. I will remind you, however, that you have already admitted your part in this plot to kill your emperor."
Ballandin licked his lips, a quick, furtive motion. He glanced over at Valin as if for support, but Valin just smiled. He had no idea what was going on, no idea what game Longfist was playing, but he was free, for the first time in weeks, free when he'd expected to be tortured or killed, while Ballandin remained bound, stinking of fear and desperation. Valin allowed himself a moment to bask in the feeling. "Why don't you say a little more," he suggested, "about how you tried to kill my brother?" Longfist nodded.
"Yes, say more."
Ballandin shook his head warily.
"What do you want to know?"
The chieftain spread his hands, almost an invitation.
"Who sent you to kill the emperor?"
The leech shook his head again.
"That would be telling." "You can't tell now,"
Longfist replied casually.
"Or when I hold your still-beating heart in my fist."
"Go on," Valin said. "You already turned on your empire and your order. One more betrayal shouldn't be a huge weight on your conscience."
"It's not a matter of conscience,"
Ballandin said, responding to Valin but keeping his eyes warily on Longfist.
"It's a matter of practicality. While I've got secrets, I stay alive." "You may not find living such a blessing," Longfist mused, "when the life lived is one of pain. You know something of my people, yes? Have you learned that we can cut out the heart without slicing the veins that feed it? Twice yearly we hold a march in Queena's honour. The tributes carry their own hearts in their hands. I can offer you pain without death's escape."
He gestured to Hutsu with a single finger.
"Show him."
The woman stepped forward, smiling, the knife she had used to free Valin still ready in her hand.
"Begin with his small finger," the shaman said.
Balindin backed up a step, but the Tabe and Xabe behind seized him by the shoulders and elbows, holding him in place as Hutsu took his hand firmly in her fist, then set the blade to the knuckle. Valin had slaughtered chickens and pigs on the Eyrie, all part of the training in anatomy, and he remembered how easily the tendons parted when he found the gap between the bone. Hutsu didn't bother hunting for that gap. It took the Urgul woman a few moments to pry Balindin's little finger loose from his desperately clenched fist, and then she went to work, hacking through the flesh as the leech cursed and writhed, then sawing away at the bone itself for what seemed like an age, before the blade, as if of its own accord, finally sliced through the tendon. Balindin slumped against his captors while she held up the finger, inspecting it in the sunlight as though it were some sort of dubious vegetable.
"I'll kill you," he panted. "I'll fucking kill you."
Hutsu frowned, then turned to Longfist.
"Another finger?"
The shaman shook his head.
"Not yet, I think."
He turned to Balindin.
"I am quite willing to take your body apart, joint by joint. It will be a great sacrifice to Quina. If I leave you whole, it will be because there are things you can tell me whole that you cannot tell me in pieces. And so I will ask again, in the hope that this time you will tell me. Who sent you to kill the Emperor?"
Balindin hesitated, glanced down at the blood spurting from his severed finger, then spat.
"Ranil Tonja," he said.
Valin stared, uncertain that he'd heard the words correctly.
"Iltonja is the Kenarang," he said finally. "He was appointed by my father. It was the chief priest of Intara, Uinian, who assassinated the Emperor."
Balindin shot him a scornful glance.
"Iltonja pinged Sanlitune's murder on the priest, you fool. Or did you really think a Kent-kissing cleric could get past the Adolian Guard?"
"The Adolian Guard isn't living up to its reputation these days," Balin replied, trying to make sense of the leech's claim.
"Or maybe you don't remember our meeting with Micah Ut out in the Bone Mountains. They were in the Bone Mountains because they were the ones Iltonja could trust. They couldn't send anyone loyal to your brother because they wouldn't kill your fucking brother. That's another clue for you if you needed more clues. Uinian didn't control the Adolian Guard. He couldn't have sent Ut anywhere."
"And you," Valin said slowly, the magnitude of the betrayal sinking in. "Iltonja commands the Ketrel."
"It still doesn't make sense," Talal said, frowning. "Why send Yerl and Balindin when he could send Fane or Shalil? Why not send the flea?"
The leech shook his head as though incredulous that they could be so stupid. His rictus of pain did nothing to hide the scorn.
"Because the flea and Shalil served the Emperor. Iltonja needed new blood, a young wing loyal to him and only him."
"Loyal," Valin spat, "is a sick word to hear on your lips."
"You're the one asking the questions," Balindin snarled. "You and your new-found Urgul ally."
Longfist raised a finger, and they all fell still.
"Why did your war chief kill your Emperor? What does he want?" "The usual," Balindin said, voice tight. "To rule everything. The Emperor is dead. Everyone thinks the priest murdered him."
"And now the priest, too, is dead,"
Longfist concluded. Valin frowned. The trial is finished? The last he'd heard, Uinian was still in captivity. Of course, that news was more than a month out of date now. Longfist nodded.
"The princess," he said, "your sister, she burned him."
"No," Valin replied, shaking his head. The shaman clearly had a tenuous grasp of imperial justice. "Adair didn't burn anyone. Even traitors live under the rule of law in Annur. If Uinian was executed, he was convicted by a jury of the 7. The shaman shrugged.
"The priest is dead, burned alive."
"And you know this how?"
"I have watchers in your city."
Valin paused. It was unlike the Orgul to use spies. As far as the Ketrel knew, the nomads were too disorganized, too indifferent to strategy and politics to manage much more than the occasional raiding party. Longfist, however, was unexpected. He had managed to unify the Orgul, which meant he saw further or deeper than his fellow chiefs. Perhaps here, too, he was pressing the boundaries of tradition and custom. In any case, Valin hadn't heard a word regarding the situation in Annur, not since quitting the islands. Even the shaman's garbled intelligence was better than nothing. "Where is Adair now?"
"Gone,"
Longfist said.
"Disappeared."
"Starting to see the pattern," Valentine growled. "You don't have to take my word for it. Iltonja killed your father, then your sister. He ordered me to kill you, and he sent Utanadib to take care of Caden."
"If Iltonja's behind all this," Valin asked, trying to work it through, "why hasn't he claimed the throne for himself yet? Why hasn't he named himself emperor?"
"Because he's not fucking stupid."
The leech was cradling his maimed hand in his good one, but blood dripped from between his fingers. Valin could smell it, the same way that he could smell the leech's mounting fear.
"Emperor,"
Longfist said quietly, exhaling the syllables in a slow wash of smoke.
"It is, as you say, a name, a word, nothing more. On this steppe we do not worship names, but your people are different. Perhaps Iltornja hides behind another word, regent, until his foes forget their opposition. On this steppe," he made a curt, slashing motion with his hand, "it would not work. But among a soft folk, obsessed with words, choosing the right word is nearly as important as doing the right thing."
The shaman turned his attention back to Ballandin, sucking slowly through the stem of his pipe as he watched the leech, then breathing out a slow cloud of smoke.
"And what," he asked finally, "does Ranil Tornja want with my people? Why does he order these attacks against us?"
"I'm not his Kent-kissing confidant," Valentine hissed, "but it seems pretty obvious."
"Make it clear to me."
"Legitimacy."
Valin stared at the leech, the pieces falling into place. Sanlituun's political foes had often termed his policy with the Orgul appeasement. Since Iltornja's elevation to Kenarang, however, Annur had begun to take a harder position, fortifying the northern border, building new forts, even allowing strategic incursions over the White River. It was hard to say precisely why Iltornja would want to antagonize the Orgul, but history furnished a few examples. Maybe he was angling for more coin in the coffers of the Ministry of War. Maybe he was looking to expand the upper ranks of the army, to justify the promotion of a few Confederates. Or maybe he wanted an open war. Valin forced himself to consider that last option. It made a certain mad sense, especially if the Kenarang aspired to the unhewn throne itself. A sufficiently violent conflict would terrify the people of Annur, maybe terrify them enough that they would accept a seasoned warrior on the throne and overlook the fact that Iltornja lacked in Tara's burning eyes. Valin hesitated, Sami Yor's final words echoing in his ears. "What about Xestream?" he asked slowly. "Yor claimed that the Xestream were involved." Valentine stared at him, incredulous.
"I understand that growing up in a palace could give you an inflated sense of your own importance, but I didn't realize it went this far." He shook his head. "Xestream."
Valin frowned. There was something strange in the leech's words, something missing. Before he could put his finger on it, however, Longfist was putting down his pipe. He looked first at Ballandin, then at Valin.
"What precisely did this person, Jarl, say?"
For the first time he looked truly invested, leaning forward slightly, hand on his knee. Valin shook his head. "He said the Xestream were involved somehow, that they were behind it. And there were those creatures too," Talal added. "The Akhanath." Ballandin shook his head. His face had gone ashen, but he kept his feet. Whatever else was true about him, the leech had spent half his life with the Ketrel, and the Ketrel trained you to deal with pain.
Jarl was an idiot. He fought well, but he was an idiot. We knew about the Arcanath. Adi told us they had something to do with the Xestream originally, not that the Xestream was still alive, still involved.
He was lying. Valin knew all at once, without understanding how he knew. Something about the smell of him, an oily scent that was not a scent at all, a sweet, intangible reek of the raw nerves that accompanied deceit.
"Another finger?"
Hutsu asked, looking to the chieftain. Longfist nodded.
"No!"
Valentin protested.
"You fucking fools!"
But the Urgul woman was already on him, peeling back the small finger on the other hand, then driving the knife into the joint, twisting and sawing, blood spattering her face as the leech thrashed. When it was all finished, Valentin slumped against the warriors who restrained him. Longfist looked at him for a long time.
"The Xestream?"
he asked again.
"There were no Xestream,"
Valentin spat.
"Unless you think Iltornja is Xestream."
Valin inhaled slowly, but whatever he'd smelled or thought he'd smelled was gone. There was only the ragged, rusted edge of the leech's fear he held firmly in check. The shaman frowned, but did not respond.
"More?"
Hutsu asked. He shook his head.
"He has told us what he knows."
After a long pause, Longfist turned to Valin.
"I trusted Sanlitun,"
the Urgul leader said quietly.
"Although he led a soft people, he understood something of hardness. And now—"
He held a hand toward Valin, palm up, as though offering something precious but invisible.
"Your father is dead, murdered, and I believe we share a common foe."
"Meaning what?" Valin asked, his legs suddenly unsteady beneath him.
"Meaning that together we can avoid a war."
Despite Longfist's words, the sounds of martial readiness shivered the air. The drumming of hooves, shouts of men and women, cold clatter of steel on steel. Just a shield, the shaman claimed, but thousands of mounted warriors were never just a shield. Full-scale war had not come to Annur in generations, and now, according to Longfist, the decision to halt it lay in Valin's hands. "And how do we avoid war?" he asked carefully. "When Iltornja, the Kennerang and Regent both, is bent on it." The shaman smiled, revealing those bright, sharpened canines.
"You kill him."
24. The burn was not a burn. Not, at least, like any burn Adair had ever seen. The intricate tracery of red scar looked more like the swirls of henna that brides from Rabi and Aragat inked onto their skin, 1,000 ramifying twists and whirls snaking around her arms and torso, down her legs and up her neck, like tiny red vines spreading into her hair. Unlike vines, however, unlike ink, the burn was a part of her. When she flexed her arms or fingers, those burns shifted with the flesh, the scar-smooth skin catching the light until it seemed to shine, to glow. The wounds throbbed, but the pain was cold and bright rather than chafing. Still, when Adair tried to get out of bed, she felt her legs turn to water, and her mind fade, all thought blotted out in a great wash of light. It was a day before she could cross to the window, and another before she could reach the door, but on the third morning, despite the wobble in her gait, the brightness stamped on her sight, she insisted on seeing her Idolians. Lahav and Nira had assured her over and over that both men had survived the ordeal, but Adair needed to witness it herself, to stand in the same room with them, to touch them and hear them speak. The room was dark, blinds drawn over the windows, the single lamp unlit on a bedside table. At first Adair thought they were sleeping, then Birch raised his head weakly from the pillow and she stifled a gasp. The lightning had burned him too, but there was nothing delicate or graceful about the bright red wheal smeared across half of his once handsome face. Of the wounded eye she could see nothing. It was either lost or the lid had burned shut.
Any expression must have been excruciating for him, but he raised his brows.
"Come to finish us off, my lady?"
He tried a grin, but his voice was thin as smoke. Adair shook her head. I came to see that you were all right."
"We're fine,"
Fulton cut in, although when he pushed himself up in his cot he looked anything but fine. The lightning had spared his face, but a rogue branch of the bolt had torn down his chest like a talon, ripping the skin apart. The bandages over the wound were heavy with seeping blood and pus, and he was even thinner than before the botched execution.
"Are they feeding you?"
she demanded. Fulton nodded.
"Broth, at the moment. Neither of us can hold down much more."
He narrowed his eyes, studying her.
"Your face.
"Your neck. You are well?"
"Well enough," she said, nodding.
"Thanks be to Intara,"
the man murmured.
"For what?"
Birch asked.
"Grilling us like fish on a skewer?"
"For sparing the princess,"
the older man replied.
"I thought it was profit now," Birch said. "Didn't I hear something about a profit?"
Adair nodded weakly. "That's what some of the people are saying."
"And what about us?"
he asked, gesturing to his face.
"Are we prophets too?"
"We are soldiers,"
Fulton ground out, warning heavy in his tone.
"The same as we have always been."
"The same?"
Birch replied.
"I don't think so."
For a moment the two men seemed to forget that she was there, glares locked like the horns of rutting bulls. Adair could only watch, her legs too weak to carry her forward, her mouth too dry to speak. At last Birch turned his head away, shoved the blinds aside, and stared out the window into the rain. "I'm sorry," she said finally, the words flimsy as wet paper, tearing apart even as she spoke them. "I'm so sorry."
"There's no need to apologize, my lady,"
Fulton said.
"You did what you had to, and so did we. Everyone's alive. In another day or two we'll be able to resume our duties."
Birch kept his eyes on the window, and his voice was so low when he spoke that Adair wasn't sure she heard him clearly.
"Speak for yourself, Fulton." "Forgive him, my lady," Fulton said. "The lightning woke me up," Birch snapped, turning back and half rising in his bed to glare at Adair. "Mind your tone before the princess, soldier," Fulton growled.
"Princess? She's a prophet now, or didn't you hear? The thing is, I didn't sign on to serve a prophet."
His eyes were wide, almost wild, accusatory and pleading both.
"I would have taken a blade for you, Adair, a bolt in the belly. I would have run into a burning tower to haul you out."
"You might still have the chance," Fulton growled.
"No,"
Birch said, a voice suddenly horribly weary.
"I will not. I'm done. I always knew I might be killed for you, Adair. I just never figured I'd be killed by you, by a deal you made."
He dropped his head back to the pillow, turned his gaze to the window, and fell silent. Jaw tight, Fulton started to pull himself upright in bed, but Adair crossed to him, put a hand on his shoulder. He was feverish, skin aflame, and weak as a child when she pushed him back against the pillow. "It's all right," she murmured. "Leave him be. I already owe him more than I can repay." Birch didn't turn his head. From where Adair stood she could see only the unburned side of his face, the handsome side, the side she recognized. Tears sheeted his cheek, but he refused to look over, didn't meet her eye. He was alive, saved, either by the grace of Intara or Adair's own mad folly. And yet she had lost him all the same. "He is the first to see through me," Adair told herself, staring at the man, trying to remember his casual laugh, his grin. "But he will not be the last, or the worst." "I'm not a prophet," Adair said, shaking her head, meeting Neera's glare from across the table. "I'm not, regardless of what they say."
"The fuck does that have to do with anything?" the woman snapped.
"I won't drape myself in a lie and call it glory."
"Oh, for Shale's sweet sake, girl, you think you can rule an empire without lying? You think your father didn't lie, or his father, or any of your goldie-eyed great-great founders of Annur? It's built into the job. Bakers have flour, fishermen have nets, and leaders have lies."
Adair ground her teeth and looked away. They sat just inside the wide glass doors of the old palace where Lahav had made his headquarters. To the south the lake stretched away farther than she could see, all waves and grey, like a great chipped slate. On the far side of the water, well out of sight, sat Sia, a twin city to Olon, but richer and more beautiful. Past Sia lay the trellised vineyards of central Eridroa, then the jade hills, green as emeralds, if the paintings were to be believed, sparkling with 10,000 terraces. Adair had seen the vibrant scrolls hung in the Dawn Palace, but she had never been farther from Annur than Olon, and the sudden mad urge seized her to set out south on a lake boat, to slip out of the city when no one was watching and just disappear. It was a childish fantasy, of course, the opposite of what she had come to do, but then, despite her success, what she had come to do was looking harder each day. According to Annur, she should have been grateful that the devout were calling her Intara's second prophet, that the scene at the well was being hailed as a miracle. In a single day she'd won the loyalty of Intara's most faithful, and besides, it wasn't as though she'd never had a title before. Princess, Malkenian, Minister of Finance. She'd grown accustomed to the big names, but this newest honorific, prophet, hung on her heavily as an ill-fitting coat. She still couldn't explain what had happened at the well, couldn't be sure why she had walked away unscathed from the lightning. That Intara had answered her prayer, Adair was just willing to believe, especially when her mind filled, as it still did several times each day, with that boundless, brilliant light, a wash of peace and power so burning hot it felt cool as balm. She'd come to the city a skeptic, and was leaving with a reverence kindled in her heart. Fine. But none of that made her a prophet. "It's not even your lie," Annur went on, stabbing a bony finger into the tabletop. "It's the people saying it. All you have to do is nod your dumb head and smile." Adair sucked a long breath between her teeth. The old woman was right enough. Word of Adair's miraculous survival was already spreading, of a Malkenian princess who had forsaken her palace and throne to join a sacred band of pilgrims, to make her own sacrifice at the well, who had been marked twice over by Intara, once with the burning eyes, and a second time, to reaffirm her holiness, by a sacred web of bright scar laid into her skin. Most hagiography, of course, was bullshit. In some of the tales people had Adair stepping into the well itself, then borne up on a fountain of light. And yet she had few enough advantages in the fight against Iltornja as it was. "Listen, you priggish idiot," Annur said, spreading her hands. "People don't want men and women for leaders. They want saviours." "And what if I don't want to be a saviour?" "Then you're dumber than I took you for," which was pretty fucking dumb. She shook her head in frustration. "Let me lay it out, plain as cloth. A fisherman tells his own story, where he fished, whether his nets came back full or no. A tailor tells his own story. Even a whore tells her story, though there are plenty of crooked cocks who'll try to take it from her. But a queen? An emperor?" She shook her head. "You can sit on the throne and talk till you're out of air, but it's them," she said, stabbing her cane at the wall, at the suns of flame drilling in the courtyard beyond, at the citizens of Olon, at the entire empire. "It's them who tell your story. And listen to this bit, girl. Listen good. There aren't but two tales to tell. You're a saviour or a curse, an answered prayer or a Kent-kissing monster. So when people go telling tales with the words blessed and goddess and prophet, you thank your bright shiny goddess and you nod and you fucking smile. It's you who made me counsellor, so I'm counselling. Take the worship and be glad for it." Adair stared, taken aback by the tirade. "All right," she said finally. "But they believe all this business about prophets, because they haven't met me. The people who know me know the truth." In her mind she watched again as Birch met her eyes, shook his head, and turned away. One man at least who wanted nothing to do with her divinity. "When they come to know me, they will come to know it." Annur nodded as though she'd been making that precise point all along. "Which is why you don't let people know you. Why you can't." Adair shook her head wearily, staring out at the waves. The best wines in the world came from Sia, reds and whites both. She could go south, take a room in a tiny whitewashed house overlooking the lake, spend her days baking and fishing. And then Iltornja would win. He would destroy her empire as he murdered her father. She tore her eyes from the water, turning back to Annur. "All right," she said. "Prophet. As long as I don't have to push the story myself, as long as that's it."
"It?"
Annur asked, brows rising.
"It?"
"Yes, it. I'm doing this to see Iltonja captured, tried, and killed, not so I can follow in the footsteps of Mayala."
"And if you succeed?" the woman demanded. "What then?"
"Then Caden will take his place on the unhewn throne."
"Caden?"
Annur hooted.
"Your poor bastard of a brother's feeding the crows by now. You think the Kent-kissing Kenarang went to all the trouble to gut your father just so Caden could dance back home and plant his bony ignorant ass on the throne?"
Adair held up a hand. "I realize he may have gone after Caden. The delegation sent north, the one with Adiv and Ut, they could have been part of the plot." She shook her head at the magnitude of the suggestion. "But could Iltonja really win over both the Mizran councillor and the first shield of the Adolian Guard? And if he wants Caden dead so badly, why didn't he kill me? I would have been the easiest target of all."
Annur looked her up and down, then snorted.
"You were worth more to him bedded than dead. There was no threat that you'd take the throne."
She pursed her withered lips.
"Is there?"
Adair let out a long, slow breath.
"Annur would never accept me on the throne. And Caden—"
The old woman waved the name aside.
"I've heard about enough of Caden. He's dead, girl. Dead as meat."
Adair glanced down at her hands and realized she'd torn a nail right down to the quick. Blood pooled in the nail bed, then, when she tried to wipe it away, smeared across her hand. In all the long march south, she hadn't allowed herself to think beyond the need to win over the sons, and now that she had them, all she could consider was Iltonja's destruction. Annur was right, though. If they did succeed, if the Kenarang didn't plant all of their heads on spikes over the God's Gate, someone would need to rule Annur.
"I could do it,"
she said slowly. Annur smiled, a tight, grim expression.
"You're a thick-headed bitch, Adair. But when you're in the shit deep enough, at least you know to start swimming."
Despite her reservations, after several more days, Adair was forced to admit that the events at the ever-burning well, divinely ordained or not, had worked a small miracle for her cause. Not only were the sons of flame flocking to Lahav's call, but the common people of Olon, sons and daughters both, came in scores, then hundreds, then thousands, some begging to join the Holy Army, others bearing baskets of food, or even, in one strange case, a dozen iron rakes.
"Can strip the skin from some legionary bastard with a rake as well as a sword," the giver proudly proclaimed.
The words made Adair sick. She needed to see Iltonja unseated, that much she had never doubted, but now that her own army was gathering, she was starting to tally up the true cost for the first time. She wasn't just preparing to fight a war, she was putting together a military force that would kill Annurians, loyal soldiers doing their best to hold their posts and defend the Empire. It was a grim thought, one that refused to leave her as she worked with Lahav to make the force ready to march. As it turned out, rallying an army wasn't simply a matter of running a flag up the pole, making a few stirring speeches and passing out swords, not even for a princess, not even for a prophet. Adair had thought she understood something of military logistics from her reading, but the books made everything seem tidy, manageable, as though the main work were lining up wagons and procuring rations, meting out rank and enforcing discipline. Whoever wrote the books, however, had evidently authored them from a comfortable chair far from the mess of actual mobilization. It took Lahav almost a full week just to assemble a respectable force out of the disbanded Sons of Flame. Most of the soldiers had quit Annur, travelling south partly to escape the capital, partly to chase the whispers they'd heard of a force coalescing secretly in Olon. Coalesce it certainly had. There were thousands upon thousands of sons in and around the city, but the secret part meant that, for all but a few hundred, Lahav's innermost circle, there was no clear hierarchy, no established muster point, no protocol for the dissemination and verification of orders, nothing beyond a shared desire to defend Intara with the force of their arms and a tenacious hatred of the Malkenians. The miracle at the well
had rehabilitated Adair in the eyes of many, but Le Havre had been laying on anti-imperial propaganda with a trowel for a long time. It was the chief reason so many citizens were so ready to take up arms in the first place, and it took a concerted effort to reverse the message, to explain to scores, then hundreds, then thousands, that Adair was, in fact, a victim of the same vile treachery that had taken down the Intaran church. Every morning and every night Le Havre and Adair appeared in a small plaza before a new group of hardened faces, explaining that the conflict between them had been a misunderstanding, that both longed fervently for a strong empire in which the worship of Intara would play a central part, that Ranil Tonja, Kenarang turned regent, was their common foe.
"He knows we're coming," Le Havre said one night,
as the two of them sat picking over the bones of a fried carp. Despite his burns, Fulton had resumed his duties, but he waited just outside the door, leaving Adair and the soldier alone for the meal.
"The palace has spies here, same as everywhere else, and there's no way to disguise what we're doing."
Adair nodded wearily. "Not that we have much of a choice."
"There are always choices."
She looked up from the fish, studying the man. Despite their common cause, despite Fulton's pardon and Adair's own sudden rise in stature among the sons of flame, Le Havre still made her uneasy. He accepted her, worked with her, but she had no feeling at all for how he felt about her, and she had not forgotten that day in the perfumed quarter when he almost left her to the canal rats. She didn't question his devotion to the goddess, and Adair hoped that devotion might be enough to keep their paths running parallel, but there was no way to be sure. Unlike the others, Le Havre referred to her as a princess still, not a prophet. "Are you having doubts?" Adair asked. Intara knew she was having plenty of her own, but that didn't mean she was ready to lose the Sons of Flame. Without them, her defiance was dead, as she would be when Iltonja finally caught up with her.
"I have questions," he said,
setting his knife down, the blade disappearing into the thick sauce in the bottom of the platter. "All right, then," Adair said. "Ask them." For a moment he remained silent, studying the carcass of the fish. After a few heartbeats he pulled off one of the ribs, sucked on it a moment, then tossed it back onto the tray.
"What is he like?" he asked finally. "The Kenarang. What kind of man is he? What kind of soldier?"
"Why did you tell me? You're the one who served under him."
"I was in the south, in the jungles. At that point Iltonja was still a regional commander, all the way up in Ralte. I've never even met the man."
Adair frowned, then shook her head. "I've read all the classic treatises, but I don't know the first thing about soldiering. Men say he's brilliant, that he wins battles no one else could win. His soldiers would follow him around the earth if he asked it, which I suppose makes him dangerous enough." She paused. Her memories of Iltonja were like knives, bright and sharp, cutting. "As for the man," she went on, trying to find the right words, "he seems flippant, dashing, insouciant. But it's not real. Not all of it, at least. I thought I was smart, but he used me. Used me like a fine tool that he had chosen and polished for his purpose. Used me without my even knowing it." Le Havre watched her, the reflected flame of the candle alive in his narrowed eyes.
"You escaped,"
he pointed out. She nodded bleakly. "And now we're going back." Over the following days, the fear and uncertainty gnawed at her like a rat trapped in her guts. Still, speech by speech, day by day, the force grew. Men polished their armour, honed their blades, and joined the growing camp just north of the city. Just as importantly, the citizens of Olon and her hinterland gathered as well, some to gawk at the unexpected force, some from genuine devotion to either Adair or Intara, some because they had something to sell. Wagons, horses, grain. Offerings to Intara's prophet were all well and good, but people needed to make a living, and there was good money to be made outfitting an army. Where the money came from was a different question, and one that, to Adair's surprise and satisfaction, she proved uniquely able to answer. Olon, for all its poverty and dilapidation, still acted as a funnel for most of the trade between central Eridroa and the capital itself. Significant trade meant significant taxes, and Adair, leveraging her twin roles as Malkenian princess and the Minister of Finance, insisted on access to the imperial coffers packed with coin. Enough coin, as it turned out, to back an army. A week after the lightning at the well, the Sons of Flame had most of the supplies necessary to reach Annur. On the following day they marched, leaving the city while a baffled population looked on, some cheering, some wary, wondering what effect that war would have on them, on their homes and families. Only when Adair finally saw the army moving, marching rank upon rank of men headed north, did she realize just how crucial the Sons of Flame were to her goals. She had known it in her head, of course. It was her whole reason for coming, but she could see it now, hear it, feel it in the trembling dirt beneath her boots. Despite their dislocation and the partial collapse of their church, most of the sons had served their order for years, and found little difficulty falling back into the old structures of command, the lifelong habits of discipline that distinguished a professional fighting force from a rabble of angry men with steel in their hands. Adair could have seized the Elonian treasury and tried to raise her own army, but the men would have had no cohesion, no training, no experience working in units, probably no idea how to walk in a line without stepping on one another's heels. As she marched north with the Sons, however, recapitulating in reverse her long miles along the canal, things went so smoothly that it was easy to forget that at the end of it they would have to fight a battle. That at the end of it, prophets or not, they might all be dead.
25. Caden could remember slaughtering his first goat, sliding his carefully honed knife along the neck as he held the warm, trembling creature beneath one arm. He remembered the way the hair parted, then the skin beneath, the pink flesh, fresh and unblemished for half a heartbeat, before the blood welled in a hot, wet gash, and the legs went abruptly slack. He was only 10 years old at the time, but he remembered Chalma Oleki standing at his shoulder instructing him to lay down the knife, to take up the large crock for the blood, to hold it beneath the wound. "Blood and meat," Oleki had pointed out, "a little bone, a little hair, but no soul." He chuckled gently at the notion, a soft sound like a stream running over smoothed rocks. He had shown Caden how to gut the animal, lifting each organ in turn. The heart, the brain, the belly. A creature is no more than this. You are no more than this. So, too, this man that Caden was readying himself to kill. It was surprising how easy it had been to create the opportunity. He stood in the darkness of the door across from his own cell, knife at the ready, and waited, counting down the final heartbeats until the man came, carrying the trencher in one hand, the storm lantern in the other. When Caden heard the door at the end of the hallway open, he closed his lids over his flaming irises and waited, listening, until the footfalls paused. When he opened his eyes, the guard was setting down the lantern, back turned to him. It was a simple thing. One cut across the throat and it was done, brutal but simple. As Caden stood in the darkness, however, passing the guard's breaths, trying to measure the empty space between knife and neck, the most basic elements of the action suddenly seemed implausible, impossible. How would he cross the corridor? How would he pivot to bring that knife to bear? Should he move slowly to avoid suspicion, or lash out all at once, murdering the man in one quick slice? No, he reminded himself, not murdering. Murder was a sloppy term, imprecise, laden with judgment and emotion. Killing. Killing described the action, nothing more. "I've killed goats," Caden reminded himself. "I thought I'd killed that leech back at the saddle." Still, it was one thing to discharge a flat bow at Ballandin from the still depths of the Vanyate, a twitch to the finger, the reverberation of the spent bow, the brief whistle of the bolt in the air, and the man was gone, vanished off the side of the cliff. It hadn't felt like killing. It hadn't felt like anything. Cutting the guard's throat would be harder, messier. He considered the exposed flesh below the jaw. Here is the knife, here is the neck. In the end, it was a simple matter of 3 steps followed by an extension of the arm.
The blade bit immediately, snagged for a moment on the tough cartilage of the trachea, then pulled through, slick and hot and wet. The guard managed to half-turn, reaching a hand toward Caden's shoulder as if in friendship. Then the life fled his limbs, and his head caved forward into the wreckage of his neck. Blood drenched Caden's face and chest, slicking the hand that held the knife, pumping in stubborn dark sheets down the front of the dead man's sealskin cloak to puddle in the pits of the floor. The body slumped forward, then fell. For a moment Caden didn't move. He stood, gory knife at his side, blood soaking his fetid clothes. Some feeling, delicate, poured, and silent as a mouse, prowled the edges of his brain, slipping away each time he tried to look at it directly. Guilt? Caden glanced at the slumped form, the mound of bone and flesh that had until moments before been a man, then closed his eyes, trying to corner the elusive sensation. Regret? Doubt? It glared at him a moment, tiny, feral, then darted farther into darkness. He'd lost track of his pulse in the attack, but it didn't matter now. Keel's route out didn't involve the corridors above. The schedule of the Ishin no longer mattered. Caden picked up the storm lantern, slid open the shutters, allowed his eyes a few moments to adjust to the light, then rifled through the guard's tunic for the keys. At first he thought he'd gambled wrong, that the man wasn't carrying what he needed, but then, when he pulled aside the blood-soaked neck of the tunic, he found them, hanging on a chain around the neck. Freeing Keel was simple, a matter of lifting aside the heavy steel bars, fitting the key into the lock, then hauling the door open. Caden winced as the hinges screamed in protest, his pulse rising for a moment, then settling. "The guard is dead?" Keel asked, stepping from the shadows. Caden nodded. "Then there shall be no one to hear us." He glanced past Caden as though searching for someone else. "Where is the girl?" "This way," Caden said, gesturing. Caden had found Triste's cell nearly a day earlier. Their captors had separated their 3 prisoners in widely spaced cells, making sure they couldn't communicate, and Caden had spent almost 1,000 heartbeats finding a locked door that showed signs of recent use. He'd considered freeing Triste then, explaining the whole plan to her, even enlisting her to help in the killing of the guard. It was tempting to have a companion, another conspirator, but he decided against it at the last minute. There was no telling what Matol and the Ishin intended, no telling when they might arrive to drag her back up to the chambers above. It seemed safer to leave her ignorant and in darkness until the time for escape had come. As she shoved open her door, however, he wondered if he'd misjudged the situation. All he could see by the meagre light of his own eyes was a slumped form crouched against the rear wall of the cell. Even in the cramped space, Triste looked small, huddled in the farthest corner, a clenched ball of fear and pain. She cried out at the sudden light, shielded her eyes with a hand, and turned toward the stone as though she could burrow into it. There were cuts on that hand, Caden realized, burns and lacerations. "This is why I killed the guard," he reminded himself. "This is why I defied Tan." He took a few steps forward, approaching the shivering girl as though she were a frightened, wounded beast slipped from the fold and lost in the mountains. "No," she moaned. "Please." "Triste," he said, the word brittle in the chilly air. He tried again, forcing more warmth into the syllables. "Triste, it's Caden. We're leaving. We're leaving." She half raised her head, blinking at him from between tangled threads of hair, still blind from the light. Blood and grime ran in streaks down her arms and face. Someone had hacked off most of her hair. The Adolian uniform she had been wearing since the Bone Mountains was nearly shredded. She ran her fingers over the wet stone, caressing it as though it were the cheek of a sleeping child. Her fingernails, Caden realized, were ragged, bloody. "Leaving?" she asked quietly. "Fleeing. We have to move fast before the next guard comes, before Matol sends someone else." She shivered at the name, then pushed herself unsteadily to her feet. "What do we do?" "Go with Keel." "Who's Keel?" "Someone who can get us out." The still black pool seemed to drink the lamplight as though it were pitch or oil rather than salt water, as though anything dipped into it would slide instantly into utter darkness. It was barely more than a pace across. the diameter of a small well, but Caden could imagine it plunging down endlessly to the very centre of the earth. "This is it," Keel said. Caden glanced over at Triste. She was trembling, staring at the pool as though into the maw of some great stone beast. "There's no other way?" she asked, her voice tiny, terrified. "What about the ship that Caden mentioned, the one Tan suggested?" Caden hesitated. Staring into the dark water, it was tempting to double back, to break out through the main door of the prison, to hope they could hide Triste during the long walk to the underground harbour. It was tempting and foolish. Triste's tattered Idolian uniform did nothing to conceal her identity, less than nothing. Even in shadows, even at a glance, it was obvious that she was a woman, and there were no other women in the dark heart. They could sneak into the corridors above, hoping for the best, but Caden was through hoping. "Too much risk if we go the other way. This will take us straight to the Kenta chamber." "But the men," Triste said, "the ones with the bows." "Will never see us," Keel said. "They're outside the pool waiting on the ledge above it. We'll never break the surface." "And they don't guard this?" Caden asked, gesturing to the pool. Keel raised an eyebrow. "Would you?" "What's down there?" Triste asked. "Tunnels, rooms, old halls. When the Ishin flooded the Kenta, they flooded dozens of the lower passages too. It was a reasonable decision. No one's likely to navigate that maze after stepping through the gate, not underwater. Not before their air runs out." Caden stared bleakly at the still surface of the pool. "No one except us," he said. "Well," Keel spread his hands, "we're going to try." "How far?" Triste asked. The cassette stream paused, eyes going distant and unfocused for a moment, then nodded. 187 paces, give or take." Caden stared. "Did you measure it?" "In my mind. It's been thousands of years. I could be off." 200 paces. Triste groaned, shaking her head. "I'm not sure I could swim that far above water." "You don't have to swim," Keel replied. "Not much. I'll guide you, pull you." "And what about you?" Caden asked, shaking his head. "It seems almost impossible even without the extra effort." "There are techniques," the cassette stream replied, "to slow the heart, to use the muscles more judiciously." Caden paused, realizing all over again that the man beside him was not a man at all. The Shin, with their training and their discipline, could manage amazing feats, could sit nearly naked in the winter snow or stay awake for a week, but compared to Keel, the Shin were children, fools, tiny creatures exploring the first rooms of a vast city, the scope of which they could barely apprehend. "And me?" Caden asked. "You will enter the Vanyate here," Keel replied. "That will do something to slow your pulse and keep you from panic. If you are judicious with your breath, it will be enough." "If," Caden said, shaking his head, "if you remember the distance correctly, if I can follow you down there, if I can hold on to the Vanyate. It's all ifs. I'm starting to wonder if we shouldn't risk the ship." Keel cocked his head to the side. "Nothing is certain. If we travel the tunnels above, you trust to luck. If we take this route, you have only yourself to rely on." "And you," Triste said, rounding on him, her voice high, close to hysteria. "Your success dream. Now that Caden's broken you out, you could take us down there and leave us. We don't even know the tunnel leads to the Kenta." Keel nodded. "I could, and you don't. What you do know, however," he went on, indicating the lacerations around Triste's wrists, the blistered fingers of her right hand, "is what will happen to you if they capture you again. The water may kill you, but not like this." Triste blanched, glanced down the corridor the way they had come. Caden followed her gaze. "I don't like leaving Tan," he said, shaking his head. "The Ishin don't trust him any more than they do me. When we disappear, they will put the pieces together. They'll know what happened." "So will he," Keel said. "Rampuri Tan is more dangerous and resourceful than you know. He will find his own way." "And if he does not?" The Xestri met his eyes. "Then he does not. There is no easy path, Caden. You can save Triste, or you can save Tan, not both." Caden looked over at the girl. She was hugging herself, shivering in the chill dark.
"All right," he said slowly. "The Vagnate."
"I don't know the Vagnate," Triste said, voice crumbling. "I don't know how to slow my breath." Keel nodded. "I'm not sure you'll survive to the Kenta, but the choice is yours." She turned to Caden, eyes wide, pleading. "What do we do?" He hesitated. He didn't want the decision, didn't want the responsibility that came with it, but wanting, as the Shin had told him hundreds of times, was just another way to suffer. He set aside the fear and emotion both, tried to see the situation clearly, coldly. If they escaped, if he retook his throne, he could come back for Tan. More, if Triste was Xestream, he needed her, needed what she knew to understand the plot against his family. It was a hard choice, but Rampori Tan had taught him something about hardness. "There is a strength inside you, Triste," he said, "something even you don't understand. It's why they imprisoned you in the first place. You ran through the mountains. You passed the Kenta twice already." Furious shouts split straight through his words, cleaving the calm he had so carefully guarded. He tried to count the voices. There were 3. No, 5. The loudest among them, Matol, bellowing his fury. "Want them found, and I want them found now! 2 men in each cell, take this fucking place apart, and someone find Rampori Tan, that treacherous bastard!" Boots clattered on the stone. Steel hinges screamed, men barked commands back and forth. "It's too soon," Caden said, staring down the corridor. "They shouldn't be here." "There is no should," Keel said quietly. "Only is. Prepare yourself." Caden measured a long breath, holding it in his lungs, but before he could exhale, the first Ishin rounded the corner, blades bright with the light of their lanterns. For a moment no one moved. Then the leader, Helelen, Caden realized, the same man who had first challenged them at the Kenta, smiled. "Here!" he shouted over his shoulder. "They're here! Cowering in a corner!" "Quickly," Keel murmured. Caden reached for the Vagnate, but it was like clawing at cloud. His mind passed through the emptiness, but failed to enter it. The gong of his heart tolled in his ears. "I can't," he said, shaking his head. Triste had turned to face the men, teeth bared, hands twisted into claws as though she intended to rend the skin from their faces. "They cannot follow us," Keel said. There was no fear in his voice, no urgency. "Find the trance." "I'm trying," Caden replied, but the Ishin were already advancing, moving slowly down the hallway, obviously enjoying the sight of their trapped quarry, and there were more behind, more than enough to kill them all a dozen times over. Even as Caden stared, another figure rounded the corner at a full run, sword spinning in his hands. No, he realized, shock blazing over his skin before he managed to snuff it out. Not a sword. A spear. A naxal. The first 2 men went down without a sound, one with a slit throat, the other stabbed through the chest, the third Rampori Tan hamstrung. The Ishin fell, trying to bring his sword to bear as Tan shattered his skull. Helelen stood a moment longer, lips pulled back in a snarl. He feinted right, danced left, but Tan ignored both motions, lashing out with one end of his spear, then spinning it in a great vicious arc that hacked halfway through Helelen's neck. The monk didn't even watch the body slump to the floor, turning instead to Caden. "You are a fool," he said. "There's a way out," Caden insisted, stabbing a finger at the pool behind them. It was less than no explanation. It didn't explain Keel or Triste, didn't begin to tell how the motionless water could lead to safety, but after a glance at the dark surface, Tan seemed to understand. "You are trusting your life to Xestream," he said grimly. "There was no other choice," Caden spat. "I'm not leaving Triste." "We are not all what you fear," Keel said quietly. "I am not Tanis, not Ashera." The monk locked gazes with the prisoner, then shook his head curtly. "It hardly matters now. The dice are already thrown." "Stay close to us," Caden said. "In the tunnels." "No," Tan replied. "There is no time. I will cover your retreat." "You don't have to," Caden began. But even as the words left his lips, Matol charged around the corner, a dozen Ishin flanking him, then skidded to a stop at the sight of his quarry. He paused, flexed his free hand, then smiled. "I will flay the skin from each of you piece by dripping piece."
You are welcome to try,
Tan said, turning toward him, the Naxal light in his hands.
Go, Caden.
I don't
go!
The Vanyate came grudgingly, but it came at last. While Tan held back the Irsheen, his spear bright and faster than thought, Caden found the trance, dropped into it as though into a deep well while Matol roared, bodies crumpled, and blood ran over the stone. "Follow closely," Keel said, then stepped into the pool. The last thing Caden saw before the water folded over him was Rampuri Tan, his teacher and tormentor, the last and hardest of the Shin monks, fighting desperately, viciously, trying to hold back the Irsheen for another heartbeat, and another, fighting to buy Caden time to escape. In the blankness of the Vanyate, Caden watched as the monk fought and staggered. Watched, but could not care. The darkness of the flooded levels of the dead heart was cold, absolute, and crushing. Even deep inside the Vanyate, Caden could feel fear prowling the edges of his mind like a winter-starved wolf, could feel his muscles wanting to buck, kick, thrash. Normally he would have taken deep, long breaths to quell the faint agitation, but there was no breath to be had in the watery maze, and so he counted the beats of his heart instead, feeling the muscle contract and relax, and he moved forward with careful strokes of his arm, measured kicks of his legs below the knee, keeping one hand fixed firmly on Triste's ankle. Her flesh was so cold beneath his touch that she might have been dead already, drowned beneath the great weight of water and stone, save for the occasional jerk or spasm when Keel bumped her up against some hard, invisible corner. Caden tried to envisage the darkness around them as halls and rooms, corridors and entryways, the normal architecture of human habitation, but it was no good. There was only the darkness, and the cold, and the salt, and the stone. It didn't feel like the world at all, but like the weightless, shapeless dreamscape of nightmare. For all his recent training with the Vanyate, the trance felt tenuous, as though a sharp jolt might shatter it. He tried not to think what would happen if he slipped from the calm into the relative clamour of his own mind. The Vanyate was keeping him alive during the slow, creeping passage, but more important, it would allow him to pass the Kenta at the end. Without it, the gate would annihilate him. "Feel the water on your face," he reminded himself. "Feel the wet cold on your skin. This is the world. The future is a dream." Around his 800th heartbeat, Triste began to twist and jerk. At first the motions were just spasms, like the twitch of a leg from one on the edge of slumber. Within a few dozen heartbeats, however, she had begun to thrash and flail, kicking her legs madly as the panic seized her, heel striking Caden in the head, the eyes, over and over as he struggled grimly to hold on to her ankle and the Vanyate both. Caden's own chest felt tight and his lungs burned. Triste couldn't have much longer. Her body was rebelling, the instinct to tear her way free of danger, crushing whatever part of her reason that tried to resist. It was making Keel's work harder, although the cassette stream laboured on, hauling her down the invisible corridor, moving, if anything, even faster than he had, although it was difficult to gauge speed in the darkness. There was only the water, the cold. Triste's terror, the rough stone, and the awful empty airlessness, searing Caden's own chest, the sluggish weight of muscles barely able to move. They were going to die down there, all three of them. Their bodies vanished inside a fortress that had itself vanished from the world. Sadness beckoned, like faint sunlight seen from beneath deep water. Caden turned away from it. If he followed that light long enough, he would burst from the Vanyate, and he had no desire to face his own slow suffocation outside the trance. The pain is just pain. The pressure of the water is just pressure. Listen to the movement of your heart. It is only a muscle. It is only meat. He repeated the words until his mind swam in the darkness with his body. It was a good place to die. A peaceful place. He let the darkness pour into him, fill him, flood him, until there was no line between his own flesh and the surrounding sea, until the ocean thrummed in him like his own heart, until, with an awful wrenching jerk, gravity seized him, hauling him, dazed and baffled, into the wide, awful air and the blinding light of the sun. Alive, Caden thought. I'm alive. Deep inside the Banyate, the thought brought him no joy, no sorrow. It was a fact, nothing more.
26. Hundreds of years earlier, the walls of Annur had actually ringed the city. Torches had blazed in the guard towers, punctuating their length, while armed men walked the parapets, spears in hand. It had been generations, however, since any foe posed a plausible threat to the capital, and Annur had long ago burst its seams. The houses and warehouses, stables and temples spilled out into the countryside, eating up the open fields and burying the walls behind entire neighbourhoods, New Quarter, Canal, Field Streets, all of them utterly exposed. From the fields, Adair stared at the city's outermost buildings, a motley collection of stone granaries and stilted teak houses built over the canals and streams, dread gnawing at her guts. Water buffalo cropped the early summer grass, ducks scrabbled for scraps in the dusty roads, 2 cranes balanced in the shallows of a trash-choked canal, beaks darting for fish. But there were no people. There should have been wagons on the roads and farmers in the surrounding fields, the chatter and hum of men and women going about their lives. Instead there was stillness, silence, a hot sun stuck in the sky as though nailed there. The citizens of these outlying quarters of Annur were gone, or hiding, neither of which did anything to alleviate Adair's fear. No army had met them on the long march north. At first Adair had felt relieved by that, then surprised, then worried. Le Havre had set a brutal pace, and the Sons had outdistanced all the wagons on the road. Still dozens of canal boats had slipped past them, gliding effortlessly on the current, all packed with deckhands gaping at the army, all headed for Annur. For all their haste, there was no way they had stolen a march on Il Tornja, and their approach, a straight shot up the canal road, left him with a number of ways to respond. Each day, Adair expected her own scouts to return with news of an Annurian army camped athwart the road. Mostly she had dreaded the word, but at least a battle on the road might take place well clear of the city. The armies would churn the fields to mud, ruining the season's crop, but if a crop was all that came to ruin as a result of her revolution, Adair would count herself lucky. The fact that the Kennerang had not already opposed them terrified her. If he chose to make his stand in the cramped streets of the capital itself, houses would burn, shops and businesses, men and women, Annurians would die. "What's your plan, you bastard?" she wondered, standing in her stirrups, trying to peer into the shadowed gaps between the buildings. "What's your angle?" "Looks like he's aiming to meet us at the walls," Le Havre said, squinting through his long lens. "Good." Adair stared. "Good?" He nodded. "The old walls are at least 10 blocks back, packed between houses and shops. We'll see what the scouts have to say about the fortification of the streets, but city fighting should give us the advantage. The Legion's trained to fight on open ground, but the Sons have been drilling street warfare since before Uinian's death." "To fight us," Adair said, studying him. "To fight the throne." "This fight's been a long time coming," he said, meeting her gaze. Adair clenched her hands around the reins of her horse. Her old general had murdered her father. Her new general had been scheming for years to fight her empire, and her only counsellor was a half-crazed leech. The fact that she was still alive seemed nothing short of miraculous, and the odds of remaining so loomed longer by the moment. "If we go to the streets," she said, "people will die. I've read about siege warfare. Houses will burn, businesses, whole quarters of the city could be destroyed." Le Havre fixed her with a hard stare. "You came here to start a war, or did you forget?" Before Adair could respond, 2 riders cantered out of the city, hooves of their horses raising a nervous tattoo on the earth. Le Havre raised the long lens again, watched for a moment, then grunted. "Ours." The men reined up before them, bowing in their saddles to Adair, then turning to Le Havre. "Defences?" he asked. The older of the two, a short man with a lopsided mouth and ears that looked nailed to the side of his broad head, frowned, then jerked a thumb back over his shoulder. "Nothing, Commander. No folks in the streets, but no soldiers either." Le Havre frowned, then glanced over at the other scout.
And you?
Same. No army, no sign of an army. There's no one at all on these streets here. But you get 5 or 6 blocks in and it's packed with folks, same as any other day, like they don't even know that we're here."
"An ambush,"
Fulton said. The guardsman had remained still as stone throughout the conversation, mounted on his own grey gelding just behind Adair's left shoulder, but he nudged the beast forward now.
"Ranil Tornger will have his men inside the shops and houses. Once you commit your force to the streets, they'll close in behind you, cut your own army into pieces, take you apart 1 block at a time."
Le Havre nodded. If he was irritated by the Adolian's comment, he didn't show it.
"They can't block every street," he said. "We'll march west, come in through the Stranger's Gate."
Fulton raised a hand, cutting him off, then pointed past them all toward the city.
"You may be spared the march."
Adair pivoted in her saddle to find another knot of riders emerging from the buildings, maybe a dozen men on horses gleaming with silk and bronze. Unlike the scouts, the new party rode at a stately walk, pennons snapping at the breeze above, pennons stitched with the rising sun of Annur. "Who is it?" Adair asked. Le Havre trained the long lens on the group.
"Palace guards, squared up in a standard protective knot."
"Who are they protecting?" He shook his head.
"I don't know him. He has long hair and—" He paused, squinting. "Looks like a blindfold over his eyes."
Adair took a deep breath, held it a moment, then let it out, trying to order her thoughts.
"The Mizran councillor," Fulton ground out. "Tariq Adif, part of the delegation to retrieve Caden."
She nodded grimly. "Looks like he's back." Fulton and Le Havre positioned themselves between Adair and the approaching horsemen. She glanced over her shoulder, reminding herself that an army stood at her back, then tried to keep her back straight and her hands steady on the reins as she watched the men approach. When Adif was still 10 paces distant, he dismounted. Then, to her shock, he bowed low, lower than he ever had when she was merely a princess. It was hard to interpret that bow. Something short of the obeisance owed to an emperor, and yet more than her own collection of titles warranted, certainly more than Adair had expected. Adif was Iltonja's man. He had no reason to bow to her.
"Keep your distance,"
Fulton said, stepping in front of Adair, broad blade naked in the morning light. Adif simply smiled. "Your loyalty does you credit, Adolian, but I have no desire to harm the princess. Quite the opposite, actually." He cocked his head to the side in that way he had, as though he were studying her through that heavy blindfold. "The Regent has asked that I escort you to the Dawn Palace with all due respect." Fulton shook his head.
"Not a chance."
Adair put her hand on the Adolian's arm, moving the sword from her path. "I'm sure the Regent is clever enough to know," she said, careful to keep her voice low, level, "that I am here. We are here because of him. Where is Caden? The last I saw you were bound north to retrieve him." Adif winced. "I beg you, my lady, let us discuss these matters in the privacy of the palace. There is much you do not know. Events have outpaced you during your sojourn in the south." "Is my father still dead?" Adair demanded. "Has Caden claimed his throne? Does Ranil Tonja still make a mockery of the Dawn Palace?" Adif shook his head gravely. "The Emperor, bright with the days of his life, is dead, of course. Caden has not returned. The Regent himself is gone." "Gone where?" "Ralte, marching hard with the army of the north." "Ralte?" Adair frowned. It all made less than no sense. To what end? Against whom? Adif's lips tightened, and he took a step forward, approaching until the point of Fulton's sword lay against his chest. "We should not speak of this here, my lady," he said, lowering his voice. "While you were away, the Orgul moved, attacking in force against our northern border. Iltornja goes to turn them back."
"An opportunity," Le Havre observed quietly, "if it is true."
The Mizran councillor turned his unseeing gaze on the soldier. "An opportunity to see Annur destroyed."
"I don't serve Annur."
I serve the goddess."
"You may find that more difficult," Adiv said pointedly, "if the Urgul take over. The only prayer will be a prayer of blood."
"You understand," Adair hissed, "that I know the truth, all of it. I came here to destroy the regent." Adiv grimaced. "A fact the Ministry of Truth has laboured late into the night to obscure. Now, of all times, Annur needs unity in appearance as well as fact." Adair stared. "How do you obscure an army of thousands marching up the canal road?" She gestured over her shoulder to where the sons of flame waited, butts of their spears bedded in the earth, the shafts a forest of stark trees denuded in the summer heat, as though struck by some awful blight. Sun flashed from the bronze of shields and breastplates, bright enough to blind. Adiv followed her gaze as though, despite his blindness, he could sense the weight of that army, the sheer mass of flesh and sharpened steel. "We told the citizens of Annur," he said quietly, "that you were coming to help, that you went to Olon to reconcile the throne with the Church of Intara, which it seems you have." He paused, then beggared his hands, imploring. "Annur needs you, my lady." "We're all well fucking aware of that," Nira spat, kicking her horse forward. "Seems to me the question is whether it needs you." Adiv turned to face the old woman, brows rising behind his blindfold. "I don't believe I had the pleasure," Nira snorted. "Save it. The princess isn't going to the palace." Fulton nodded.
"I agree."
"I can offer myself as surety," Adiv said. "My life hostage against her safety." "The life of one overdressed blind bastard against the princess," Nira said. "Against the prophet?" "I don't think so." "Nira," Adair said, putting up a hand. "You made me counsellor," she snapped, "so I'm counselling." "I'm going," Adair said.
"My lady!"
Fulton burst out. Adair cut him off. "If the Mizran counsellor wanted me dead, he would hardly be offering himself as surety. I don't understand what's happening here, but if there is an opportunity to avoid open war in the streets of Annur, I will not be the one to turn it down. This is my city. These are my people." She looked up, past Adiv, past the jumbled riot of houses and stables, to the great iron-glass needle bisecting the sky, its impossible height bright with the sun's own light. "It is my palace, my empire." The outer neighbourhoods of Annur may have been quiet, the people frightened inside their homes by the sight of an approaching army, but the streets of the city's centre were awash with the usual hum and clatter. Wagon drivers goaded along their oxen and buffalo, shopkeepers hawked their wares from windows and doorways, porters shoved their way forward through the throng, some bent nearly double beneath bolts of cloth, baskets of fire fruit or coal, loads of fresh-cut lumber still smelling of sap. Alone, Adair would have found it nearly impossible to move through the press, but then she was hardly alone. Adiv's guards ringed her in a loose net along with Fulton, Nira, and Oshi, who rode at her side. Adiv himself rode in front of the procession, trusting to the crowd to part before the pennons flapping behind and above him. Lahav had remained behind with the Sons of Flame, the implicit threat of the army one more blade to hold at the Mizran's neck. By the time they reached the Godsway, word of her entry to the city had spread. Men and women had halted their conversation and commerce to stare, then bow their heads at her passage. If the Mizran counsellor intended to murder her, he had certainly picked a strange way to go about it, and as they progressed farther and farther into the city, Adair's confidence rose. Nira, however, was less sanguine. "He's a leech," she hissed, leaning over in her saddle to speak almost directly in Adair's ear. Adair stared. "Adiv?" The older woman nodded. "Strong, too? Dangerous?" "My father appointed him Mizran counsellor," Adair said, shaking her head. "Then your father appointed a leech?" Adair studied Adiv's back, the knot in his blindfold. "How do you know?" "Live a few hundred years, you pick up a few things." The revelation was a shock. Leeches were perversions, twisted creatures, and Nira's own identity, the awful powers she held in check, still chafed at Adair like a sharp stone in a shoe. For all that she had begged the woman to be her counsellor, she still found herself stealing glances at her several times a day, found herself wondering if she had made an awful mistake, had invited a serpent into her home. In a way, Neera's identity made Adiv's less shocking, and yet the thought that a leech sat near the very top of the ziggurat of Annurian power, that he served the Kennerang, that he, of all people, had been dispatched to the Bone Mountains to recover Caden, set her heart hammering. "Nothing for it now," she said, trying to sit straight in her saddle, to look unworried, imperial. Thousands of eyes were on her, and though she intended to see Iltornja's head parted violently from his shoulders, it would do no good to let the citizens of the capital read her fury on her face. After a circuitous route through Annur's southern streets, they reached the God's Way. After Olon, where even the largest thoroughfares twisted unpredictably between towers and falling palaces, where to leave the main streets was to step into a labyrinth of alleyways so narrow that Adair could almost touch both walls with her hands, the God's Way felt more like a geological feature, a massive, sword-straight rift bisecting the city, than it did a road built by men. Storefronts lined both sides of the street, merchants and craftsmen selling everything from fire-fruit to bright-plumed birds, to small, intricate altars of wood and stone. Down the centre of the avenue, set on stone plinths twice her own height, huge statues of the young gods and the old watched over the city. Intara and Hal, Ta and Astaren, Sienna and Meshkent, and their children set one after the other. The people of Annur used the statues as they might any other landmark. "Go to the butcher just north of Ira. I'll meet you by Hecat's feet." But Adair felt the stone gazes of the monuments as she rode beneath them, hard and unforgiving, and after glancing up a couple of times, she kept her eyes forward. After the congestion of the city and the stares of the gods, it was a relief to finally approach the red walls of the Dawn Palace. Entara's spear loomed over it all, slate-grey in the fading light, the top of the tower lost in cloud. Adair resisted the urge to crane her neck to peer up at the thing. It was her palace, after all, her home. It would not do to be seen gawking. The huge cedar doors of the God's Gate remained closed, of course. No one, not even emperors, presumed to use the gateway ordained for the passage of the divine. The great gate beside it, however, was flung open wide, flanked by what must have been 100 palace guards at stiff attention. She had fled the palace in the drab wool of a servant, but was returning in all the splendour of a Malkenian princess. Somehow it seemed too easy. Adiv's men escorted them beneath the massive walls, thick as a house and banded with red iron, through the jade court and the jasmine, passing along the serpentine in the shadow of Yvonne's and the crane, then through the shattered refraction cast by Intara's spear. They bypassed the Hall of 1,000 Trees and the hanging staircase leading to the floating hall, ending, finally, in the Chamber of Scribes. It was an old name and an inaccurate one. The scribes who once used the small complex of pavilions had been displaced centuries earlier by the upper echelon of an expanding bureaucracy, and the chamber itself was decorated like an atrep's palace rather than an austere scriptorium. Delicate Lyran ivories stood in the wall niches, Rabin carpets splayed across the floor, and carved cedars from the Ankas stood sentry in the corners. When the slaves had set cool water and Siite wine in iced decanters on the table, Adiv sent them away with a negligent flick of his hand, shutting the door behind them. "So," Adair said, tongue dry in her mouth, palms slick. "What in Shale's name is going on?" Adiv hesitated, then gestured to Neera and Oshi, to Fulton where he stood by the doors. "What I have to say is known only to a small circle. Do you really wish to enlarge it?" "Yes," Adair said stiffly, glancing at Oshi, hoping she wasn't making a mistake. "As you wish, my lady," the counsellor replied, spreading his hands. "Wine?" Adair shook her head curtly. "Answers?" Adiv bowed his acquiescence. "As you say, my lady." "Where is Caden?" "Your brother is dead." He shook his head slowly. "We arrived too late. The monks were slaughtered." "Horseshit!" Adair snapped, cutting through his words. You expect me to believe that he just happened to die at the very same time as my father, that you crossed half of Vash with a contingent of soldiers and had nothing to do with his death? You expect me to believe that?" Adib pursed his lips. "No," he said slowly. "In fact, I do not, nor do I blame you for your distrust. Nevertheless, it is the truth." "Who would kill a batch of monks?" Nira demanded. "The Urgul," Adib replied. "As you may know, Ashkelon sits in the mountains overlooking the steppe. It is a remote place and one vulnerable to the depredations of those blood-hungry savages." Adair shook her head. "You ignored your history, Councillor. Ashkelon has stood for at least 500 years, perhaps much, much longer. Not once in all that time have the Urgul attacked." "And not once," he replied evenly, "in all that time have the Urgul united under a single leader. Not once have they ridden all together against the Empire itself."
"Unified?" Fulton asked, brow furrowed. "Doesn't sound like the Urgul."
"It is not. Under whom?" Adair demanded. "A chieftain named Longfist, or a shaman, it's not entirely clear. Our scouts rarely return, and though Iltornja has dispatched several Ketrel wings against the man, they have failed to find him, let alone eliminate him." "But why would they attack a group of monks?" "Probably," Adib replied. "They were not after the monks. I would suspect this is all a part of Longfist's plan. He aims to destabilize the Empire by killing Sanlitûn's heir, then to strike in the ensuing confusion." He hesitated, clasped his hands before him. "What?" Adair demanded. "There is more. I got that. What is it?" "Your brother," Adib replied after a pause. "Valin. It looks as though he may have been involved." Adair stared. Valin. He would be a man grown by now, a Ketrel in his own right, but all she remembered was the wiry, dark child who had raced about the Dawn Palace brandishing wooden swords. He'd been loud and reckless, irritating when there was work to be done, but never cruel. "Say more," she growled quietly. Adib spread his hands. "We can't be certain, but he disappeared from the islands in direct violation of orders. Ashkelon was burned by the time we got there. Clearly Urgul work, as I said, but there were signs of Ketrel presence as well. A smoke-steel blade lost in the rubble." He shook his head. "We can't be certain, of course. No one actually saw your brother, but he is still missing. It would not be the first time siblings killed over the unhewn throne." "No," Adair said abruptly, the blood mounting to her face, fingers curling into claws. "No! The Kennerang murdered my father. Murdered him and then made me his tool to cover the murder. I know, you fucking bastard! I know all of it!" Nira put a withered hand on her arm, but Adair shrugged it off. She was shouting, she realized, and though a faint voice in her mind told her she should keep her voice down, that no one was served by her strident accusations, the return to the palace had torn open the memory of her father's death, of his body laid in the tomb, and she wanted nothing more than to find Iltornja and everyone else responsible, to slit their throats and tumble them, graveless, into some stagnant canal. If Adib was taken aback by her rage, he didn't show it. Instead, he nodded and reached forward, plucking a small scroll from the neck of a slender green vase at the centre of the table. "The Kennerang told me that you would say as much. He instructed me to give you this." Adair took the scroll, fine vellum, stamped with the rising sun of Annur, and turned it over warily in her hands. "What new lie is here?" she asked, running a finger over the wax impression. Adib shook his head. "I am ignorant of its contents. It is for your eyes alone." Frowning, Adair flicked open the wax seal with her nail, then scanned the contents, blood ablaze in her veins.
"Adair, you fled the palace believing I killed your father, and I can't blame you. I did."
The blunt admission was like a cold claw gripping her heart, and for a moment she couldn't breathe, couldn't even see. Her father's note was one thing, but this, the brutal, ineluctable truth of it. A breath burning in her lungs, she forced herself to read on.
"Believe me when I tell you I didn't want to do it.
In almost every way, Sanlitun was an ideal emperor. Pragmatic, honest, clever. His only real flaw was his relationship with the Urgul. For reasons I still cannot fathom, he trusted Longfist, believed there could be an accord with the man. I fought the Urgul chief for years. I know him far better than your father ever did, and I assure you, Longfist intends to see Annur destroyed. Again and again I tried to explain this to Sanlitun, but something blinded him to the urgency. In the end, my choice was between your family and the Empire itself. Believe me when I say it was not a choice I wanted. You will distrust this note, as you should, but I ask only one thing. March north in the tracks of my own army. When you catch us on the frontier, you can judge for yourself whether I have lied to you about the Urgul threat. If I have, better to have our battle there, where no citizens will die. If you decide that I have told the truth, however, you can join your army to mine. I promise you, when the contest comes, every spear will matter, every sword, every Kent-kissing fist. I am sorry for your father's death. I liked the Emperor, and I respected him, but he was only one man. Annur is millions. If, as my people tell me, you have in Tara's favour, pray for us all. The darkness rides. Your Kenarang, Ranil Tornja.
When she'd finished reading, it was all she could do to keep her feet. She stared at the vellum, the lines and angles of the words shifting before her eyes. Only when the first tear hit the ink, blurring it, did she realize she was crying.
"My lady?"
Fulton asked, taking a step from his post by the door.
"What does it say?"
Adair took a deep, shuddering breath. "It says we march north." Nero stared.
"For what?"
"To fight," Adair replied.
"Fight who?"
"I haven't decided yet," Adair said grimly. Adiv nodded his support.
"The Kenarang said you would understand the urgency, that you would make the wise decision. He has instructed me to aid you in any way I can, to support you in every particular." He spread his hands. "You need only speak."
For a long time Adair said nothing. She studied the note in her hands, then the hands themselves. They should be trembling, she thought. She felt as though her whole body were trembling, caught in the grip of loss and grief and anger. Her hands, however, were still. She might have been testing a bolt of fine silk between her fingers rather than holding a message from the man who had murdered her father. She had come to Annur to start a war, only to be welcomed into her own palace. She had come home, returned to her place, but it was not hers, not fully, not yet. "You have heard," Adair said, raising her eyes to the Mizran councillor, "of the events at the ever-burning well?" Adiv nodded slowly.
"I hear, in the murmurs from the south, the same word again and again. Prophet. Would that I had eyes to see Entara's markings on your flesh."
Adair ran an absent finger along the burns on her wrist, tracing the ramifying swirls. "You will repeat the murmurs," she said. "You will confirm them, here in the capital." The man hesitated, then nodded.
"Of course, my lady, of course. Intara has ever smiled upon your family, and if anyone deserves this title, it is you."
"That is not all," Adair said, cutting him short. Adiv paused, pursing his lips. "Now," Adair thought. The burns on her skin flamed, as though traced with a glowing knife. She could hear her heart in her ears, and wondered in brief amazement that the others couldn't hear it too. "It has to be now." "I will march north," she said, "and I will do what needs to be done with the Urgul and Iltornja both. I will do this because there is no one else to see it through. My father is murdered. Caden is murdered, and though Valin may survive somewhere, I have the eyes. I will sit the unhewn throne. I will see Intara's justice done."
27. Collateral. Even back on the islands, Gwenna had hated the word. For one thing, the two meanings were always getting tangled up. She'd eavesdrop on veteran wings in the mess hall just after they touched down, and collateral seemed to come up a lot. Trouble was, you couldn't always tell whether they were talking about collateral as in hostage, or collateral as in some poor miserable idiot who had nothing to do with anything and ended up dead anyway. Of course, it didn't help, the way that the former seemed to have a habit of becoming the latter. As far as Gwenna was concerned, the word was just a way to weasel around a hard truth. Instead of, I had to grab the guy's kid and put a knife to her throat to get him to cooperate, you were encouraged to say, we had collateral when we hit the target. Instead of saying, the kid got burned down with a building, it was just some collateral damage. As much as she hated the word on the islands, however, she was discovering that she liked it even less now that she and Annick and Pierre had become the Kent kissing collateral. "Are we just going to sit here?" she demanded. It was a stupid question, but it felt good to say something. Talking wasn't doing, but it was a long sight better than waiting with your thumb up your arse to see if the bloodthirsty savage chief in whose care you got dumped intended to play nice, which, as far as Gwenna could tell, was exactly what they'd been doing for the past day. "Certainly not," Pierre said, raising her head from the far side of the fire. "I intend to drink heavily." The assassin was making the most of the comforts of the uppy Longfist had provided. Sprawled out on a mound of bison hides, half reclined, one hand playing idly with her hair, she might have been waiting on a servant to bring another pitcher of chilled juice. Only she wasn't drinking juice. Gwenna had tried one gulp of the clear liquor in the skin and nearly spat out her own tongue. Pierre just tipped back her head and shot a long stream into her mouth. "You shouldn't be drinking," Annick said, looking up from the bloody shank of bison she was cutting into strips, then drying over the fire. "We should be planning." "I do love a good plan," Pierre agreed. "Why don't you girls whip something up and let me know the details?" She frowned. "Hold on. A plan for what, now? Oh, for Shale's sake," Gwenna spat. The skull-sworn stopped her with an elegantly raised finger. "Have a care about how you invoke my god." "A plan," Annick said, ignoring the exchange, "for how to get out of here." "And why?" Pierre asked, raising her eyebrows. "Do we want to get out of here?" She gestured to the fire, the sizzling meat, the bulging skin of liquor in her hands, then to the clean hides stretched over the poles above them, keeping in the heat, the light. "Admittedly, we got off to a rough start, but Longfist is turning into a gracious host. Maybe it was just those boys of yours he didn't like." If Longfist didn't like the men on the wing, he was well rid of them. Valin, Talal, and Leith had ridden out the day before, strapped with arms and laden with provisions, packs filled with anything that might kill, poisons, arrows, even a blowgun. It was an insane mission, going to kill the Annurian Kennerang, but the shaman had made sure they had everything they might need to get it done. Everything, that was, except for half of the fucking wing.
"You will remain here, my honoured guests," he had said to the women, almost an afterthought. When Gwenna told him how she felt about that, told him that she intended to make her own decisions, he had only spread his arms in invitation. "Certainly you must decide your own fate, honoured guest, captive, or corpse." Valin tried to step in then, but the ugly fact of the matter was that they had no leverage. They were free only because Longfist had set them free, and for all the tall bastard's talk of cooperation and mutual understanding, he wasn't suffering from an overabundance of trust. Valin's word was all well and good, but Longfist wanted something more substantial, more persuasive, and so Annick, Gwenna, and Pierre had graduated from captives to honoured guests. Honoured guests. It was worse than collateral. "You should relax," the assassin continued. "Life is an eye blink. Try to enjoy some of the largesse spread before us." "You're so busy guzzling the rot-gut," Gwenna snapped, "that you might not have realised Longfist's largesse doesn't include a single weapon. We've got one pathetic belt-knife between us," she said, gesturing to the slender blade Annick was using to saw at the meat. "A dull belt-knife." "Probably," Pierre said, "because the last time we had weapons,
We tended to leave the sharp parts of them inside his soldiers. Besides," she went on, eyeing Annick's belt knife, "it's simple enough to kill men with a belt knife. If we decide there's a pressing reason to trade the meat, drink, and fire for an unwinnable fight." "You were fighting hard enough when they had you tied up," Gwenna snapped, "and the fight was even less winnable then." The truth was, Pierre made her all sorts of uncomfortable, and being uncomfortable made Gwenna mad. It wasn't just that the Skull-Sworn was good at killing. Everyone on the islands was good at killing. The thing that really set Gwenna's teeth on edge was Pierre's indifference, her obvious failure to give half a shit about all of the things Gwenna herself was ready to die for. Squaring off against an entire Urgul army was daunting enough without having the Skull-Sworn mocking her the whole way. "When I was tied up," the assassin said with a shrug, "I was tied up. Now that we have—" Before she could finish her thought, the door to the tent flapped open and a man stepped inside. He was tall, bent nearly double to get through the opening. At first Gwenna thought it was Longfist, but when he straightened his smirk took her in the gut like a fist. Ballandin Einhor. Just discovering the leech was alive had made her furious. In fact, one of the tricks she had for staying sane during the unbearable drive west had been to remind herself that Ballandin was still out there, that she needed to stay alive herself, stay sharp, so that one day she could kill him. When Longfist started taking fingers, it had looked as though he might assume that responsibility himself. It didn't look that way anymore. The leech was no longer tied, no longer wearing the same stinking blacks in which he'd been captured, and though no one could put back his missing fingers, someone had provided him with clean cloth for bandages. He wore a dark bison cloak in the Urgul fashion over leather breeches and a tunic, a new set of necklaces draping his neck, a new array of rings on his fingers. The reversal was as terrifying as it was abrupt, and for a moment Gwenna sat speechless, trying to understand how things could have gone so wrong so quickly. As if reading her thoughts, Ballandin smiled. "Happy to see me, Gwenna?" When she didn't respond, he shrugged. "I've certainly missed you. I've had a lot of favourites over the years, but there's never been anyone quite like the volatile Gwenna Sharp for sheer, unbridled, uncooked, untamed, brute, stupid passion." He paused, licked his lips. Annick had stopped cutting, one hand still on the haunch, the other holding the bloody knife loose between two fingers. Gwenna realized with horror that not only was the leech free and walking around, not only was he obviously the recipient of Longfist's sudden favour, he was undrugged. All trace of the adamant was gone from his eyes, and the cocksure, predatory gleam was back. Gwenna fought down the urge to go after him. He was only a few paces off, standing with his arms crossed just inside the door to the abbey, but she'd seen enough of the leech's power to know she wouldn't make it even halfway. "You're a sack of last week's festering shit, Ballandin," she said instead. The words were a lousy substitute for a knife, but they were all she had. "Brave, though, to come in here alone after the reaming we gave you in the mountains. Shame about the rest of your wing. The bloody pieces are probably spread over a few square miles of mountainside by now. Shame about your fingers." The leech frowned. He was thinner than he had been on the islands, Gwenna realized. He'd always been lean, a whip rather than a club, sinew and muscle twisted around a slender frame, the fine, elegant bones of his face clear under sun-darkened skin. Now, though, by the shifting light of the fire, she could see that his cheeks had gone from gaunt to cadaverous. The dark braids draping his shoulders looked thinner and oilier than she remembered, while the tattoos snaking his arms had crumpled slightly as the skin slackened with a shrinking muscle beneath. None of that made him any less dangerous if he had access to his well once more. "Gwenna, Gwenna, Gwenna," he said, shaking his head. "I've just walked back into your life, free and whole." He glanced at his hands ruefully. "Well, almost whole. In any case, you've spoken 5 sentences to me, and already you've made 3 mistakes." He held up a finger. "First, it takes no bravery to face you. I could pin you to the dirt and burn this tent down without blinking. Second, you didn't have anything to do with my very temporary setbacks. The fire-eyed fuck got the drop on me the first time, and the Urgul found me the second. Finally, while the bones bleaching in the mountains were technically my wing. You're wrong in thinking I care that they're dead. I was always so much better than them. My goals were so much more capacious. Are you familiar with the word capacious? He smiled. It means large. From across the tent, Pierre raised a hand. She was looking at the leech with frank interest. "Excuse me," she said. "I am so sorry to interrupt. We've met several times, but under such unfortunate circumstances that we've never been properly introduced. My name is Pierre Lacater." Valentine raised his eyebrows and sketched a small bow. "And I am—" "He's the miserable fuck who murdered Lynn and tried to kill Valin," Gwenna cut in. She knew she should have held her peace, waited for Valentine to play his hand. But she couldn't just sit by while the leech and the skull-sworn traded pleasantries as though they were sizing each other up in some tavern. She had no idea where Valentine came by his clothes and rings, no idea why he was free, no idea why he seemed so fucking smug. But the whole situation frightened her, and she hated being frightened. "He was with those Edolians," Gwenna said, trying to make Pierre understand the danger. "He's a Kent-kissing traitor." Pierre ignored Gwenna entirely. Instead, she smiled at Valentine, rolled languorously onto her stomach, then stretched upward like a waking cat. The top buttons of her shirt hung open, and the pose left little to the imagination. "I remember Valent going on about that at some length," she said. "The thing is, I also have a somewhat flexible notion of political loyalty. I certainly wouldn't want to let something so petty as treason come between me and a kindred spirit." She trailed a few fingers along her arm, then nodded to Valentine's tattooed biceps and wrists. "I like your art. Is there more under that shirt?" Gwenna felt like her head was going to explode. But before she could say anything, Annick cut into the conversation, her voice clipped, professional. "Why are you here, Valentine? Why did Longfist free you?" The leech allowed his eyes to linger on Pierre for a moment. Then he let out a long sigh as he turned to the sniper. "Annick, just because I had to string up your little slut doesn't mean you should be so sour about everyone else's fun." He spread his arms. "The world is wide, and there are plenty more whores in it." The sniper barely twitched, the motion so quick and curt that Gwenna could have missed it, save for the small knife whipping through the air toward Valentine's throat, then knocked aside by some invisible shield. The leech smiled indulgently. "Longfist has requested that I leave you unharmed, so I'll make believe that you just slipped while cutting your meat." Annick's lips tightened. Her hand flexed as though wanting another weapon, but she refused to take the bait. "Now," he said after a long pause, "where should I begin the story of my miraculous survival and sudden rehabilitation? In the mountains, perhaps?" "It's not a fucking mystery," Gwenna spat. "You staggered out of the bones, and the Urgle picked you up the same way they did us. You want us to be impressed that you got caught by a bunch of horse-fucking savages?" Valentine's eyes narrowed. "I would point out," he said slowly, "that you also were captured by those same horse-fucking savages. I didn't say I was proud of it. I certainly wouldn't flaunt the fact. You're stuck here same as us." "Oh, Gwenna," the leech replied slowly, smiling once more, "I understand your frustration, but unlike you poor ladies, I am hardly stuck here." He shook his head slowly, watching her expression through the smoke, his eyes bright. "You're right, of course, that we were both captives of our nomadic friends, and for a long time Longfist trusted me no more than he did you. Since then," he shrugged, "our stories have diverged. While you wait here, tacit prisoners, Longfist has invited me to join him. He has elevated me to a position of some importance. The man is a savage, but even a savage understands the value of someone with my talents, with my knowledge." Gwenna suppressed a shudder. Despite Longfist's claims about his friendship with Sanlitun, about the purely defensive nature of his army, she didn't trust him, didn't like his collection of scars, or the satisfaction he obviously derived from the suffering of his people. She had, however, considered him a relatively objective threat, a foe of the Empire, perhaps, but not a particularly unusual one. For Longfist to ally with Ballandin, however, for him to join forces with a leech who had tried his best to murder 2 members of the Malkenian line, that suggested something far darker. "What does Longfist want with you?" she asked. Pyr groaned ostentatiously. "Why," she asked, arching her neck to get a better look at Ballandin over the fire, "do we have to waste time on something so dull? Gwenna," she added, flicking a dismissive hand, "Anik, why don't you two walk around the camp a few 100 times? Make some nice new friends." Gwenna stared.
"What are you fuck yourself, you skull-sworn bitch? You know he's a leech, right? You know he tried to kill Caden, who you were hired to protect."
Pyr made a silent, coquettish O with her mouth.
"A leech? How exotic."
She didn't take her eyes from Ballandin.
"As for fucking myself, Gwenna, it is sometimes a necessary expedient. Not, however, when there are promising alternatives."
Ballandin tossed the woman of Alpine toothy smile in response, but then, to Gwenna's surprise, shook his head.
"Unfortunately, those alternatives will have to wait. The Queen of Sarpi is about to begin."
"What is that?" Anik asked.
"A ceremony," Ballandin replied. "Longfist requests your presence."
"And by requests," Gwenna said, "you mean demands?"
Ballandin grinned. "Yes, I mean demands."
The Queen Nasapi, whatever the fuck it turned out to be, was to take place in a narrow gully between low hills, where a meagre trickle of water had, over the centuries, worn through the gentle flesh of the earth to reveal the bones of the limestone beneath. Wind and rain had corrugated the rock, gouging out runnels and pockets in which generations of Urgul had set the bones of their slaughtered foes, a femur shattered just below the joint, a cracked skull, a pile of small bones that might once have been fingers or toes spilling from a low shelf, as though the pock-marked earth were disgorging its hoard, vomiting up shards so old it was difficult to tell if the bleached and pitted shapes were rock or bone. More worrisome than the stony gorge were the tens of thousands of Urgul waiting on the slopes above it. Most crouched flat-footed, clustered in knots of 5 or 6, but those along the gully's edge stood, the points of their long lances angled down, as though to keep anything from escaping. Longfist had taken a place of honour at the very lip of the gully, where he lounged on a travois supported by his own bloody warriors. Ballandin led Gwenna, Anik, and Pyr to the lip of the stony defile.
"A holy place,"
he said, then, with no warning, shoved Gwenna over the lip. The fall was only 6 feet, and she landed on her feet, curses tumbling from her lips. She spun to find the leech smiling down at her.
"Don't worry," he said. "I'll see that your friends have an outstanding view."
Both women were watching her. Pyr looked curious. Anik looked like Anik. Ballandin waited a moment, then led them to Longfist's travois. The limestone walls were low, no taller than Gwenna herself. Climbing free would be a trivial matter were it not for the Urgul with their lances lowered at her chest. Gwenna considered seizing one of the weapons, then discarded the idea. She still wasn't sure what was to happen here, and she didn't intend to die in a heroic last stand if she didn't have to. Instead, she took a moment to look around. The low stone walls blocked her escape to the east and west, while at either end of the short gully, maybe 20 paces apart, roared massive twin fires, though the sun had not yet set. Someone had dug 2 narrow holes about 5 feet apart, similar to long-campaign shit-pits, although what they were for Gwenna couldn't say. The mounds of excavated earth stood piled neatly and silently beside the holes. "A holy place," Ballandin had said just before shoving her off the low stone wall into the makeshift arena. "A killing place," Gwenna thought grimly. In a strange way she was almost relieved. She had no idea what game Longfist was playing, no clue why he would lavish her with food and liquor all day only to hurl her into a pit in front of what looked to be his entire Kent-kissing army, but one thing was clear, something was happening. And that was better than sitting on her hands in a tent arguing with Pier and being ignored by Annick. Just too bad that it looked like the something was likely to kill her. At either end of the gully, men and women beyond the flames continued to heap fuel on the crackling monsters. Even paces away, even in the stiff breeze, Gwenna could feel the heat on her face. She tried to dredge up something from her training, some little fact that might save her life. She knew plenty about Urgul-mounted fighting tactics and weapons use, but her eyes had tended to glaze over when the trainers droned on about the dull theological details. Ballandin had called whatever was coming the Quina Sapi. Gwenna had never heard the second word, but Quina meant Meshkent, and Meshkent meant pain. The whole thing had the feel of a ring, or arena, the bounded enclosure, the circle of expectant faces, and, oh yeah, the piles of fucking bones strewn everywhere. The place stunk of a fight, and just as she was scanning the ground, the Urgul shoved someone else into the narrow gully. Gwenna rocked back and forth, testing her legs. Weeks tied to the horse hadn't done her any good, but it was no use worrying about that now. The hay, as the Ketrel liked to say, was in the barn. And Gwenna offered up a silent thanks to all the bastards back on the islands, Adaman Fane and Davin Shalil, Plension Z, and even the Flea, for the long years of brutality, the relentless insistence on perfection. She might not know shit about the Kent-kissing Quina Sapi, but this was looking like a fight, and she knew a lot about fighting. Then the young man straightened, and Gwenna's eagerness drained away. She had expected an Urgul, one of the young Tabe or Xabe. It was an Annurian, however, who faced her. A young man maybe a year or two older than Gwenna, still dressed in the filthy rags of his legionary uniform. Another prisoner. Gwenna had assumed they were the only ones, but the camp was enormous. Longfist could have a whole legion of Annurians tied up and staked out on the steppe, and she never would have noticed. The young soldier looked both baffled and terrified, gaping first at the roaring fires, then at the crowd of Urgul, only turning to Gwenna when the other sights seemed ready to drive him to his knees. "What's going on?" he breathed. Gwenna's lips tightened, but before she could reply, Longfist, draped in a huge bison cloak, rose from his seat and stepped to the edge of the gully. He held 2 stout sticks in one hand, each no wider around than Gwenna's thumb. He gestured with them to the holes.
"Step in."
"Go fuck yourself," Gwenna replied. She had no idea what the holes were for, but she didn't fight from a hole.
"Step in,"
Longfist said, unperturbed,
"or I will have your arm removed."
He gestured to the young warriors with their long spears.
"I give you this choice."
"What happened to being an honoured guest?" she demanded. He smiled.
"The Quina Sapi is an honour."
"Well, aren't I just tickled?" she muttered, stepping into the hole. The earth came to the middle of her thighs, and as she looked up toward the Urgul chief for some further sign, a pair of young riders leapt down from the stone wall, crude shovels in hand, and began filling in the earth around her. Gwenna forced herself to remain still, to think. The Annurian in the other hole had already surrendered to panic. He was trying to hoist himself from the small pit, half screaming, half begging, thrashing with both hands at the shovel and the youth wielding it, trying ineffectually to knock aside the dirt. He managed to get one leg out when 3 more Urgul jumped down from the stone wall and, to the ululation and cheering of the crowd, shoved him into the hole once more and held him there, writhing and biting while the dirt piled up around him. When the work was done, Gwenna found herself immobilized in the earth, facing the terrified young man across from her. He was all forehead and ear and wide, baffled eyes set in a pimply face. "Quit thrashing," she said. She couldn't think with him carrying on, and besides, the Urgul were clearly enjoying the show.
"What are they going to do?"
he moaned.
"What's happening? What are they going to do?
Do I look like a scholar of obscure Urgul ass-fuckery?" she snapped. His panic was starting to dig at her, to creep, cold and lizard-like up her neck, over her skin, to bore into her belly. "What are you doing here?" she asked, more to distract herself from the fear than anything else. "How did these bastards get you?" He stared as though he himself didn't know the answer to the question. "Were you scouting?" Gwenna pressed. "Some mission north of the White?"
"I'm not a scout,"
he protested. "I'm a Kent-kissing infantryman, barely even that. I've been in the Legion only 4 months. The Orgul hit us at the Elf Fort 3 nights back." He stared back up at the ring of faces and started scrabbling at the earth again. "What are they going to do to us?" "The Elf Fort?" Gwenna demanded, ignoring the last question. "They came south." "Yes," he wailed. "About 1 million of them. The whole fort's gone." Gwenna took a deep breath, then another, trying to still her rising panic. Longfist had shattered one of the forts south of the river, one of the forts intended to keep the Orgul out of Annur. He hadn't just turned on the Ketrel, he had turned on the whole Kent-kissing empire. So much for his defensive army. Gwenna would have worried about Valin and the others. They'd left the camp more or less convinced by Longfist's promises of allegiance, but whatever miserable shit-pile Valin found himself in, her own predicament was looking quite a bit worse. The soldier's jaw was quivering. "They're going to hurt us, ain't they?" His eyes locked on Gwenna's, then flickered down to her blacks. "You're not in the Legion," he breathed, comprehension hitting him like a hammer. "You're Ketrel." The words were horrible with hope. "Can you break us free?" Gwenna shook her head, furious at that hope, powerless to explain that the legends extended only so far. "But you'll do something, right? Right? I mean, the Ketrel." "What I'll do," Gwenna said, "is keep my eyes open and my mouth shut." It came out more harshly than she'd intended. But she couldn't bear the desperate trust in the young man's eyes, the irrational faith. She wanted to shout that the Ketrel weren't gods, that they couldn't work miracles, and even if they could, she herself was a pretty shit Ketrel. She didn't have Anik's discipline, or Talal's cool, or anything, really, other than an ability to blow shit up. "If I could save you," she wanted to scream, "I'd be saving you." "Just shut up," she snapped instead, although she'd just gotten done saying it. "Just be ready." Whatever that meant. Half buried in the earth, they could neither flee nor fight. It was like being bound to a dock piling, waiting for the tide to come in. The Orgul who packed the earth around them had retreated, climbing back up the low stone walls to leave Gwenna and the soldier alone at the bottom of the gully. The sun had slipped behind the hills to the west, and though a smear of red and orange still lit the sky, most of the light came from the enormous fires, a fickle, inconstant illumination that sketched the shards of bone one moment and plunged them into shadow the next. Above them the Orgul had risen to their feet, shaking weapons and jeering something incomprehensible in their strange melodic tongue. An entire bloody nation gathered to watch her suffer, men and women thick as wheat on the surrounding slopes. Gwenna wished she understood the words, then thought better of it. Just blood, probably, and death, and doom, and blah, blah, blah. The cacophony rose and rose, an unholy, discordant chant, until Longfist swept his sticks down in a curt motion. The screaming stopped at once, the sound severed as though with a sharp knife. Firelight danced in the thousands of eager eyes. The shaman spoke briefly in Orgul. Gwenna caught a few references to Quina, and maybe the words for fight and die. She pivoted at the waist, testing her range of motion, wondering what direction the attack would come from. Maybe it would be warriors. Maybe dogs. There was no way to guess. "Now," Longfist said, addressing them, "you will fight. One wins, one dies." He smiled, a slow, easy smile. Gwenna stared, first at the Orgul, then at the other prisoner, whose face was streaked with sweat and blanched with panic. No dogs, then. The 2 sticks clattered to the ground between them. "Swords," the Orgul said, gesturing magnanimously. But they were not swords. They weren't even weapons. Too blunt for effective stabbing, too light for a swift, killing blow. Given enough time, you could maybe beat someone to death with them, striking over and over, aiming for the throat, the eyes, but it would be a nasty process, slow and messy. Which, Gwenna realized, was the whole Kent-kissing point. The Orgul hadn't assembled for a fight. This wasn't a test of bravery or martial prowess. It was a sacrifice, the whole thing, buried legs, spindly sticks, designed to draw out the struggle, to prolong the pain. A sacrifice to Meshkent. "No," Gwenna said. She crossed her arms over her chest and locked eyes with the Orgul chieftain. "I'm not taking part in your bloody bullshit." Longfist smiled.
"Yes, you are. The other Annurians—"
He waved a hand over his shoulder, the gesture suggesting scores of unseen prisoners.
"I will cut out their beating hearts. But you are a fighter. You will fight."
The legionary was trembling, his breath coming in quick gasps, as though some unseen hand were frantically working the bellows of his lungs. He'd probably never seen battle or blood before the horsemen swept down on his fort. "What happened to wanting to avoid war?" she demanded. Longfist just smiled. The crowd was growing restless. A knot of men barely older than Gwenna were leaning over the edge of the stone wall, shouting at the prisoners and brandishing spears. Another small group seemed to be taunting the chief himself, although it was hard to be sure. The noise rolled over her, jeers and chanting like autumn breakers dashing themselves on the rocks. Gwenna met Annick's eyes for a moment, hoping to see some encouragement or solidarity there, but the sniper's face might have been chiselled from stone. The first blow landed just above Gwenna's ear, a flash of bright red pain. She turned, shocked, thinking that one of the Orgul had leapt into the gully, only to discover the young legionary staring at her, a stick in each hand, knuckles white.
"I'm sorry,"
he cried. A splash of vomit soiled the front of his tunic and stained the rough dirt before him. Tears, whether of remorse or terror, slicked his cheeks.
"I'm sorry,"
he sobbed again, and then, with a mindless fury, started raining down the blows. It took Gwenna a moment to adjust, and the sticks connected twice more, once just above the eye, the other a glancing blow to the shoulder. The pain was sharp but shallow, the sort of pain she'd felt 1,000 times before when smashing a finger between an anchor and the gunwale, or ripping free a blackened toenail, or taking a stunner to the shoulder. Gwenna herself would be hard-pressed to kill someone quickly with those sticks, and the panicked young legionary was striking out madly in his terror, blindly. She raised her hands, blocked 2 blows in quick succession, timed the third, caught the stick before it could connect, twisted out and away, breaking the man's grip. And then she had a weapon of her own. The soldier paused, stunned, staring at his empty hand in mute incomprehension. He raised his eyes to Gwenna and moaned a pitiful, helpless sound before redoubling his attack. With one weapon already in hand, it was a trivial matter to defend against the fresh assault. She swatted aside a blow aimed for her chest, inclined her head to slip beneath a high swing, leaned back as far as the earth would allow, inviting the youth to overextend, and then she had the second stick as well. It was easy. So pathetically easy. The Orgul were shrieking like seabirds, a high keening sharp as a point driving straight through Gwenna's ears and into her brain. The twin fires had grown even larger, the one in front scorching her face, the one behind burning through her blacks. The unarmed soldier spread his hands wide in supplication.
"I'm sorry," he cried. "Oh, I didn't want to hit you. Please, please, you're Ketrel. I'm just a legionary. You're the kissing Ketrel. Please."
Gwenna held her attack for a moment. She had slipped into a high Elendrian guard without even thinking about it, an absurd gesture. The idiot buried across from her had probably never even heard of the Elendrian guard. He was just an Annurian soldier captured while serving his empire, while trying to do his job. His only preparation for the Orgul would have been lurid tales told in the mess hall and barracks. No one had trained him for this. Gwenna glanced up at their captors, at the uncountable flashing blue eyes, the pale faces glistening with sweat. Firelight lurched over the bones of the dead and the flesh of the living alike, plunging some figures into shadow, garishly illuminating others. Blood throbbed in her ears, flame on her face. There was no way out, no escape.
"Ah, fuck,"
she muttered.
"No,"
the soldier said, shaking his head slowly, seeing the decision in her eyes. Gwenna gritted her teeth, then lashed out high and right. The feint worked, drawing the legionary's guard wide, and she took the opening. The Orgul wanted pain, an agony built from 1,000 punishing blows to feed their sick god. Well, she thought as she plunged the tip of the stick through the soldier's eye, driving it deep, deeper, twisting the weapon as the youth spasmed, jerked, then slumped forward, utterly still. The fuckers will have to settle for death. Her throat was raw as she wrenched the stick free. She was screaming, she realized, but the sound was lost in the awful sheet of Urgul's screams. She was sobbing, but the heat of the fire had seared away her tears.
28. Caden crashed out of the Kenta, soaked and gasping for breath, lungs heaving in great desperate gulps of clean air, limbs leaden and useless. His mind registered only that he had moved from a frigid, wet darkness into a warm day, brilliant as the sun, and for a few heartbeats he allowed himself to simply lie on the soft grass, still swaddled in the vagnate, drinking in the sweet sea breeze. A few feet away he could hear Triste retching onto the ground, her body struggling to force out the salt water at the same time as she was trying to breathe. Keel's own breaths were quieter, more measured, and after a moment Caden could hear the Ksess stream rising to his feet.
"Quickly," he said, keeping his voice low. "This is only the hub linking the gates, and Rampuritan will not kill all of them."
"They can't follow," Triste gasped. "Not the way we came."
"They will not have to. When they have dealt with Tan, they will realize where we went, and they will come through the gate after us. We have to be well gone from here when that happens."
Caden nodded, rising unsteadily to his feet. He recognized the island, the ring of slender arches around the perimeter, although it felt like years since he had last stood upon it. Since then... He shook his head, cutting off the thought. Best not to think on the past, on what it would mean for the Ishin to deal with Tan. The vagnate wavered. Best to move forward. He glanced around the green sward. The gate from Asari, he knew, but the writing above the others meant nothing. "Which way?" "Annur?" Keel asked. Caden nodded. The Ksess stream indicated an arch a dozen paces distant. Caden helped Triste to her feet, helped her stumble across the rough ground, watched her vanish as she stepped once more into the Kenta, then followed her through, moving from bright light into a dry, dusty darkness. For a moment he just stood, waiting for his eyes to adjust. When they did not, he let the vagnate slough away. His limbs were still weak from the lack of air, still trembling. His burning irises illuminated little more than his hand before his face. "Where are we?" "Underground," Keel replied, "in a section of Annur long forgotten. The Ishin know of this place, but no one else." "Let's go," Triste said, her voice tight as a bowstring. "Let's get out of here." "Follow precisely in my footsteps," Keel replied. "The Ishin have set traps around this gate, and there are other dangers in the forgotten tunnels beneath the city." The three of them spent the next hour winding their way through nearly absolute darkness. At several junctures Caden caught sight of stacks of bones, femurs, skulls, heaps of fingers dry and brittle as kindling, stretching back into the cavernous black. Triste kept a hand on Caden's shoulder. He could feel her trembling, though whether with cold or fear or the lingering pain of wounds the Ishin had inflicted he wasn't sure. Keel showed no hesitation as he moved through the darkness. "How can you see?" Triste asked at one point. "I don't need to see," the Ksess stream replied. "I have the map in my head." "That's impossible," she replied. "Ask Caden." Caden tried to imagine the vast network of tunnels, discovering to his surprise that he'd been making a map of his own since they left the Kenta. Some diligent portion of his mind toiling away, marking each branch, each fork, each cavern through which they passed. "Memory," Keel said, "is a skill like anything else. It can be honed." The words were true enough, but when they finally shoved aside a slab of stone and stepped blinking from the darkness into blinding light, Caden discovered anew the limits of his memory. They stood in a green leafy cemetery, wedged between walls and buildings atop a low hill. While Keel muscled the stone slab back into place, Caden just stared. That the Ishin were behind them he had no doubt. They needed to be away from the graveyard and fast, but for the space of a few heartbeats he found himself unable to move, nailed to the spot as he breathed in the sea salt and smoky air of Annur. His memories of the city, sketched in his young mind before he'd ever heard of the Shin or the Summer Ahn, were bright but static. The looming red walls of the Dawn Palace, the crystalline spike of Intara's spear, the pale green of the copper roofs and the dark green of the canals, the white of the statues along the Godsway, and the bottomless blue of the broken bay stretching away to the east. The shapes, too, he remembered, a jumbled geometry of warehouses and palaces, straight streets and crooked alleyways. Everything else he had forgotten, the noise, the smell, the press of bodies, the heat. Even in the relative tranquillity of the graveyard he could feel the city moving around him like some great, feverish beast, and when they slipped through the gate and into the streets he felt as though Annur had swallowed him whole. The clatter of carts over the flagstones, the clop of hooves, the shouting of drivers and pedestrians jostling for space on the surrounding streets all but obliterated the rustle of the wind-tossed leaves. Caden half expected everyone they passed to stop, stare, exclaim. After all, the three of them, though mostly dry, were still wearing the same mismatched, tattered garb in which they'd fled the Ishin. In Ashkelon someone would have noticed instantly, but Annur was not Ashkelon. This city of 1,000,000 souls threw her own cloak over them, an anonymity thicker than any wool, while she veiled the eyes of the passers-by in their own busy indifference. Eyes safely hidden inside the hood of his cloak, Caden walked through the streets as though in a dream, a stranger exploring the maze of his own memories. After the vast, cool emptiness of Ashkelon, where half the world was sky, the city felt almost unbearably present. The reek of sizzling oil, of garlic, of peppers and frying fish made him feel as though he was half choking, while the constant tolling of gongs and bells made it hard to sort his thoughts into any type of order. For a while he just followed Kiel, keeping his eyes down to hide his gaze and to limit the riot of colour and motion battering at his mind. Outside the Vanyate he could feel for the first time what had happened back in those final awful moments in the Dead Heart. That Rampuri Tan was dead, or a prisoner of the Ishin there could be no doubt, and yet questions and doubts, like so many carrion crows, circled and circled. Had Caden himself, through some idiotic slip-up, caused the attack? He went over the events again and again, studying in his mind the scenes in his cell, in the corridors beyond. Had he made too much noise? Had he botched the timing? There was no way to know. There was only the fact. Tan was gone, while he, Caden, was free, walking the streets of Annur. He risked a quick glance up at the chaos of those streets, then ducked his head, questioning once more the wisdom of sending him away to Ashkelon for training. What he had in common with the impatient, reckless people jostling him he had no idea how he would talk to them or make sense of their answers. They were Annurians, and he the Emperor of Annur, but they might have been exotic birds, or apes, for all Caden understood them. Finally, Kiel pulled Caden and Triste into a narrow alleyway off the main street. It stank of rotted food and urine, but Caden welcomed the shadows, the relative quiet, the respite. "We should be safe," the Xestream said. "We're a mile from the graveyard, and we've left no trail to follow." Caden looked up. People, dozens, hundreds, swarmed past the narrow entrance to the alleyway, but no one so much as glanced in their direction. They could have been invisible. "Where are we?" Caden asked. "Old Styx," Kiel replied, "a small quarter wedged between the Silk Canal and the Forth. There used to be some small-scale banking and a market for fresh flowers." He shrugged. That was 15 years ago. Caden grimaced. He'd never heard of Old Styx, never known that there was such a thing as a market for fresh flowers. He'd returned, finally, to his city, to the centre of his empire, to discover that he was a stranger in his own land. "The monk," Triste said, glancing toward the head of the alley. The bruising on her face, the burns on her hands, looked worse, much worse, outside of the Dead Heart, in the full light of day. "Do you think he followed us? Do you think he made it out?" Caden thought of Tan's Naxal pressed against Triste's throat, of Tan ordering her tied up like livestock, and he wondered if she hoped he had escaped the Ishin or not. "He couldn't follow," Caden said. "Not the way we went." "Rampuri Tan is a formidable hand with his spear," Kiel said, "but not that formidable." "So he is dead," Triste said dully. "He is beyond our reach," Caden replied. trying to move past his own tumult of emotion, to focus on the dirt beneath his feet, the stench of the air. Triste studied him for a moment, then nodded. "All right," she said. "Where do we go now?" Keel shook his head. "I kept a few rooms near here," he said. "I thought perhaps they would still be empty, but we passed them 4 streets back. It looks as though someone new is living there." "In your rooms?" Caden asked. "How could they just move in?" Keel shrugged. 15 years is a long time to be gone." Caden shook his head, trying to imagine 15 years among the Ishin. 15 years locked in the darkness, the only thing waiting beyond the steel door, pain. It could drive a man mad. But then, Keel was not a man. Caden turned to face the success stream. "What now?" Keel met the stare. "You are the Emperor. For you, I mean. We were tied together during the escape, but we are not any longer. Why are you still with us? With me?" The success stream looked past Caden to the mouth of the alley, where men and women, oxen and children jostled in the bright light of the sun. "Your history," he said finally. Caden raised his brows. "My history?" "Not just yours. That of your whole race." He paused, frowned, then went on. "As I told you, I was the historian of my people. I have spent a very long life in the study of cities and nations, wars and brief periods of fitful peace." "You said you knew my father," Caden insisted. "That you worked with him." Keel nodded. "I chronicled his life, or a part of it, his time on the unhewn throne." "But why?" Caden demanded, coming back to his original question. Clearly the historian had no part in his father's death. He had been imprisoned in the Dead Heart for almost 2 decades, and yet he was Xestream, built from the same flesh, his mind patterned on the same alien thoughts as the creatures who had burst into Asari millennia earlier to murder the children. "Why would you chronicle us, humans? Why would you help me?" To his surprise, Keel smiled. "You are interesting. Your race is interesting, even more so than my own. Humans are unpredictable, self-contradictory. Where our history was a long account of reasoned debate, yours is ablaze with error and ambition, regret and hope, love and loathing, all the things we cannot feel, all animating your every decision. Most of my kind wanted to see you crushed from the start, but I was curious. I remain curious." He shrugged. "As for why I would help you in particular, as I said, you are the Emperor of Annur. I can come no closer to the unfolding of history." Caden watched the man a moment, then nodded slowly. It made a strange sort of sense. More, he realized, he wanted to trust the historian, wanted another person on his side, someone who understood something of the empire he was supposed to rule. "Thank you," he said, "for helping us break free." Keel frowned. "We are free, but not secure. We still have not decided our next step." "The chapter house," Caden said. "The Shin branch where we agreed to meet Valin. We've missed the meeting by weeks, but he could be waiting there. He could have left a message, instructions, a warning." The Xestream nodded. "I know the place. It's near here, but the Ishin know it too." "The Ishin don't know where we are," Caden said. "By now they know we've escaped." Triste shook her head. "There were at least 20 gates back on that island. We could have gone through any of them." Caden blew out a long breath. "But we did nothing to cover our tracks. Matol will be able to follow us." "And Tan knows where we plan to meet Valin," Triste said reluctantly, picking at a nasty crescent scab on the back of her wrist. "If he told Matol, the bastard doesn't need to track us." Caden hesitated, staring out the end of the alley, watching the wagons and water buffalo, the men and women flowing by like a current. "We have to go," he said. "Now. The Ishin, if they even know where we're going, will take time to follow us here, time to get to the chapter house. I just need a few minutes to find out if Valin's been there." "It's a risk," Keel observed. "Everything's a risk," Caden said. "Waiting will only make it worse." The Shin chapter house didn't look like much. a narrow brick face, maybe 10 paces wide and 3 stories high, crammed between 2 larger buildings at the border of a small cobbled square in one of Annur's quieter quarters. Nothing marked it as a chapter house, which wasn't surprising. The monks Caden knew had never been much for crests or sigils. There was just the blank brick, the blank wooden door, and several windows on the upper floor, all firmly shuttered. The rest of the elm-fringed square hummed with quiet activity. People hanging laundry out of windows, men and women bartering in the rough wooden stalls of a market, 2 water buffalo with noses buried in a stone trough. But around the chapter house there was nothing. No one. No ornament. Not even flowers in the bare gravel fronting the structure. The place might have been abandoned, save for the tenuous line of smoke rising silently into the sky. There was no sign of Valin, but then Caden's brother would hardly be lounging in the shade in front of the temple with his ketrel leashed to a tree. A score of other buildings fronted the square, houses and shops, a wine store with bottles racked high in front of it, a stately old mansion that had seen better days, window panes broken, front yard unkempt, utterly uninhabited by the look of it. There was no way to search them all, hoping to find Valin. The only way to know if he had visited the Shin was to knock. "Stay here," Caden said. "I'll be fast." "What should we do if the Ishin come?" Triste asked. She looked as though she were trying to watch every direction at once, trying to study every stranger. Caden shook his head. "I don't know." "There is a way out," Keel said, "from inside." "A back door?" "A kenta," the Xestream replied. Triste blanched. "Matol and Tan could be in there already. They could be waiting for him." "No," Keel said. "It's a different network. My people built more than one, in case the first were destroyed or compromised." "And the island we came from?" Caden asked, absorbing the new information, trying to work through the implications. "That is one hub, a hub controlled by the Ishin. The gates lead various places, Asare, the Dead Heart, the catacombs from which we just emerged." "And what about this?" Caden asked, nodding toward the chapter house. "This is your network," Keel replied. "The imperial network, the one entrusted to your family. The Ishin know of it, but they do not patrol it. It does not connect directly to the Dead Heart. If you hear any struggle or violence, you can escape through the Kenta. It's in the deepest basement." Caden frowned. "Where does it lead?" "To another hub, an island much like the one we just left." "And once I'm on the island?" "Take the second gate to your right. It will bring you to a flooded area beneath the docks of Olan. Once in the city, you should be able to lose yourself in the crowd." Caden stared, trying to imagine the escape. He could point to Olan on the map, but that was about it. He had no sense of the climate or culture, the manners of the local people. "If I flee to Olan," he said, "I'll be hundreds of miles from Annur, with no way to get back." "Which, I assume, is preferable to the Dead Heart," Keel said. "It is only a precaution." Caden took a deep breath, then nodded. "Remember, the second gate to your right, not the first one." "Where does that lead?" "The Dawn Palace," Keel replied. "If you burst through there, you'll be filled with arrows before you hit the ground." The monk who greeted Caden at the door, a dark-skinned man with dark eyes, greying hair, and a slight limp, glanced once at his eyes, once at his clothes, then nodded as though in response to some interior question, gesturing him inside with a slight motion of his hand. Caden was ready with a bushel of explanations, who he was, where he had come from, what he wanted, but the monk said nothing, escorting him to a small chamber with a wooden stool, an earthenware ewer, and a single cup on a low table. He filled the cup with clear water, passed it to Caden, then straightened. "Wait here, brother, while I bring Iapa." Without another word, the monk slipped out the door on bare, silent feet, leaving Caden alone, holding the rough cup. Urgency pressed down on him like the air before a storm, heavy and pregnant. It was possible Matol and his men were outside even as he waited, watching the chapter house, preparing to enter. Possible they had already captured Keel and Triste. "Calm," Caden told himself. lifting the cup to his lips, taking a small sip, holding the water on his tongue, moving it around the inside of the mouth, then feeling it snake down his throat, cool against the heat that burned inside him. He waited 3 heartbeats, took another sip, and the anxiety retreated. A moment later, Iapa stepped into the room.
"A visitor from Ashkelon,"
he said, round face creasing into a smile.
"It is more than a year since we have welcomed a brother from the Bone Mountains."
Aside from Firum Prom, Iapa was the only fat monk Caden had ever seen. A short man with skin pale as milk and ears that stuck out as though tacked to the sides of his spherical head. He shared no physical resemblance with Sael Nin, the abbot of Ashkelon, but there was a similar distance in the gaze, a stillness of the body that suggested many years spent in the discipline of the blank god.
"What is the word from the other end of the world?"
Caden hesitated, then pushed ahead. "The word is bleak. Ashkelon is destroyed and the monks are dead." Another man might have reeled at the account, raged against it, demanded evidence or explanation. Iapa simply pursed his lips, waiting silently for Caden to continue. "I can't tell you the whole thing," Caden said. "There's no time. Soldiers came for me, Idolian guardsmen commanded by Tariq Adiv, my father's Mizran counselor. It seems to have been part of a plot to destroy my entire family."
"And the monks?" Iapa asked finally. "We take no part in the politics of the empire."
Adiv was thorough, Caden replied bleakly.
"Then we will need to send others to Ashkelon to rebuild."
There was no mention of mourning, but then the Shin did not mourn. A part of Caden felt as though he had abandoned the bodies of the monks at Ashkelon, but the monks themselves did little more for their dead, carrying them up the trail to the high places where the wind, weather, and ravens could break apart the final illusion of the self. After just a few weeks, with people who held their selves and their survival sacrosanct, Caden had forgotten how lightly the monks who raised him regarded the powers of Ananshale.
"How have you returned here?"
Iapa asked. "I don't have time to explain. Men may be coming for me even now." Caden glanced around the small room. "My brother, Valin. Has he come here? It would have been weeks ago, most likely." Iapa shook his head slowly.
"We have had no visitors for months."
Caden's stomach dropped. It was the news he had feared. There were a few possible ways to read Valin's failure to return, but by far the most plausible was the bleakest. The flea had killed him or taken him prisoner. Caden thought back to the madness inside the ancient orphanage of Asari, to the smoke and the screaming, the confusion and desperation. Caden himself had barely escaped, and he'd had the Kenta. Grief welled within him, but he quelled it, let it drain away with his breath. Whether Valin was alive or dead, grief would not help him, and there was no time for it. "What do you know of the Ishin?" Caden asked. Iapa raised his brows.
"A little."
"They will come here," Caden said. Even if Tan had told them nothing, they would look for Caden among the monks that had raised him. "You can't tell them I'm in the city." The fat monk raised 2 hands as though to hold the treachery and scheming at bay.
"As you know, brother, the Shin do not deal in politics or secrets."
"But we deal in silences," Caden replied, "and I am begging for your silence. They are not like us, not really, and they are dangerous." Iapa frowned.
"I have heard stories."
"They're probably true," Caden said, glancing over his shoulder toward the door. "In fact, it might be best for you, for all of you, to leave here for a month, several months, to go somewhere more remote, somewhere safe."
"Safety,"
Iapa replied quietly, poking at his head with a wide finger,
"is here."
Caden sucked an irritated breath between his teeth. He didn't have time to argue with the man, to explain just how thoroughly the Idolians had gutted Ashkelon, how the Shin had burned just like other men when their buildings blazed around them. Even if he had the time, there was no reason to believe his argument would sway the monk. Fleeing harm for the Shin was as foolish as hoarding pleasure. Both were paths leading only to disappointment. He hesitated, then rose to his feet, bowing his head in respect. "I thank you for your time," he said quietly. Iapa remained seated, but he nodded in return. That seemed to conclude the audience, But just as Caden reached the door, the monk spoke once again. "Your father came here often," Iapa said, "through the gate. Sometimes for just an hour, sometimes for a night, when he wanted rest from the weight of his other duties." Caden stared as the monk smiled. "You are welcome, too, whenever you have need of rest." Despite Iapa's offer, there was no possibility of remaining at the chapter house. The whole meeting had taken less time than the boiling of a pot of water, and even that felt like a risk. Matol would come looking, most likely sooner than later, and it would be safer for everyone if Caden was nowhere near the monks when he did. "Valin hasn't been here," he said, looking from Keel to Triste, careful to keep his voice down and his hood pulled forward. "And they haven't seen Valin." "They killed him," Triste said quietly, staring at him. "The other Ketrel killed him." "It's just speculation," Caden said, then bowed his head. "But it's likely. In either case, we're on our own. We have no idea what's going on in the city, no sense of who's in charge, who killed my father, who sent Ut and Adiv after me. We need a place to stay while we ask the questions." Triste frowned. "A hostel," she suggested finally, "or an inn?" "Better than sleeping in the streets," Keel agreed. "But we don't have any money," Triste said. The Xestream shook his head. "Actually, I have a great deal of money." Caden stared. "Compounded interest is a powerful force for someone with my longevity." Caden shook his head. "Compounded interest? A bank," Keel explained. "They pay you for the use of your money. The longer they use it, the more they pay." Caden glanced over at Triste, but her face was as blank as his own. Again he felt the jarring shock of his return, the futility of the task before him. He'd heard of banks as a child, of course. He'd imagined them to be great stone palaces piled with bricks of silver and gold. The Shin had taught him nothing of compounded interest. "Which bank?" Triste asked. "The sooner we have the coin, the sooner we can get off the street." She hadn't stopped looking furtively toward the entrance to the alleyway as though expecting Matol to step out of the sunlight any moment. "No," Caden said, shaking his head slowly. "It's too risky." Triste turned on him. "What's the risk?" "The Ishin. They captured Keel 15 years ago. They might know about the bank, might look there." "It's unlikely," the Xestream replied. "They don't know the name I used." "Unlikely is not impossible. The Shin had an exercise, a technique. The Beshran." "The Throne Mind," Keel said. "It was our skill before it became yours." "Then you know that Matol can use it. It's possible they have used it. They may have found your bank. For all we know, the people in those rooms of yours are Ishin, living there, waiting, just on the off chance that another Xestream shows up looking for you." Keel looked out at the street a moment, face blank as a page, unreadable. Finally he nodded. "All right. We'll avoid the rooms and the bank. But that leaves us with no coin and no safe place to lodge. Do you know anyone in the city?" Caden asked. Keel started to respond, but Triste spoke first. "I do." Her eyes were wide with something that might have been fear or hope or both, and she had clutched her hands together so tightly the knuckles had gone white. "Your mother," Caden said, the realization settling into place like the last stone in a carefully built wall. She nodded. "Did you tell Matol who she was?" She hesitated, then nodded once more. "Then they'll know to look there." "He won't be able to," Triste replied, seized with a sudden vehemence. "The temple is enormous, and it's built for discretion. There are dozens of entrances, most of them hidden, so that the patrons can come and go without attracting notice. If we can get inside, my mother will hide us. I know she will." Keel held his hands up, trying to slow the conversation. "What temple? Who is your mother?" "She is a Lena," Triste replied, her voice hard and defiant, inviting him to mock her. He just raised his eyebrows. "A priestess of Siena." She nodded. "It's perfect. Annur's richest, most powerful men and women patronize the Lenas, and my mother used to tell me, lust loosens the tongue. If there's something worth knowing in Annur, we can learn it there." For a sacred structure dedicated to all the pleasures of mankind, Sienna's temple didn't look like much from the outside. It was huge, no doubt, sprawling over more than a city block, but all Caden could see from the street was a blank stone wall 6 or 7 times his height, the whole thing crawling with flowering vines, but otherwise unadorned. Aside from the size, it wouldn't have been so out of place in Ashclan. I expected more. He searched for the right word. Extravagance. It's all on the inside, Triste replied. Like true pleasure. Caden stared at the nondescript stone. All right. How do we get inside? The cobbler's shop was small, but the shoes perched behind the glass windows, shoes in every colour and shape, from delicate sandals to boots that would stretch halfway up the thigh, shoes made of soft leather and snakeskin and dark exotic wood, looked as though each pair cost at least a golden sun. Reinforcing the impression, 2 men stood flanking the door, hands on the pommels of their swords. Both were immaculately groomed and armoured, but they had the hard eyes and scarred faces of seasoned fighters. The closest one ran his gaze sceptically over Caden and Keel, then raised a palm. "Nothing your size here, I'm afraid." Triste pressed forward, and the guard hesitated, looking her up and down. She murmured something Caden couldn't make out, and the man glanced at his companion. "You know her?" The other frowned, shook his head. Triste glanced up and down the crowded street, then tugged down the collar of her shirt to reveal the delicate necklace inked around her neck. The guard's eyes rose. She hissed something else, and, to Caden's relief, he nodded, stepped back, then gestured to the interior of the shop. "Now that I think of it, I believe there may be something that fits you after all." The inside of the shop smelled of cedar and fine leather. Mirrors worth more than Ashclan's entire flock stood against the wall, angled to provide the best possible view of the feet and ankles. Caden found himself staring at his rough boots, but before he could think to scrape away some of the grime, the shopkeeper, a wide woman in a dress of very fine silk, bustled into the room. She took one look at Triste's tattoo, then waved them back through a curtain blocking off the end of the shop. She studiously avoided looking at either Caden or Keel as she led them down a long hallway to a heavy wooden door, then slipped a key on a chain from between her breasts. The lock opened with a heavy click. She lifted a lantern from a hook inside the door, lit it, then handed it to Triste. Eyes still downcast, she gestured them down a flight of stairs. "Be welcome to the home of the goddess," she murmured as they passed. "May you find inside the pleasure you seek." Only after they'd descended the stairs and walked 50 paces through a tunnel floored with burnished black stone and panelled with shining maple did Caden venture to speak. "What did you tell them back there?" "I told them my mother's name, that the 2 of you were her patrons, that you were wearing a hood because you didn't want to be recognized, and that if they left us standing in the street for another moment, I would see that they were flogged and their employment terminated." Keel frowned. "You bullied your way past the guards? That would seem to be weak security." "Not really," she replied. "It was the tattoo that got me through. That and the fact that I—" She hesitated, colouring. "I look the part." "Really?" Caden asked, raising his brows. He gestured to her burns, to the lacerations cut into her skin. Even without the obvious wounds, Triste was filthy, hardly the image of a pampered priestess. She bit her lip. "Not all of Sienna's gifts are made of silk and fine wine. There are rougher pleasures. This will not be the first time the guards have seen a priest or priestess return to the temple looking less than pure." Caden grappled with the notion for a moment, then shook his head. "Now what?" he asked. "What happens when we get inside?" "We find my mother." After walking another 100 paces and climbing a spiral staircase, Caden followed Triste through a second wooden door, this one unlocked, into a small pavilion of cedar and sandalwood. Instead of walls, intricately carved screens shielded them from sight, while allowing glimpses of leaves and tree trunks beyond. The noise and chaos of Annur's streets was gone, replaced by the music of bird-song, the soft gurgling of running water, and from somewhere in the distance 2 overlapping melodies picked out on great harps. Green vines spilling over with tiny red flowers twisted through the woodwork, their soft scent twining with that of the cedar and sandalwood. Twin divans, upholstered with dark silk and piled with artfully arranged pillows, flanked the walls of the pavilion, while between them a small stone fountain trickled water into a clear pool. A quiet chime sounded as soon as Triste shut the door behind her, and moments later a young man in a simple white robe stepped into the space. Like the shopkeeper, he kept his eyes downcast, a humble posture that did nothing to obscure the perfection of his features. He gestured to the divan. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," he said, setting 3 filled glasses on a wooden table. "May I ask which of the Lena you seek?" "Luet Morgeta," Triste replied. Her voice trembled, and Caden glanced over to see her biting her lip. "So," he said, when the man in white had gone, "this is your home." He tried to put a name to the feeling that had been tugging at him since they entered the temple, to trace the various strands of emotion, to follow the weave. There was nervousness and doubt, despair and hope twisted together, even a thin thread of anger. He watched the feeling snare his body in its net, listening as his pulse quickened and sweat beaded his palms. What is this? Not resentment, not fear. He considered the silk hangings, the sweat beaded on the blown crystal filled with wine and crushed mint. He watched himself, watching the things of the temple, studied his responses. Embarrassment, he realized finally. It was an unfamiliar emotion, one he'd not experienced with the Shin for many years. It was surprising to encounter it here, now. After all, he'd grown up in the opulence of the Dawn Palace, surrounded by servants and slaves, grown accustomed early to the genuflections of even the highest ministers. It was, he supposed, a testament to the thoroughness of the monks, to their ability to scrub away all such habits, that he felt so out of place now among the luxury of the temple. The priestesses and priests, even their servants, seemed like queens and kings, all poise and perfection, while he felt acutely the dirt beneath his nails, the oiliness of the beaten wool tunic, the rough stubble hazing his chin. "You didn't tell me your home was so beautiful," he said, gesturing vaguely. She frowned, glanced around as though really seeing the place for the first time, then shrugged. "Your monastery was beautiful." Caden compared the rough stone buildings of his memory with the sweeping curves and sumptuous fabrics surrounding them. A different kind of beauty. "A clean beauty," Triste said. She lowered her voice. "This place. It's all wine and silk on the surface, but beneath—" She trailed off, shaking her head. "Even in the Temple of Siena there are things that are not pretty. And people." Before she could say more, however, the screen to the pavilion swung open and a woman surged inside. Caden had expected the poised reserve he'd seen from everyone else associated with the temple, but she utterly ignored him and Keel, throwing her arms around Triste in a desperate embrace, sobbing her name over and over. After a long time she pulled back, staring in horror at her daughter's wounds. "Who did this to you?" she demanded. Triste opened her mouth to reply, then closed it, shaking her head. Morgeta studied her for a few heartbeats, then gathered her daughter in her own arms once again. Caden couldn't see Triste's face, buried as it was in her mother's shoulder, but her hands closed convulsively around the fabric of the older woman's gown, and, from the shuddering of her shoulders, it seemed that she, too, was crying. After a moment he turned away, uncomfortable and unsure where to put his eyes. For 8 years the only people to lay their hands on him had been his Yumiels, and then only to administer penance. He tried to imagine how it might feel to be wrapped up in an embrace like that. Imagination failed him. He had envisioned his own homecoming hundreds of times over, especially during the early years with the monks, but neither of his parents, if he remembered them correctly, would have wept, and now both were dead. There was no one in Annur who would throw their arms around him. No one anywhere. Caden tried to make sense of the subtle tug of feelings the thought aroused in him, but Morgeta finally was turning away from Triste, rubbing the tears from her cheeks with the heels of her hands and greeting them. "1,000 apologies, sirs," she said. "My daughter has returned after a long absence." She cocked her head to the side, curiosity shouldering aside the initial welter of emotion, then glanced back at Triste. She shared her daughter's sleek black hair and delicate features, although Morgeta was taller by several inches, and when she wrapped a protective arm around Triste's shoulders once more, she made her daughter look younger than her years. "How have you returned? Who are these gentlemen?" Triste shook her head furtively, gesturing to the wooden screens around them. Morgeta's lips tightened, but she nodded, a tiny inclination of the head. "Once again, you must forgive me. Please follow me. Once you've bathed and dined, it would be my honour to entertain you in more privacy."
29. 3 days' hard ride south of the Urgul camp, they hit the White River. Valin reined in his horse as they topped the rise, gazing down into the shallow, winding valley below. At the base of the Bone Mountains, the White was shallow enough in some places to swim a horse across, frothing over the jumbled boulders in a spray of foam that gave the river its name. Here, however, 1,000 miles to the west, it ran deep and dark, a sinuous snake 1/4 mile wide, draining all the vast pasturage of the steppe. "Careful," Valin said, backing his horse down the northern side of the hill. The chances of being spotted by the Annurian patrol were thin. The river still lay a few miles off, and along this section the border forts were spread at least 20 miles apart. Still, there was no point perching atop the hill, offering a stark silhouette to whoever might be riding in the valley below. The evening sun already smudged the western sky, and in another hour they'd be able to ride the final miles safely. Leif sighed audibly. "We're swimming, aren't we? At night?" "We are," Valin replied absently, scanning the far bank for rising smoke or some other sign of one of the forts. After years flying on the back of a ketrel, it was frustrating to be tethered to the horizon. 5 minutes in the air and he'd know everything he needed to know. But he didn't have 5 minutes in the air. He spared a thought for Swantra, hoping that she had returned to the Eyrie somehow. That would be the best thing for her, and it would play into his own plans as well. A bird returning empty usually meant the wing was dead, and if people thought he was dead, maybe they'd stop hunting him for a while, long enough at least for him to get close to Iltornja and find out what was going on. To kill the man, if necessary. He was still grappling with Ballandin's revelation. He had known, of course, that the plot to destroy his family extended into the highest strata of Annurian society, into the Dawn Palace itself. There was no other way to explain the involvement of both the Mizran councillor and a large portion of the Edolian Guard. Still, it felt different to have a name. The name. If Ballandin was to be believed, Iltonja had devised the entire plot. He had pulled Yerl's strings and Ballandin's, Ut's and Adiv's. Every death could be laid at his feet. Something dark and bestial coiled around Valin's heart, squeezing until the air burned in his lungs. His knuckles ached, and he realized he was clutching his belt knife, that he'd drawn the blade halfway from its sheath as though the Kenerang stood before him. He stared at the hand. The knuckles were pale, tendons rigid beneath the skin of the wrist. "Leave the horses here?" Talal asked, breaking into his thoughts. Valin hesitated, shuddered away the rage, slid the knife back into the sheath before anyone could notice, then nodded. Even the indefatigable Urgul beasts couldn't swim the massive flow. It would mean running on the far side, but running was nothing new. Once they'd hit settled territory, it wouldn't be difficult to steal new horses. "No bird?" Leith grumbled as they dismounted, then turned their mounts free. "No horses. We might as well be slogging around in the Kent-kissing legions." "Makes you feel for the common soldier, doesn't it?" Talal asked. Leith stared at the leech as though he were mad. "Hull can have the common soldier. I joined up with a ketrel to avoid this kind of shit." "Luckily," Valin cut in, "you know how to swim. At least you're not stuck back in the Urgul camp." "Are you kidding? Gwenna and Anik have their own tent, a kid to bring them food twice a day, and skins of that horse-piss fire liquor they drink up there. We, on the other hand, just lost our horses, are about to dive into a river that originates with glacial snowpack. I'll take the Urgul side of the equation any day." The water was cold, far colder than the sea around the islands, cold enough that Valin insisted the three of them run the bank until they were sweaty and hot before starting across.
All Kettrel could swim more or less indefinitely, given the right conditions. But the seeping cold of that black running water would sap the strength from the strongest swimmer in minutes. Cadets learned about cold water the hard way. Each year the trainers sent a group up to the ice sea, where they were dumped in the drink and told to paddle for the shore a half-mile distant. It was a trivial distance, but no one ever made it. Valin remembered swimming until his lips turned blue, his limbs went to lead, and his mind filled with hazy fog. The trainers were there to fish him out once he started to sink, but he still remembered the sensation. First the shock, then the gradual creeping weight in his chest, then indifference, swaddling him like a soft blanket. Halfway across the White River he found the same heavy lassitude pressing him gently beneath the surface. Leith's head and Talal's were barely visible in the moonlight, dark splotches a few paces from him on either side. The flyer's stroke was visibly weakening, and when Valin glanced over at Talal, he realized that all of them were struggling. He rolled onto his side for a moment, lifting his head above the water as he swam. "Faster," he said. His mouth felt stiff and awkward around the word, as though the syllables were cold stones on his tongue, and for a moment he thought neither of the two had heard. When Leith turned his head for his next breath, however, he cursed briefly but eloquently, then picked up the tempo. Talal, too, seemed to get the message. Valin was hauling the inflated bag with their weapons, and the other two started to draw away from him. Grimly he rolled back onto his stomach and redoubled his effort. He couldn't maintain the new pace for long, but the choice was stark: swim or die. When he finally hit the far shore, Talal and Leith were already out, but they stepped back into the current to drag him the last few steps. Valin's legs had gone stiff and stupid with the cold, and as he emerged from the water into the slicing blade of the evening air, it was all he could do to stay on his feet. All three of them were naked, clothes tied tight in the inflated bladder along with their weapons. His jaw chattered uncontrollably, and his throat had gone tight, as though the muscles inside it had frozen. "Blacks," Leith managed. "Need our blacks." Valin shook his head. The light wool was perfect for retaining heat, but they had already shed their heat during the long swim. They needed a fire, but a fire would take too long, and the light would draw Annurian troops. Besides, the south bank of the White was as barren as the north, all broken ground and no trees. Work would have to warm them. "Run," he said, pointing a trembling arm. Talal met his eyes, nodded, then set out south at a jerky trot. Leith growled something that might have been a protest or a curse, but when Valin started, the flyer fell in behind, both of them stumbling over the uneven ground beneath the swaying stars. They'd been moving for at least an hour before the warmth started to seep back into Valin's flesh. With the warmth came feeling, and with the feeling came itching, then pain. His soles were rugged from running the island trails, but fleeing through the darkness over rough earth on feet like clubs had resulted in several bruises, a nasty gash across the arch of his right foot, and the loss of the toenail on his left large toe. "How are we doing?" he asked, slowing to a walk. "I hope you don't take it as insubordination," Leith replied, "if I tell you exactly where you can stuff that particular question." Talal chuckled quietly. "I wouldn't want to do it all over again." Valin smiled. "And here I just realized I forgot our gear on the far bank." "I will drown you," Leith said. "How about our blacks?" Talal asked. "And the swords too? I'd feel better with some clothes on my body and a blade close to hand." "Why?" Leith asked, shaking his head. "I was just going to club anyone who came close with my cock." He glanced down. "Unfortunately, after that dip in the river, it's no longer the fearsome, crushing weapon I remember." Valin tossed the pack down on the grass and sorted through the weapons and clothes. The dry wool felt good on his skin, and the soft leather boots gave some cushion to his battered feet. The run had both dried and warmed him, and he flexed his hands and fingers, working out the last stubborn patches of stiffness, then rolled his shoulders in their sockets. Already the memory of the desperate cold had started to fade. "All right," he said finally. "We travel by night for 2 days until we're well clear of the border. Il Tonja has no idea where we are, no idea that we're still alive. No idea that we're coming for him, but he's sure to sit up and take notice if one of his patrols picks up the remnants of a Ketrel wing wandering around just south of the White. We still don't know if the Kennerang is responsible for your father's death, Talal pointed out. Ballandin might have been lying. Valin nodded. He might have been lying, but I doubt it. Ballandin was frightened when Longfist questioned him, almost terrified. You both saw him. He hesitated, then decided to leave out the fact that he had also smelled the leech's fear, had tasted it, like a thick, bilious skim over spoiled milk. Either way, there's no reason to take chances. We stay out of sight until we have some Kent-kissing idea what's going on. I liked it better when we had Ra, Leith said, shaking his head. I hope she made it clear of the step. No telling what those Urgril bastards might do with her if they took her down. I'm sure she's... Talal began. But Valin cut him off with a curt chop of the hand. Somewhere behind them, off to the north, but hammering closer in a dull tattoo, Valin could make out the sound of horses. Leith cocked an ear, then half spread his hands. What? Riders, Valin said, pushing hard. The flyer glanced at Talal. You hear anything? Just the wind, Talal replied. They're coming, Valin said, crouching down to set an ear to the earth. He listened a moment more, then nodded. About a mile off, riding at a canter. A canter at night over this ground? Talal shook his head. Dangerous. Leith pressed his own ear to the dirt, waited a long time, then stood. I have no idea how you heard that, but I hear them now. Sounds like they're on some sort of path. The earth is packed. Talal had cocked his head to one side, twisting the iron bracelet on his wrist absently as he did so. I think they're going to pass us to the west. We should be all right. You using some kind of secret leech trick? Leith asked. Yes, very secret, very tricky. It's called listening. Valin figured the angles in his head. 4 horses, pushing south hard in the middle of the night, weren't a routine patrol. Even on a path, they were taking a risk with their horses, which meant urgency. Urgency meant information, and the only information this far north was information about the Urgril. Valin gritted his teeth. He'd intended to stay out of view, to slink into Annur, past the border first, then into the capital itself, and locate Iltornja without anyone the wiser. Maybe he could meet up with Caden before choosing his course. Maybe not. But waiting for Caden to tell him what was going on hardly made for a complete plan. Sooner or later he was going to need to decide whether or not to actually kill the Kennerang, and to do that he'd need to decide whether Longfist was telling him the truth. The Urgril chief had insisted that his massive camp of horsemen was a purely defensive measure. But tens of thousands of mounted warriors could turn aggressive in the time it took them to mount up. For all Valin knew, Longfist was playing him. Either way, this was a chance to get some unfiltered, unblemished, unprepared intelligence. Not only that, but they'd have horses. Modified dead man ambush, he decided abruptly, turning toward the hill and breaking into a jog. Leith didn't budge. What about sneaking past the patrols? We need the intel and we can use the horses, Valin called over his shoulder. And the soldiers? Talal asked. The leech had fallen in beside him immediately, but when Valin glanced over he could see the concern written on his face. They're Annurians. I'm aware that they're Annurians, Valin replied, trying to think through the attack. It was hard to say just how far off the horses were, but they only had a few minutes. We're not going to kill them. Captives, Leith observed as he caught up to them, are complicated. We take them, Valin replied, tie their legs, drop them 5 miles off the path. Should take them a few days to wriggle back, by which time we'll be well south. With any luck, they won't even know we're Ketrel. Luck, Leith said, shaking his head. I'd like to start needing it less, or having it more. As he spoke, they crested a gentle rise, and Valin paused, scanning the land below. It was almost as bare as the steppe, but there were a few withered pines, a couple patches of twisted alder, limbs silver in the moonlight, enough cover for a dead man. And there, the only straight line in a landscape of slopes and curves, the hammered earth of the Annurian track, striking south toward the horizon. I'm the deader, Valin said, considering the contours a moment more, then pointing. Right there. 4 horses most likely means 2 riders with 2 remounts. Leith nodded, You want to go with a V or a half-hatch?" Once the flyer got his griping and theatrics out of the way, he actually liked to fight. Not as much as he liked to fly, but then there wasn't much flying to be had without a bird. "Half-hatch," Valin said, indicating a gnarled trunk and a waist-high line of scrub on the far side of the road. "It's going to be tight," Talal said, turning an ear toward the drumming hooves. Valin nodded. "What's the play?" Leith asked. "After the halt," Valin said, spinning out the possibilities as he spoke, "I'll take the dismount." "If there's a dismount," Talal said. "No dismount, and we ditch it," Valin said. "We let them ride." "You take the dismount," Leith urged, waving a hand impatiently. "Then—" "Spark and bang," Valin replied. He glanced at Talal. "Yeah," the leech replied. "I can manage it." "All right, then. Standard. One moves for the bridle, the other takes him down. Don't worry about sound. We've got to be 5 miles from the river by now. Just make sure he doesn't bolt." "And if there are more?" Talal asked. Valin paused to listen to the drumming hooves. It was tricky to unthread the different gates, but the horses were close now. He was all but certain there were only 4 beasts. 4 men means no remounts," he said, "and at that pace without remounts would be idiocy." Leith nodded, then turned to jog into position. Talal hesitated. "Say it or stow it," Valin said. "They're almost on us." "Seems right," the leech said after a moment. "Standard protocol. 4 horses, 2 men." He turned to follow Leith. Valin realized the approaching soldiers had buggered the Kent-kissing protocol the moment the horses hammered into view. 4 horses, 4 men. Either they had a remount not far to the south, or they were utter fools. It hardly mattered. Valin lay just to the side of the road. Had there been even a little cover, his blacks might have concealed him. The men were riding hard and couldn't expect a body here, near the very fringe of the Empire. But then Valin had chosen his spot precisely for the lack of cover. A dead-man ambush wasn't much good if the mark rode by without noticing the deader. Cursing under his breath, he rolled toward the low gully a few paces distant, but the soldiers were on him before he was halfway there, the leader calling out to his companions over the clatter of hooves, all of them hauling up short, horses blowing. "Stand and show yourself," one of the soldiers called out. The command was followed by the uneasy scrape of steel over leather as the men freed their swords. Valin rolled slightly onto his side, slipping his belt knife from its sheath as he tried to recalibrate tactics. 3 on 4 made perfectly acceptable odds for the Ketrel, especially in an ambush, but you had to be willing to cut some throats. "It's an Orgul, kidder," another soldier said, voice high and tight. "A Kent-kissing scout."
"What's he doing here, then?" a third voice. "Where's his horse?"
Valin risked a glance at the riders. As he suspected, they wore the light leather armour of legionary messengers. The leader's horse was out in front, but the other 3 were clustered tight together. Leith and Talal were on the far side of the road, which meant 2 of the 4 men were partially shielded from attack. If the first man dismounted, if Valin could take him down quickly enough, he might be able to hamstring the nearer horse, which would solve one of the problems.
"Stand," the closest rider said again, "in the name of the Regent, or I will ride you down."
"No," Valin moaned, raising a hand. "Please, no. I'm wounded. I'm Annurian. Legion."
"Sound like an Orgul to you, Arryn?"
"They don't all talk nonsense," Arryn replied stubbornly. "Maybe this one's a spy."
"All the Legion up this way is tied to the forts," the leader, Kidder, said carefully, turning back to Valin. "Are you with the 32nd?
Valin hesitated. Legionary deployments were constantly shifting. Generals didn't want their men to get too comfortable in a single place, and the Ketrel rarely bothered studying the latest configuration. There was nothing to do but throw the dice.
10th, he groaned. "Please, I'm hurt."
Kidder reined in his horse.
10th's way west in the Romsdals," he said guardedly. "What are you doing here?"
Valin paused. The longer they talked, the more time Talal and Leith had to shift position and rethink tactics. But a large part of the success of the ambush relied on surprise. Even as they spoke, the other riders were spreading out, staring worriedly into the surrounding terrain.
"Messenger," he moaned.
Paused.
"The Orgul hit me. My partner's dead."
His mention of the Orgul caused some consternation, the other men circling warily. It seemed, however, to earn him some trust with the leader, who dismounted after a moment, then approached slowly, sword drawn. He stopped a couple of paces from Valin, blade levelled between them. "What's your message?" he asked. Valin shook his head weakly. "For the garrison commander." "Where's your horse?" "South," Valin moaned. "Maybe a mile. I crawled. Please." The man glanced over his shoulder, and in the short moment his head was turned, Valin rolled to his feet, knocked the sword aside by the flat, then struck out at the soldier's neck with the heel of his hand. It wasn't a killing blow, wasn't intended to do much more than stagger the man for a few heartbeats, but Valin felt something crunch, and the Annurian sagged, gagging. There was no time to think about what he'd done, not while the other riders were in play, and Valin stepped forward, twisted the long blade free of the soldier's grip, then spun away, slashing through the neck of the nearest horse. He needed 3 mounts, not 4. The beast recoiled, then, before its rider could leap free, collapsed, thrashing. The soldier screamed as his leg broke, and then Valin was on him, knocking him unconscious with the sword's pommel. That made 2 down. He turned to find that Leith had already knocked a third clear of his saddle. The fourth, however, the one farthest from the centre of their attack, had broken free, and was hammering up the road to the north, his companions forgotten. Valin cursed and cast about for one of the 2 remaining horses. The beasts were panicked, rolling their eyes and snorting, and when Valin edged closer to the nearer of the 2, it reared up, lashing out with a hoof. He sidestepped the blow, trying to come in close, but the animal pivoted, keeping him at bay. "Talal!" he called. The whole thing was a goat fuck already, but if the last rider got away, they'd have half a legion on them by the time the sun rose. The leech stood a dozen paces off, chin lifted, eyes fixed on the rapidly retreating figure. As Valin watched, Talal made a slight gesture with his left hand, like swatting a fly away from his fingers, and with a scream the horse collapsed, front legs buckling abruptly. The rider, suddenly free of the saddle, soared through the air, arms scrabbling at nothingness, then hit head first with a vicious crunch. Talal went after him, but it was already over. Though the horse thrashed furiously, lost in pain and panic, the slumped shape of the man beneath remained horribly still. Valin took a deep breath, then turned back to the scene at hand. The first soldier was bent double, straining to haul breath through his shattered windpipe as he clawed at the dirt with one hand. The man trapped beneath the horse lay still, but it was clear from the awkward angle of his body that his leg was broken. A heavy, horrible stone settled in Valin's gut. In just heartbeats, his neat ambush had spiraled utterly out of control. The men down weren't traitors or barbarians, they were Annurians, soldiers of his own empire, loyal troops following orders as best they were able, and for that loyalty Valin had attacked them, crippled at least one for life and possibly killed another. "Is he alert?" Valin asked roughly, turning to Leith. The flyer had the 4th soldier pinned to the earth, a knee in the small of his back. "For now," he replied, lacing the man's wrists with a length of light cord. He glanced over his shoulder at the surrounding violence. His eyes showed bleak in the moonlight. "Holy Hull, what did we do?" "We did what we had to," Valin replied, trying to shackle his own nausea and horror. "Had to?" Leith demanded, gesturing at the bodies with a hand. "How did we have to do this?" "It's done, Leith," Talal said quietly, rejoining the 2 of them. "It went wrong, but we all did it, and we can't take it back." "What about him?" Valin asked, nodding toward the soldier up the road. Talal had slit the horse's throat, and both beast and man lay still. The leech shook his head. "The fall snapped his neck." Valin stared at the shadowy forms of man and horse, then turned his back on them, crossing instead to the soldier with the injured windpipe. The Annurian knelt on his hands and knees, hacking out a shattered sound, half cough, half retch, his body quivering in the still air. For a moment Valin could do nothing but watch. Between the moon's light and his own eyes he could see everything, even the details, the small tattoo of a mouse behind the soldier's ear, the scarring across his right knuckles, the uneven patch where someone had hacked away too much hair with a belt knife. The man had managed to crawl maybe a dozen paces, no goal beyond escaping his own terror. "Crushed," Talal said, joining him. "Maybe not," Valin replied. "It's crushed," the leech said again, quietly but firmly. "Someone could treat it. Remember Velik back on the islands? He busted his throat in a botched barrel drop and it healed up all right. They got Velik into the infirmary in less than an hour. and even still he can barely talk now. I know how to patch up a lot of things, but this—" He spread his hands. "It's just a question of fast or slow." The man finally turned his head at the sound of their voices. He was young, maybe a year or two older than Valin. He raised a weak hand in a gesture that might have been pleading or accusation, his jaw working around the mangled wreckage of his words. Valin blew out a long, uneven breath. Talal was right. The only kindness now was the knife's kindness, and yet Valin hesitated, feeling for the first time what it meant to command the wing. With all the swimming and language study, flight training and demolitions work back on the islands, it was easy sometimes to forget that this was what he had trained his whole life to do. Ketral was just a polite word for killer. Of course, he wasn't supposed to be killing Annurian soldiers, but then killing was killing. No one wanted to die. Valin forced himself to look at the wounded soldier. The least he could do was meet his eyes. The legionary held the stare. What did he see, looking into the darkness of Valin's vacant irises? Valin read fear and pain, smelled the hot burn of terror on the air. Maybe the messenger had been following their conversation, maybe not, but one way or another he knew that his death had arrived. Which makes every heartbeat a cruelty, Valin thought bleakly. Then, before he could think further, he buried his knife in the soldier's neck, ripping furiously through the windpipe and arteries, then tearing up through the muscle until the blade snagged on bone. Hot blood soaked his blacks, and Valin's own breath came hot and ragged in his throat. The soldier sagged against him, head canting off at an obscene angle, eyes blank, mouth hanging open.
"Holy hell, Val," Leith muttered. "You didn't need to take his whole head off."
Valin stared at the body for a moment, then jerked his knife free. The corpse collapsed. "He's fucking dead, isn't he?" he demanded, knuckles white with clutching the blade. "Let's see what the other two have to say. Let's see if all this was worth anything." 30. Morjeta's personal chambers comprised a suite of breezy, high-ceilinged marble rooms with tall, narrow windows 3 times Caden's height, where gossamer curtains fluttered with the breeze. After gesturing them in, the Lena shut the heavy wooden door behind her, turned a key in the lock, then crossed to the windows, brushing aside the curtains, leaning far enough out to see the stonework on either side. "Can we—" Triste began, but her mother cut her off with a tense shake of the head, waving them ahead into yet another room, this one away from the windows. A wide bed draped with fine silk stood against one wall. A pair of long upholstered divans faced it across a rich, thickly piled rug. The Lena shut the door behind them, slid a pair of locks into place, put her ear to the wood for several heartbeats, then finally turned. "Please," she said, gesturing to the divans, "be seated. I apologize for my haste in leading you here, but sometimes it seems Sienna loves secrets as much as she loves pleasure." "Can we talk in this room?" Triste asked. Morjeta nodded. "There are listening holes in the other chambers, but I've found them here, plugged them." She turned from her daughter to Caden and Keel, her gaze more forthright than it had been in the garden pavilion. If that look were calibrated to put Caden at his ease, it failed. He felt like a goat sized up before the slaughter, and had to keep himself from tugging his hood even farther over his head. "Of course," Morjeta continued, "there are already at least a dozen people who know you're here." She ticked them off on a manicured finger. "The guards outside Reli's shop, Reli herself, Yamara who greeted you, and any of the other women or men we passed on the way here. How crucial is your secrecy? Like the scent of lilac on the spring air, word is already wafting through the temple halls." Caden hesitated, then pushed back his hood. "Important," he said. The Lena's eyes widened as she saw his burning irises, and her lips pursed. "Oh," she said, staring for a moment before rising from her seat and dropping into a low curtsy. "Be welcome in Sienna's innermost heart, your radiance." "Rise," Caden replied, gesturing. "Rise." Again he felt the weight of that single syllable, one he'd be forced to utter the rest of his life. "Provided," he amended silently, "that I have a life ahead of me. I hope some day to sit the throne of my ancestors, but I expect someone else has beaten me to it. For now, please call me Caden. Any further ceremony is only likely to get us all killed." Morjeta paused, then nodded as she rose. "As you say, Caden." She hesitated. "If I may ask, how—" "It was a trap," Triste burst out. "Tariq Adib took me to Ashkelon as a gift," her mother said, grief clouding her eyes. "I have not forgiven myself." Triste waved aside the objection. "Please, mother, anything you could have done would have ended in more misery for us both. The point is not that Adib took me, but why he took me. He was laying a trap for Caden." "Why?" Morjeta demanded. "Why did he need you?" "He needed me," Triste replied grimly, "for bait." Caden watched the girl, studying her face for some hint that she was lying, for an echo of the fierceness she had shown in the dark chambers of the dead heart. There was nothing, just a young woman, frightened and angry. Morjeta let out a long, slow whistle, then turned to a silver tray and the ewer perched upon it, poured out 4 crystal goblets of chilled wine. She passed them to the men first, then to Triste. Caden noticed the trembling of her hand when she raised her own, the depth of her first sip. "What is happening?" she asked, shaking her head, then tipping the cup to her lips once more. "We had hoped," Caden replied, "that you might be able to tell us." "I explained to Caden," Triste said, "how the laners hear everything to do with Annur's powerful and wealthy." Morjeta grimaced slightly, though the expression looked like something she had practiced in a mirror, calculated to express coquettish displeasure rather than genuine irritation. "Not everything," she said, "but it's true enough. Lust is a great loosener of tongues, and men and women both tend to spill their secrets in the strong grip of the goddess." She blew out a breath and spread her hands. "Tariq Adib returned to the Dawn Palace weeks ago." Caden stared. The timing suggested that the leech could also use the Kenta, although that would mean— He stopped himself, Tan's voice in his mind. Speculation. "How?" he asked. "The Ketrel," Morjeta replied. "He arrived at night and landed atop the spear, but people saw the bird." She looked down, smoothing the fabric of her gown against her legs as she turned to Triste, bright tears pricking the corners of her eyes. "I've tried to see him," she said, "tried to find out where you were. I've gone in person 6 times, humbling myself in the Jasmine Court. I've sent letters." She shook her head. "Nothing. From what the other laners tell me, he's been cloistered almost constantly with the Kennerang." "Ranil Tonja," Caden said. He'd suspected as much. Micajah Ut had praised the general to the stars, and if anyone was in a position to suborn Ketrel and Idolians both to murder an emperor in his own capital, it would be Annur's military commander. Morjeta nodded. "He's been serving as regent since your father's death." "It fits," Keel said, nodding. "He can act as regent for a while, then move on to the throne itself." "Why not just seize the throne right away?" Triste asked. "He couldn't," Caden said. "Not until news of my death or disappearance had time to make it back to the capital. He doesn't want it to look like a power grab." "And it doesn't," Morjeta said. "At least it didn't until your sister disappeared." "Disappeared?" Caden asked, stomach tightening. If Iltonja had attacked Sanlitun, Caden and Valin, it only made sense that he'd go after Adair as well. "When? Does anyone know where she is?" Morjeta raised her eyebrows. "Everyone knows where she is. Marching north to join forces with the Kennerang." Keel frowned. "We have been, all 3 of us, removed from society for quite some time. It might be helpful if you could begin with Sanlitun's death." It didn't take long for Lena to outline the main points of the story, a story that, to Caden's surprise and dismay, implicated Adair nearly as much as it did Iltonja. Morjeta explained how his sister had worked hand in hand with Iltonja to bring down Uinian, the chief priest of Intara, how the 2 of them had crafted accords that crippled the church, how the princess had begun sharing the Kennerang's bed. Caden stopped her there, demanding to know if she was sure. Morjeta just smiled. "Regarding political gossip, my fellow priestesses and priests are well informed. Regarding romantic follies, the quality of our information approaches perfection. Besides, your sister made no effort to hide the liaison." Caden shook his head. Maybe Iltonja lied to her, manipulated her. Maybe, Morjeta agreed. We weren't certain what happened, because not long after, the princess disappeared. For weeks no one seemed to know where she was, not even Iltonja, who was trying to keep the whole matter quiet while simultaneously sending out scores of soldiers to search for her. The next anyone heard, your sister was in Olan. The reports were confusing, but it sounded as though she'd had some sort of religious conversion, fully embraced the worship of Intara, and, most shockingly, declared the regent a traitor and raised her own army. That makes sense, Caden said, hope like a soft green seed sprouting inside him. She learned the truth, raised an army, and fought back. Morjeta shook her head. There was something in her eyes Caden didn't recognize. Sorrow, perhaps? Pity? She didn't fight back, the Lena said. She marched her army all the way to Annur, but then she was welcomed into the city, into the Dawn Palace itself, by Adiv. It was not a long meeting, but it appears whatever differences they have were plastered over. She shook her head. When your sister marched north, her men were calling her a saint, and his men— She hesitated, then spread her hands. She's claimed the unhewn throne, Caden, or all but claimed it. She intends to be emperor. The words landed like a blow. Not that he felt any particular attachment to a massive chunk of rock he hadn't seen since his childhood. If the Shin had taught him one lesson, it was the futility of coveting such things. Adair, though, had been his one connection to his family, to his father. While Caden and Valin had been struggling through their training at the ends of the earth, Adair had stayed, had lived inside the red walls, had made Annur her home. She was his link to the city, to the father and mother he'd lost, and now, it seemed, that link was severed. "All but claimed the throne?" Keel asked. "There wasn't time," Morjeta said. "They're marching north, now, the princess and the Kenarang, to meet some sort of Orgul threat in the north." Ut and Adiv had mentioned the Orgul back in Ashkelon. Caden pulled the memory to the forefront of his mind. Some shaman had united the tribes for the first time, using his collected force to test the Annurian border. "Iltonja won victories against the Orgul," Caden said, "before my father died." "It was those victories," Morjeta replied, "at least in part, that won him the role of Kenarang." Keel nodded. "A familiar strategy in military insurrections." "What strategy?" Caden asked, trying to keep pace with the leaps in the conversation. "Provoke a foe, then use the newfound threat to convince your own people they need a military rather than a civilian ruler." "It doesn't sound like he's trying to convince anyone," Triste said. "He murdered Caden's father in secret. He covered it up." "But the Orgul threat helps his cause. Except," Caden said, "it's not his cause anymore. Adair's claimed the throne, not Iltonja. And," Morjeta said, "all reports are that he's supporting her claim." Caden met Morjeta's eyes a moment, then turned away. The Lena's bedchamber was not small. Back at Ashkelon, half a dozen monks could have shared the room with space to spare, and yet back at Ashkelon he could have stepped through the door into open air, into a world of sky and snow and stone, bordered only by high cliffs and the horizon. Here one room led to another. He could leave Morjeta's bedchamber, leave her suite of rooms altogether, only to find himself in another room, hemmed in by other walls. Suddenly it seemed he had returned not to a city but to a labyrinth, one he had faint hope of escaping. "An alliance, then," Keel said finally. Caden hauled his mind back to the present. "Adair gives Iltonja legitimacy," the historian continued, "while the Kenarang provides her with military power and expertise, the imprimatur of victory in battle. And if they are sharing a bed once more—" "Heirs," Caden concluded, shaking his head. He hadn't expected to recognize Annur, had expected the city to seem strange, confusing, indifferent to his return. He had not anticipated, though, finding it so fully turned against him, had not thought to find the conspiracy that led to his father's death so deeply rooted and flourishing. Emotions buzzed inside him like wasps, anger, sadness, confusion. But he'd spent 8 years learning to set aside his emotions, and he did so. He tried to remember what he knew of Adair from his childhood. She'd been an impetuous girl, impatient with the dresses and decorum that came with her station, impatient, it seemed to him now, with childhood itself. The one time he could remember his sister paying any actual attention to him was on the day he left for Ashclan. She had stood on the imperial docks, lips tight, eyes burning. "Bid farewell to your brother, Adair," their mother had said. "He is a child now, but when he returns he will be a man, and ready to take the reins of the empire." "I know," was all Adair had said, before kissing him coolly on both cheeks. She never said farewell. Keel's eyes were fixed intently on the air between them, as though scrutinizing some shape or pattern no one else could see. After a long time his gaze focused, and he turned to Morgeta. "Can you paint?" he asked. She nodded. "Not as well as some of my fellow Lenas, but it is one of Sienna's arts." "Ranil Tonja," he said. "Tarikadiv. I'd like to see what they look like." Caden glanced at the man, suddenly grasping his intent. "You're wondering—" Keel nodded. "As you told me back in the Dead Heart, there were Akhanath at your monastery, which means my people are involved." Morgeta frowned, then nodded. "I can make a passable likeness of both men, but it will take some time." "I'll paint Adiv," Caden said. He volunteered as much for the excuse to plunge into something familiar as to expedite the process, and for a few heartbeats after Morgeta produced the necessary materials, he did nothing but sit, brush in hand, staring at the fine blank vellum. It seemed a lifetime since he had contemplated something as clean, as straightforward as an empty page, more than a lifetime, as though he dreamed the endless hours seated on the rock ledges of Ashclan. Finally he dipped the brush into the porcelain saucer of ink. As the bristles moved over the fine parchment, he felt the knots of his mind loosen. For the first time since fleeing the Bone Mountains, he settled into a rhythm he actually understood, the wetting and clearing of the brush, the faint pressure of the bristles on the page, the easy, fluent movements of the wrist and fingers. He let all thought of Adair and Annur drain from his mind, all worry about the unhewn throne, all the faint tangles of grief for his father. Instead, he filled his head with the image of the Mizran councillor, his blindfold, the shock of hair, the angle of his chin. After the first strokes, even the sense of the man as a man faded. There was only light and shadow, hollow and form, teased out in dark ink on a light page. He found himself adding details, unnecessary details, as the painting neared its conclusion, the stiff collar, the mountains behind, until there was nothing left to draw, and he reluctantly laid down his brush. Keel rose to consider the painting. "No," he said after just a moment. "I don't know him." "I'm almost finished," Morgeta said, eyeing Caden above her own canvas. "Where did you learn to paint?" Caden shook his head. The effort of explanation seemed too massive, like trying to unearth a buried stone for which he couldn't even find the edges. The Lena studied him a moment longer, dark eyes abrim with curiosity, then gave an eloquent shrug. "There," she said, turning back to her own portrait, rotating it so that everyone could see. "It's finished." She had painted a bold figure with a strong chin and high cheekbones, lips open in a partial smile revealing a row of perfect teeth. Caden had expected a stern, severe face on the order of Micah Ut or Eckhart Matol, a military man with a mind for tactics and blood. Morgeta's Iltonja, however, looked sly, almost jocular, as though he were on the verge of breaking into laughter. Caden frowned. "It doesn't look like Sestrim." "Sestrim?" the Lena asked, blanching, eyes going wide. "Are you mad?" Then she met Caden's gaze and dropped her eyes, bowing until her face almost touched the table. "1,000 apologies, Your Radiance," she began. Caden raised a hand to cut her off, but at his side Keel had gone utterly still. "The expression is deceiving," he said, a voice low but certain. "Over the thousands of years, he has learned to smile." Caden turned, feeling his heart kick in his chest. "You know him?" The Xestream nodded, but didn't speak. For a few heartbeats, everyone just stared, first at Keel, then at the page, then back. "And?" Triste said finally. "Like me, he has worn many names. The first was Tanis." "Why did he kill my father?" Caden demanded. "Why does he hate the Malkenians?" Keel turned to him, eyes like wells. "Hate is a creature of the human heart. Those of us who gave birth to you are strangers to Mart's embrace. The general you call Ran il Tonja does not hate you any more than you would hate a stone, the sky." "So what does he want?" "He wants," the Xestream said, measuring the words as he spoke them, "what he has always wanted. Victory." "Victory over whom?" "Your race." "Well, he's getting pretty close," Caden said. "From the sound of it, he already more or less controls Annur." Keel pursed his lips, then shook his head slowly, almost ruefully. "You do not understand. Victory to Iltonja is not a momentary matter of draping himself in garlands or sitting atop a throne." "It's not just any throne," Caden pointed out. "Annur is the most powerful empire in the world."
"Annur is an eye blink."
"Hundreds of years of uninterrupted rule are an eye blink?" Keel smiled.
"Yes. Iltonja's goals are deeper, older. He is still fighting the war that we entrusted to him thousands of years ago."
"When will he stop?"
"When you are gone."
Caden spread his hands in protest. "Why me?" The historian frowned.
"Your language is imprecise. Not just you, Caden. All of you."
Caden stared. "All of Annur?"
"All of humanity."
31. The day after the first Quina Sapi, as the Orgul folded their api and began to break camp, Gwenna knew she had been right. The blood-drenched spectacle wasn't just some arbitrary ritual carried out in accordance with a chieftain's whim or the phases of the moon. It was a particular sacrifice begging Meshkent's favour as the Orgul rode to war. Longfist's army had since crossed the White River north of the confluence, avoiding the Annurian forts to the east. The rafts ferrying the horses and their riders were ridiculous, precarious craft, crudely lashed and awkwardly balanced. But there were hundreds of them, hundreds upon hundreds, the numbers alone betraying months of preparation. Gwenna felt sick to her stomach when she saw them lined up along the shore. Longfist didn't need rafts to defend his land. He needed them to attack. By the time they'd crossed the river, the shaman had dropped all pretense of their honoured guest status. Their tent was ringed with guards each night, and they weren't allowed out except in the evening, when they were forced to take part in the bloody night-time rituals. It had taken hours for Gwenna's hands to stop shaking after killing the first young soldier. After 3 more nights of blood and murder, she'd managed to bring her hands under control, but something inside her, something invisible, still trembled as though diseased. She felt like a fool. 8 years she'd trained for this, trained to kill with blades and explosives, bows and bare hands, trained until she could choke someone twice her size with one arm or poison an entire legion. She had felt prepared, more than prepared, but when it came time, she found that while her hands could kill, nothing had prepared her mind for the horror. She couldn't shake the memory of the sick, soft give of the stick driving home, the weight of the first young man as he slumped forward, his slick, warm blood on her hands. And the killing didn't end when Gwenna stopped. Each night Anik had her turn between the fires, and Pyr. There seemed to be no end to Longfist's prisoners. Annurian legionaries, Orgul thieves, and since they'd crossed the river, a handful of thick-fisted loggers, Annurian citizens living beyond the edge of the empire itself. None were any match for the Ketral or Skullsworn, a fact that filled Gwenna with both relief and disgust. After a while, the Orgul started trying to delay the killing, to draw out the pain, depriving the women of any weapons whatsoever. It didn't work. Annick always went straight for the eyes, accomplishing with her fingers what Gwenna had done with the stick, while Pier crushed the windpipe of every adversary with a single, casual blow of her stiffened fingers. The fights were bad enough, but they were nothing next to the cutting and screaming that followed. Long Fist himself, arms drenched past the elbows in gore, had personally hacked the hearts from a dozen young soldiers staked into the earth. The shaman had a way with his knife, managing to avoid all the major arteries to keep the victims alive even as he lifted the still beating heart clear of the ribs, squeezing it in his fist. Unsurprisingly, Ballandin had also taken to the work, eyes bright as he drank in the terror of his captives, hands horribly slow and sure as he flayed them, thin strips of skin pliant beneath his knife. It was one thing to hear about the worship of Mesh Kent in some lecture hall back on the islands, something else to witness it, something else to take part. Worse, the horror of the nightly sacrifices was only a prelude to what would happen on a much broader scale during any actual invasion. If the Orgul broke across the frontier, there'd be a lot more screaming on a lot more altars all across northern Annur. The nightmares woke Gwenna at night, her blacks drenched in a heavy sweat. She'd wanted to try to break free as soon as she realized the army was moving, but Pier had talked her down. The assassin's attitude toward her captivity had soured significantly after the Queen Asapi began. Evidently she preferred to murder on her own schedule, but she pointed out to Gwenna's frustration that any escape on the steppe would be short-lived. No trees meant no cover, and no cover meant that the Orgul could ride them down like dogs. Now that they were past the river and starting to move south, however, Gwenna was about finished waiting. "That," she said, stabbing a finger past the tent wall, past the Orgul camp beyond, over the wet, broken ground and the dark trees fringing the horizon to the west, "is the start of the 1,000 Lakes. Annur." "It's not Annur," Pier corrected her, picking flakes of dried blood off her hands and flicking them into the fire. The evening's sacrifices had only just ended, and while Gwenna wished she could swim herself clean in the ocean, the assassin treated the human blood on her hands the same way she might a little honest mud. "It's not Annur until south of the Black. This is just—" she frowned with distaste— "buggy. But," she continued, raising her hands to forestall Gwenna's boiling objection, "we finally have some trees. I'd say that some point in the next few days would be a good time to bid our farewells, before we outlast our welcome and Longfist decides to dispose of us more thoroughly." The Skullsworn's words made Gwenna queasy. They were prisoners inside the Api, inside the camp, but for some reason Longfist and Ballandin continued to allow them their own tent, to speak to them with mock solicitude. The whole thing seemed like a trap, but Gwenna couldn't see any point to it, not when the Orgul already had them trapped. "Why hasn't he done it already?" she demanded, grinding her knuckles into her palm. "We're the most dangerous prisoners he has. Why aren't we tied up like the rest?" She gestured vaguely to the comforts of the Api. "Why aren't we dead?" "A hedge," Annick suggested, not looking up from the bison haunch she was busy butchering. "In case Valin comes back, or in case he decides we might be useful." "Maybe," Pierce said, picking at the dirt on her pants with a fingernail. She'd been forced to kill 3 men just an hour earlier, but she seemed most concerned about the damage to her clothing. "But I suspect it's simpler than that." "Meaning?" "Meaning we're not dead because Longfist needs us alive." "For what?" Gwenna spat. "Fun?" Pier looked up, lips pursed as though ready to make some crack, then paused. "How does a man become a chief?" she asked finally. "A chief of anything, let alone 1,000,000 Orgul." "Kills the people who want to kill him," Gwenna said. "That's what I'm saying. Longfist's a fool to leave us alive." Pier shook her head. "If he tried to kill everyone dangerous, he'd never get done killing. There's always someone who wants to murder a chief. Longfist can't protect against them all. His position isn't fully secure. The bastard looks pretty secure when he's hacking out hearts. That's because," Pier said, "no one can imagine him dead." "I've been imagining it since I met him," Gwenna snapped, irritated with the assassin's roundabout platitudes. "In fact, I'm about to do some more imagining right now." You can imagine it, Piers said, but they can't. When the Urgal look at him, they don't see a man, they see a legend. All you need is a blade to kill a man. She snorted. All you need is fingernails, as you so ably demonstrated this evening, but a legend. A legend is unkillable, and he wears his own legend. Uniter of the tribes, the man who made his own sacrifice to Meshkent, the one who plans to destroy Annur, just the same way he wears that bison skin. It's a symbol of his power, his strength. You're saying he lets us wander around free because he believes his own bullshit? Gwenna demanded, shaking her head. That's even stupider than I thought. I'm saying that we are part of his legend, two Ketrel and a Skullsworn tamed by the great chief to fight before his fires. Tamed? Gwenna spat. Speak for yourself. The assassin raised an eyebrow, and Gwenna coloured, the memory of the pleading soldier bleeding into her memory, the feel of his flesh as he died. At least I haven't quit yet, she muttered. Piers shrugged. I don't suppose you've ever spent time in the Bend. Gwenna shook her head, confused. A pity. It's a marvellously barbaric place. I watched a man in the killing pits there once. I studied him all afternoon. He fought animals, bears, bulls, wolves, and always just near the end. Before he put them down, he'd turn his back, lay down his blade, and wave to the crowd. Pointless, Annick said. Maybe, Pierre replied, but the crowd loved it. It made him seem fearless, invincible. You couldn't imagine him losing. And we're Longfist's wolves, Gwenna said grimly. Funny thing about that guy, though, Pierre said. Just before I left the city, he turned his back on a bear. He had to do it. It was part of the show, remember? And, Pierre smiled, and the bear took off his head. Of course, talking about breaking free and actually doing it were two different things. As the night stretched on and the sun set, the three of them were still in the Abbey. Whatever Pierre said about wolves, Gwenna felt more like a Kent kissing sheep, one waiting for the slaughter at that. It has to be tonight, she said, stabbing at the fire with a long stick. We've waited too long already. The entire Urgal nation is riding on the frontier, riding to war, and nobody knows. Annur doesn't, Valin doesn't. I would imagine that, Pierre said, arching an eyebrow, is exactly the point. I believe it's referred to among militarily minded folk as stealing a march. I know what it's called, Gwenna snapped. Tonight, Annick said abruptly, as though she'd made a decision, stuffing her cured meat into a pack. It's time to leave. Time to leave. As though they weren't surrounded by the largest Urgal army in history. Pierre chuckled. I like it, Annick. Focus on the big picture. Don't get bogged down with the details. I've considered what I can, the sniper replied, cinching the pack shut, but we don't have time for anything elaborate. Every hour counts. But they tend to count less, the assassin observed, if we spend the hours dead. It's a risk, Annick said, nodding. Are you going to tell us, Gwenna asked, burning with frustration, what your risky plan is, Annick? Or are you just going to walk out of the tent and start killing people? There's something to be said for simplicity, Pierre pointed out. Gwenna rounded on her. And what the fuck do you want with it? Just a few days ago you were happy to drink Longfist's booze and lounge by his fires. Now suddenly you want to go charging off after Annick? I didn't know you were such a Kent-kissing lover of the Annurian Empire. Pierre's eyes hardened. Annur can stand or burn. I have my own reasons for wanting to see Longfist thwarted. I don't suppose you'd care to share them. Not particularly. Gwenna suppressed a growl. This was why Wings had leaders. Between the three of them they had enough experience to come up with something resembling the arse end of a plan, but Annick was about as communicative as a brick, and there was no telling what was going on in Pierre's murderous brain. This was the kind of shit Valin had been dealing with since the Wing was established, but where Valin was good at it, quick to find the strings that would draw the group together, Gwenna just wanted to hit someone. She muscled down the urge. "All right," she said slowly. "We agree that we need to get out. Consensus, Pierce said. I love consensus. She frowned. Although I distrust it. Gwenna ignored her. Annie, what's your thinking? The sniper pointed up through the smoke hole of the uppie. Climb the poles and out. Out where? Gwenna demanded. Perching on top of the hide tent seemed about as useful as lying down in the Kent-kissing fire and hoping the smoke would carry her away. You know that Longfist has people watching this tent, right? I'm going to shoot them, Annick said. Gwenna stared. With what? The sniper slid aside one of the skins to reveal a rough wooden bow and half a dozen arrows, the tips hardened in the fire. Pierre nodded appreciatively. And the string? She asked. Annick gestured to the haunch she'd been butchering. I used the tendon. Gwenna eyed the crude thing warily. She didn't doubt Annick's knowledge when it came to archery. The sniper had been making her own bows since before she arrived on the islands, but she hardly had the required tools or the necessary time to do the job justice. Can you hit anything with it? The sniper nodded. At close range. Define close range, Pierre said. 40 paces, Annick said. 50 at the outside. Gwenna shook her head. At 50 paces, she herself wouldn't be able to hit a house with the thing. On the other hand, she'd long ago learned to believe Annick when it came to sticking anything full of arrows. And you were going to tell us about the bow when? All this time the sniper had been working on her weapon, and she hadn't said a thing. When it was time, Annick replied, meeting Gwenna's glare with a flat, level look. The fewer people who know about a thing, the safer. We're not just people, Gwenna spat. We're your Kent-kissing wing. Pierre tisked from across the fire. Just like Valin, she said. Why is everyone so eager to recruit me for the Ketral? Never mind, Gwenna said. The point is we're on the same side now, and if we don't start acting like it, this is going to be the shortest breakout in the annals of the Eyrie, bow or no bow. She glared at each of them in turn, trying to slow down her breathing, to stay calm, trying and failing. Pierre narrowed her eyes. A lot like Valin, she said again. Same conviction, same intensity. She turned to Annick. Do you see it? The sniper ignored the question, testing the sinew of her bow instead. The assassin smiled slyly. You and Valin would make a sweet pair, Gwenna. Well, maybe sweet's not quite the right word, but leave it, Gwenna growled. The skull-sworn raised her hands. Didn't mean to touch a nerve. All right, she said, sitting up. Enough gossip. We're planning. We're working together. Annick shoots a whole boatload of people, lays down a veritable plague of destruction. Good. Then what? Horses, the sniper said. We get to the horses, then the trees. Gwenna grimaced. It was madness, the whole thing. Unfortunately, she couldn't come up with anything better. They needed to warn Annur, which meant escaping. There was just no way around it. Unfortunately, escaping probably meant dying in the attempt. And when someone notices 3 non-Urgul women strolling through the camp, Pierre smiled. Then we begin our offering to the god. Gwenna shook her head again. You know we're going to die, she said. This is a shit plan, and it's going to kill us all. Annick eyed her with that icy stare. Do you have another suggestion? No, Gwenna replied helplessly. Be comforted, Pierre said, her smile sharp as a knife. A nunshell is not particular. Our lives or theirs, the god will be pleased. The Lord of the Grave must be pretty fucking pleased, Gwenna thought, wiping blood from her face with the back of her hand, trying to see through the cloud-shrouded murk, hoping to Hull that she'd dragged the last body far enough behind the tent that no one would notice it right away. A nunshell. Hull. Meshkent. She was starting to think she'd picked the wrong bloody lot of gods, but, with gore smeared across her blacks and 500,000 Urguls spread around her, there was no going back now. They'd waited until just after midnight, long enough that many of the horsemen had taken to their blankets, enjoying one last night in the uppie. The tents would stay, Gwenna figured, judging from the fact that no one had bothered to take them down. Maybe a few score of the old, young, and infirm would stay with them, looking after the temporary city while the rest of the nation pushed hard for the border. That push had Gwenna worried. She'd seen the pace Longfist's riders set when crossing the steppe, when they'd been burdened with supplies and prisoners. Gwenna would have preferred to wait until more if the Urgul were asleep, but hours wasted now could prove crucial later, and so she found herself moving through the camp, stolen sword held flat against her leg, trying to look everywhere at once without moving her head. As promised, Annur had managed to kill the young warriors guarding their tent. As hoped, they'd managed to slip unnoticed into the night, and as feared, they had to traverse a camp that spanned the better part of a mile before they could even think about stealing horses. Gwenna's instinct was to hug the shadows, darting from tent to tent, using the darkness and her own slant-sharpened vision to avoid as many people as possible. Annur shared the impulse, and for a while they crept forward, a few paces here, a few paces there, until Pier shook her head in irritation. "I'm not sure what they teach you on your secret island hideaway, but this isn't going to cut it." "We haven't been seen yet," Gwenna hissed. "It's not us I'm worried about them seeing," Pier said. "It's the 4 deceased Urgul with arrows in their necks we left stuffed behind the Api. Once they're found, our nightmare stroll is going to get a lot less leisurely." "If we're seen," Annur began, but Pier was already stepping brashly out of the darker shadows into the centre of the muddy lane running between the tents. Without a glance over her shoulder, she tossed her hair, shrugged her shoulders, then set out at a brisk walk. "Fuck," Gwenna said, glancing over at Annur. The sniper's lips tightened. "Fuck," she agreed tersely, then followed the older woman into the lane. The Skullsworn's approach worked surprisingly well. They didn't have to kill anyone for at least 100 paces. Between the darkness and the chaos of a military camp getting ready to move out, most people were so intent on their own business that they didn't look twice at 3 figures moving purposefully through the greater gloom. Pier had slipped into something like the Urgul saunter, and she made no effort to hide her face or shy away from the Urgul they passed. No one challenged them. No one bothered with a second glance. Then they ran into the young men with the spears. Gwenna was just starting to think they might walk straight out of the camp, when the 3 Tabe stepped out from the darkness between 2 tents. The idiots were lugging 12-foot spears, useful on horseback but potentially deadly in the confusion of a night camp, and they tangled up with Gwenna and Pier, wooden hafts and steel heads clattering, blocking the lane. The youth in the lead shouted angrily in Urgul, a quick barrage of words Gwenna didn't recognize, then yanked on the haft of his spear. The head ripped through her blacks, slicing into her arm. The wound wasn't deep, but it took Gwenna by surprise, pulling her off balance, and she cursed as the metal bit, then slid free. It was that curse that did it. The head of the closest Tabe snapped around at the unfamiliar language, his dark eyes locked on hers, and then, after a baffled heartbeat, his lips drew back into a snarl. He opened his mouth to shout, but Pier was already there, sliding a small blade across his neck, a subtle motion, almost gentle. Instead of a roar, a bloody lisp slipped from his lips as he folded to the earth. The 2 others were still trying to free their spears, oblivious to the silent death of their comrade. Gwenna hacked one across the face, while Annur killed the other with an arrow shaft in the eye. The fight was over in less than 2 blinks, but the bodies lay hopelessly tangled with the long shafts of the spears, and Gwenna could see movement in both directions down the narrow lane. There was no time to hide corpses, no time to do anything but put distance between themselves and the bodies. "This way," Pier said, stepping from the path, sliding between the tents. Her voice was low, relaxed, but held none of her habitual mockery. For once, the assassin sounded as though she was taking things seriously. "Quickly, ladies." Gwenna didn't care for the idea of taking orders from a Skullsworn, but the centre of a hostile army didn't seem like the time to contest the issue. She grimaced, slid into close guard, and followed the woman into the tents. A dozen paces farther they emerged onto another muddy track running parallel to the first. Gwenna's stomach clenched. The Urgul were everywhere, and worse, lit torches lined the path, flames snagging and ripping with the wind. Pier didn't hesitate, striding straight across, aiming for the cluster of tents on the far side. She made it halfway before one of the Urgul, a tall bastard with a long yellow braid, noticed her and barked a question. Pier turned to the man, a smile on her face, and opened her arms as if for an embrace. "Quina," she said brightly. The word was nonsensical, but the language was familiar, and the warrior paused, confusion flitting across his face. Pure stepped into the pause, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pulled him close for a long, passionate kiss. When she let him go, the man toppled. Gwenna never even saw the knife. They made it a few more streets before the alarm went up, shouting and bellowing, followed by long blasts on a horn. The angry, accusatory note sounded again and again, chasing them through the night, drilling into Gwenna's ears until she half wondered if she'd lost her mind. And there was no telling which of the 8 or 9 corpses they'd left behind had finally done them in. It hardly mattered. The camp, shivering with screams and ululations, knew they were loose. The whole Urgul army knew. "So much for discretion," Pierre said. The next few minutes were all jolting flight, hot breath between the teeth, scrabbling to keep footing in the treacherous mud. Urgul faces stretched tight with fury and killing. Lots and lots of killing. Pierre cut down the warriors without breaking stride, slipping her small knives into throats and stomachs, skewering eyes and slitting tendons, each motion delicate, bird-like, and precise. Gwenna was anything but delicate. The Urgul swords she'd picked up off the dead guards were longer and heavier than the smoke steel with which she'd trained, and trying to keep pace with Pierre, it was all she could do just to hack at the bodies as she passed, huge sweeping motions that jarred her shoulder whenever the sharp edge bit. "Less screaming," Pierre called back. "What?" Gwenna shouted, burying her blade in some woman's gut, twisting it, then wrenching it free. Blood ran hot over her hands. Hopefully someone else's. "You don't need to scream each time you hit someone," Pierre said. "Try being more circumspect. They still die." Gwenna started to snarl that she wasn't screaming, then realized that her throat was raw, her ears ringing. Not that it made any difference, really. The whole camp vibrated with violence. The part of her that wasn't screaming and hacking, running and panting, tried to tally up the odds. It seemed incredible that they were still alive, but here the fury of the Urgul actually worked in their favor. If all the horsemen had fallen silent and stood still, it would have been impossible to escape. The chaos and confusion covered their flight even better than the darkness. There were just 3 more bodies in a thrashing sea of flesh, 3 women among tens of thousands. Better yet, the camp was thinning as they approached the perimeter. "Keep your eyes on the Kent-kissing fight, Gwenna," she snapped at herself. "Quit looking ahead." Still, it was hard not to feel a hot, bright ember of hope. They'd fought clear of the last knot of Urgul, ducked through some more tents, and suddenly they were alone, free, with room to run. Anik pointed toward a picket of horses 100 paces distant, but before they'd even begun to cross the space, the riders caught up with them. At least a score of horsemen, spears levelled even as they jumped the tent lines, voices raised in triumph. "Not ideal," Pierre said, slowing, shaking her head. "We can break through," Gwenna said, waving to a gap. Even as she waved, it closed. Anik was shooting. Where she'd picked up the arrows, Gwenna had no idea, probably plucked from the dead. The crude bow still looked ridiculous in her hands, but it was proving deadly enough, and the sniper didn't hesitate as she loosed into the attacking Urgul. A few riders fell, but more arrived to take their place. The sniper's shafts were soon gone, and the horsemen were closing. "Now what?" Gwenna asked, turning to put her back to Anik and Pierre, shifting her feet, searching for the best footing. "Now," Pierre said, "it is time to greet the god." She sounded ready. Eager, even. "You're giving up?" Gwenna spat. Not that she could see any way free, but the assassin's calm conviction baffled her, worried her. If she let go of her own fury, she wasn't sure anything waited beneath but mindless, gibbering fear. And so she clung to her rage, stoked it, heaped it with fuel. "Fuck that!" she shouted, then turned to the Urgul. "Who's first?" She gestured with her high blade. "Which one of you bloody shits is first?" "Sorry, Valin," she said silently. "We made a go of it." The lead rider, Hutsu, Gwenna realized, shook her head, lowered her spear, and nudged her horse forward. The scars on her face and arms glistened with sweat in the torchlight. Her lips curled back in a smile or snarl. She had wonderful teeth, Gwenna thought pointlessly. A savage with perfect teeth was going to kill her. The scream came first, a sky-shattering, blood-boiling scream. The Orgul closing for the kill suddenly struggled to rein their rearing horses, but that scream drove straight into the beasts' brains, triggering something ancient and undeniable in their hearts, a terror that would not be soothed. Again it came, and again, like steel shrieking through ice. The scream, then the wind, then the great shadow of outstretched wings, a perfect dark against the greater darkness of the night, and then the figures in black alighting silently as shadows. "Valin!" Gwenna called, shock and relief raging through her. "It's Valin!" She had no idea where he found Ra, no idea how he knew to come back, no clue about any of it, and she didn't care. Somehow, impossibly, the wing was whole again. She'd been about to die, and now the bird had dropped straight out of the night to lift them clear. The Ketrel tore into the closest riders with her talons, disemboweling one man and the horse beneath him. Hutsu hurled herself clear at the last moment, just before her horse bucked, then buckled beneath the slicing claws. The riders on the flanks tried to close, but someone was shooting arrows, the feathered shafts sprouting from necks and shoulders. When a huge tarpy with a crooked nose bellowed, spurring his terrified horse forward, his skull just folded. Gwenna could think of no other word. She hadn't even seen the blow, but the flesh crumpled in on itself like a rotten gourd dropped from a height. A kenning. It had to be a kenning, but when Gwenna whirled about, instead of Talal, she found herself staring at Sigrid Sakarnia. Not Valin, she realized, horrified. The flea's wing. Sigrid's lips were drawn back in an expression that might have been ecstasy or rage. Blonde hair whipped at her face, while blood ran in runnels down her milk-pale skin. The flea stood just in front of her, short bow loose in his hand, while a few steps to the side Newt was lighting a "Star-shatter!" Gwenna bellowed, hauling Annick back with one hand, seeing the lit charge spin end over end into the mass of horsemen, bracing herself for the bone-jarring shock that lit half the sky and left her ears ringing. The air concussed, blue-white flames sheeted up and out, slicing the night sky into shards. Gwenna closed her eyes at the last moment, blocking out the worst of the glare, reeling backward, still holding Annick, then found her footing. She was amazed to still be standing after such a close detonation, but then Newt knew his business, had figured in the mass of horses and men, using his target to shield them all from the back blow. A dozen of the beasts were down, some still, others thrashing desperately, kicking, screaming as their riders, one missing a leg, another with her face flayed to the bone, tried to claw their way free. Someone seized her by the arm, and Gwenna pivoted, hacking down with her stolen sword. The flea blocked the attack casually, sliding it off to the side as he locked eyes with her.
"Where are the rest?" he shouted. "Where's Valin?"
Gwenna hesitated. She had no idea if the flea had come to save her or kill her. The attack on the Urgul argued for saving, but then, the last time the two wings had met, they'd blown up the better part of a large building, trying to murder each other.
"Gwenna!"
he said, leaning close. She realized that, while their two swords remained locked together, he had brought a small knife to her throat.
"If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead. I'm here to help." He lowered the knife. "Now where's Valin?"
"Gone," she said, waving her hand. "South. It's just us." The flea nodded, focused on something over her shoulder, threw the knife, then gestured to the bird with the empty hand.
"Load up!"
Somewhere to Gwenna's right another star-shatter ripped into the Urgul. The camp was a madness of flame, screaming horses, brandished steel and blood, all of it held at bay, impossibly, by the flea and his wing.
"Delay!"
Newt called over his shoulder. "He's the mother of defeat."
"Meaning get on the bird,"
the flea said again.
"Now!"
He tilted his head to the side, as though stretching his neck, and a spear shaft sailed past, embedding itself in the dirt. Gwenna stared at it for a moment, watching it quiver. Then she ran for the bird. 32. Tanis was among the youngest of us, one of the last Xestrim born without the rot, Keel said. Two of the three lanterns in Morjeta's bedchamber had spluttered out during their conversation, and the remaining lamp was burning low, tossing the corners of the room into fitful darkness. No one made a move to refill them. Morjeta herself had subsided against the pillows of the divan, a stunned look on her face. Caden could sympathize. His own introduction to the Xes stream had been a shock, and the notion that they still stalked the earth had been introduced to him in gradual stages. To learn all at once that the immortal foes of humanity still lived, that one had all but seized control of Annur, and that another sat several feet from her, dark stare as wide and deep and inscrutable as the sea, was clearly more than the woman could absorb all at once. And there was no time, however, to ease her gently into the truth. "Why was he appointed your general in the wars against humanity?" Caden asked. "Why not someone older, someone with more experience?" "Because he was the best," Keel replied simply. "Not the best fighter. There were 22 Xestri more skilled than Tanis, with both Naxal and sword, at least at the start of the wars. In fact, he wasn't even the greatest pure strategist. Asherah and a handful of others could defeat him at the stone's board. In battle, however—" Keel's eyes went suddenly far, as though he were studying some furious fight thousands and thousands of years past. "None of my people shared his gift for command. A part of it was simply native genius. His mind moves more quickly, more unexpectedly than most. More than that, however, Tanis understood your race in a way that most of us, especially the older Xestrim, did not. He studied you." "You mean he tortured and killed us?" Caden said, thinking back to the lightless corridors of the Dark Heart. Keel nodded. "That was a part of his study, although not the entirety of it. The war lasted several human generations, and Tanis spent that entire time, whenever he wasn't actually leading the armies, in study, learning your peculiar use of the language, your physiology and limitations, your emerging social structures, your weapons and weaknesses, and most of all, your minds. He spent decades trying to discover what had broken inside you, trying to understand whether it had anything to do with the new gods." "What do you mean, the new gods?" Triste asked. Unlike her mother, she wasn't as jolted by the sudden revelation. After all, they'd been discussing the Xes stream for weeks. Triste had suffered in a Xes stream prison and passed through the Xes stream gates. Somehow she knew their language. As Keel spoke, she leaned forward on her cushion, eyes bright, sweat sheening her brow. "You call them the young gods," Keel said, "the children of Meshkent and Sienna." "Heket and Kavara," Caden said, reciting the names as he had heard them recited 1,000 times before leaving for the Bone Mountains. "Ira and Mart, Orella and Orelon." "And Akala," Keel added slowly, "and Corin." Caden frowned. "No, there are only 6 of them, 6 children of pleasure and pain. That is because we killed the other 2. For several heartbeats no one spoke. Morjeta had retreated behind the stillness of her painted face. Triste's mouth hung open as though in mid-gasp. Caden realized that he, too, was leaning forward on his cushion, legs tense, breath lodged in his lungs. He exhaled slowly. "You're saying you killed 2 of the gods?" "Tanis killed them," Keel said. "He captured them after the Battle of Nimir Point. Captured them, studied them, then killed them. I was there as historian. It is how we learned conclusively of the connection between our children, between you and the new gods." Suddenly Caden was sitting once more in Sailneen's study, looking across the rough wooden desk at the abbot, listening to him explain about the Kenta and the Shin, about the purpose of Caden's time among the monks. The abbot was dead, one of the hundreds of robed bodies left on the ledges to feed the ravens, and yet Caden could still hear his patient explanation. "It could have been the birth of the young gods that led to human emotion." "They changed you somehow," Caden said quietly. "The young gods changed the Xes stream into us." Keel nodded. "It was only a suspicion at first. The facts fit. We had theory and evidence, but no proof. Then they came down, here. They breathed their own immortal forms into human bodies, all to help you in your fight against my people." "And you killed them?" Triste demanded, utterly aghast. "Only 2, Keel said. If he was taken aback by the girl's horror, he didn't show it. Like you, they were a threat, a foe. Akala, Caden said, tasting the strange syllables. Corian. Keel nodded. Those were the names they took. I do not know their provenance. And so they're just... what? Gone? Keel pursed his lips as though considering a thorny question of translation. Perhaps not fully or forever. Gods are not Bedisa's creation. An unshale cannot unknit them. Even the young gods are larger than us, more complete than this creation. He shook his head. Really, the language does not serve in discussing them. So you didn't kill them, Caden said, frustration fraying the fabric of his calm. Keel met his gaze for a moment, then held up a hand, studying it in the lamplight. Tan-Is destroyed the flesh while they were trapped inside, before they could be released. The gods may be eternal, without end or limit, but their touch on this world is not. That is what Tan-Is killed. Their hold on and influence over those born into their thrall. But, Caden said, if what we are, if the make-up of our minds and hearts comes from the touch of the young gods, there must have been an effect. He trailed off, trying to understand what such an effect might be, trying to hold the notion in his head. There was. The historian paused, so long this time that Caden wondered if he had given up trying to explain. Imagine you are blind, he said finally, that you were born blind, that all your life you have lived in darkness among others like you. If you were suddenly and momentarily shown colour, how would you explain it to your sightless race? What words would you use? What formulations of logic or reason? Analogy fails. Induction and deduction fail. This is the best I can do. Your ancestors, the first among you, felt differently about the world, not just differently, but more. It was as though the stones and rivers, the sea and sky, the physical world and the transcendent notions that emanate from it were as crucial to those first broken Xestrim children as their own human families, their own selves. They would die to avoid unnecessary destruction. They acted and spoke as though the earth itself were a part of them, woven into the fabric of their minds. This world of cities and roads. He gestured to the walls of the chamber and beyond. Your ancestors would not have recognized it. They would have loathed it. And after you killed the gods? Caden asked, voice thin as the last smoke from a spent fire. You changed. The bodies of the gods died as all bodies die. A hole hacked in the flesh, a break in Bedisa's perfection where the life drained out. I would have expected their deaths to be different from our own in some way, greater or louder. They were gods, after all. But they were bound and drugged, both of them, and Tan-Is killed them with a knife no longer than my hand. It took me a century to be sure of the effect, decades upon decades walking among your kind, posing as one of you, asking the same questions over and over. What is this? What is this? I always met with the same reply. It is rock, it is water, it is air. And what do you feel about the rock and the water? What do you feel about the air? Nothing. 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 For a long time Caden could not bring himself to speak. He struggled to conceive the magnitude of Keel's claim, of the loss. The Shin trained a lifetime to scrub out human emotion, and none ever succeeded, not completely, not perfectly. If Keel was right, however, Ranil Tonja had managed just that, at least a portion of it, with 2 cuts of the knife. What would happen if everyone in the Empire, everyone in the world, all at once lost hope and courage, fear and love? It was like looking down to find the once solid ground nothing but an illusion, a dream. Keel watched him, eyes blank as shells. Only when Caden finally nodded did he continue. Tanis resolved to destroy the rest of the new gods, to capture and kill them individually, or to strike directly at Sienna and Mesh Kent. He believed, not without warrant, that the elimination of those two would cripple the others, that the new gods were in some way dependent on or emergent from their parents. Caden stared. Was he right? "We don't know," Keel replied evenly. "We began to lose the war then, and when it was clear that your kind would defeat us, those gods who had taken your side departed. They slipped clear of their adopted flesh. Their influence remains, but they are gone." "Holy Hal," Triste breathed quietly. "Yes," Keel agreed, "like Hal. The god himself remains remote, unmanifest, but we know his darkness." "I should have left you in the Dead Heart," Caden said finally, the words loose before he could call them back. "I should have left you to rot." "You would not have escaped without me," Keel replied. "Even if you had won free somehow, you are not prepared to face Iltonja. He will destroy you without my help. He may destroy you in spite of it." He shook his head. "I was accounted a good mind among my people, but Tanis was always the better strategist, the better tactician." Caden stared. "You killed two of our gods, and now you're talking about helping me?" Keel nodded. "As I said, my goals are not those of Tanis. He seeks a return to the past. I am more interested in chronicling the present." The Cassette stream fell silent. Caden stared at him a moment, then turned to Triste. She met his eyes with her own, wide, wild gaze, then shook her head helplessly. "I don't know, Caden," she said. "He helped us. He keeps helping us. He's here, right?" Caden blew out a long, unsteady breath. "All right. If you want to help, help. What about Ranil Tonja? What is he doing?" "As I told you before," Keel replied, "he has not abandoned his charge. The gods are gone, beyond his reach, but he seeks another way to destroy you. Has sought one for many thousands of years." "And the fact that he's taking action now," Caden began, trailing off as the horror hit him. Keel nodded. "It is impossible to be certain of the movings of another mind, but it would seem that our lost general has finally found what he seeks." 33.
No, you're missing the point, you ox's ass,"
Nira said, smacking her cane against her palm, causing her horse to start.
"You don't need to sign the papers and swear the oaths and have your tits anointed with the holy oils and whatever all other little bits of theatre your family's been parading around the last few hundred years. You just do it."
Adair took a firm rein on her temper. She was exhausted from riding from dawn until well past dusk every day since Annur, exhausted from trying to anticipate Iltornja's next deception, exhausted from second-guessing herself, exhausted from wondering if she had overstepped in claiming the throne, a throne never intended for her, a throne for which she might be killed, or even worse, forced to kill good people, Annurian citizens who would rise up against her, refusing to accept a female emperor. Exhausted from telling Fulton over and over to back off, to give her space, to talk in private, to think. Exhausted from sitting appropriately upright in her saddle when she wanted to collapse over the cantle. Exhausted from the sickness that twisted in her gut every morning, a result, no doubt, of the miserable camp food. Exhausted from worrying about the scars laid into her skin, from trying to wring some sense from the events at the ever-burning well, and exhausted from Nira's endless tirade of acerbic counsel, Nira who, despite her advanced age, seemed the only person in the long muddy ranks with any energy left. The road north had given Adair plenty of occasions to doubt whether elevating the old woman to Mizran counsellor had been the wisest decision. On the one hand, Nira had ruled an empire of her own for centuries, which gave her hundreds of years more experience ruling an empire than anyone else Adair knew. On the other, that empire had ended in a morass of war, grief, and ruin. So, Maybe not such a good model after all. It had been 9 days since Annur